Chapter 21 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Nautilus was one of the first communities now so richly grown that we have Correspondence School Week, Christian Science Week, Osteopathy Week, and Georgia Pine Week. A week is not merely a week. If an aggressive, wide-awake, live wire and go-ahead church or chamber of commerce or charity desires to improve itself, which means to get more money, it calls in those few energetic spirits who run any city and proclaim a week. This consists of 1 month of committee meetings, 100 columns of praise for the organization in the public prints, and finally a day or two on which athletic persons flatter inappreciative audiences in churches or cinema theaters, and the prettiest girls in town have the pleasure of being allowed to talk to male strangers on the street corners, apropos of giving them extremely undecorative tags in exchange for the smallest sums which those strangers think they must pay if they are to be considered gentlemen. The only variation is the weeks in which the object is not to acquire money immediately by the sale of tags, but by general advertising to get more of it later. Nautilus had held a pep week, during which a race of rapidly talking men, formerly book agents but now called efficiency engineers, went about giving advice to shopkeepers on how to get money away from one another more rapidly, and Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh addressed a prayer meeting on the Pep of St. Paul, the First Booster. It had held a glad hand week when everybody was supposed to speak to at least 3 strangers daily, to the end that infuriated elderly traveling salesmen were backslapped all day long by hearty and powerful unknown persons. There had also been an Old Home Week, a Right to Mother Week, a We Want Your Factory in Nautilus Week, an Eat More Corn Week, a Go to Church Week, a Salvation Army Week, and an Own Your Own Auto Week. Perhaps the bonniest of all was Y Week, to raise $80,000 for a new YMCA building. On the old building were electric signs, changed daily, announcing, "You must come across," "Young man, come along," and "Your money creates happiness." Dr. Pickerbaugh made 19 addresses in 3 days, comparing the YMCA to the Crusaders, the Apostles, and the expeditions of Dr. Cook, who, he believed, really had discovered the North Pole. Orchid sold 319 Y tags, 7 of them to the same man, who afterward made improper remarks to her. She was rescued by a YMCA secretary who, for a considerable time, held her hand to calm her. No organization could rival Almus Pickerbaugh in the invention of weeks. He started in January with a Better Babies Week, and a very good week it was, but so hotly followed by Banish the Booze Week, Tougher Teeth Week, and Stop the Spitter Week that people who lacked his vigor were heard groaning, "My health is being ruined by all this fretting over health." During Cleanup Week, Pickerbaugh spread abroad a new lyric of his own composition. Germs come by stealth and ruin health. So listen, pard, just drop a card to some man who'll clean up your yard, and that will hit the old germs hard. Swat the Fly Week brought him, besides the joy of giving prizes to the children who had slaughtered the most flies, the inspiration for 2 verses. Posters admonished, "Sell your hammer and buy a horn, but hang on to the old fly swatter. If you don't want disease sneaking into the home, then to kill the fly you got her." It chanced that the Fraternal Order of Eagles were holding a state convention at Burlington that week, and Pickerbaugh telegraphed to them, "Just mention fly prevention at the good old Eagles convention." This was quoted in 96 newspapers, including one in Alaska, and waving the clippings, Pickerbaugh explained to Martin, "Now you see the way a fellow can get the truth across if he goes at it right." 3 cigars a day week, which Pickerbaugh invented in midsummer, was not altogether successful, partly because an injudicious humorist on a local newspaper wanted to know whether Dr. Pickerbaugh really expected all babes in arms to smoke as many as 3 cigars a day, and partly because the cigar manufacturers came around to the Department of Health with strong remarks about common sense. Nor was there thorough satisfaction in Can the Cat and Doctor the Dog week. With all his weeks, Pickerbaugh had time to preside over the program committee of the State Convention of Health Officers and Agencies. It was he who wrote the circular letter sent to all members. Brother males and she males, are you coming to the Health Bee? It will be the livest hop to it that this busy little old planet has ever see. And it's going to be practical. We'll kiss out on all these glittering generalities and get messages from men as kin talk, so we can lug a think or two home with us. Luther Botts, the famous community sing leader, will be there to put whim and wigger and everything into the program. John F. Zeisser, M.A., M.D., and all the rest of the alphabet, part your hair, Jack, and look cute, the ladies sure love you, will unlimber a couple of keynotes. On your tootsies, fellers, thar she blows. From time to time, if the brakes hold, we will, or shall in the infinitive, hie ourselves from wherein we are at to thither, and grab a lunch with wild wittles. Do it sound like a good show? It do. Barber, you're next. Let's have those cards saying you're coming. This created much enthusiasm and merriment. Dr. Feasons of Clinton wrote to Pickerbaugh, I figure it was largely due to your snappy come-on letter that we pulled such an attendance, and with all modesty, I think we may say it was the best health convention ever held in the world. I had to laugh at one old hen, Bostonian or somethin', who was howling that your letter was undignified. Can you beat it? I think people as hypercritical and lacking in humor as her should be treated with the dignified contempt they deserve, the damn fool. Part 2. Martin was enthusiastic during Better Babies Week. Leora and he weighed babies, examined them, made out diet charts, and in each child saw the baby they could never have. But when it came to More Babies Week, then he was argumentative. He believed, he said, in birth control. Pickerbaugh answered with theology, violence, and the example of his own 8 beauties. Martin was equally unconvinced by Anti-Tuberculosis Week. He liked his windows open at night, and he disliked men who spat tobacco juice on sidewalks. But he was jarred by hearing these certainly aesthetic and possibly hygienic reforms proposed with holy frenzy and bogus statistics. Any questioning of his fluent figures about tuberculosis, any hint that the cause of decline in the disease may have been natural growth of immunity and not the crusades against spitting and stale air, Pickerbaugh regarded as a criticism of his honesty in making such crusades. He had the personal touchiness of most propagandists. He believed that because he was sincere, therefore his opinions must always be correct. To demand that he be accurate in his statements, to quote Raymond Pearl's dictum, as a matter of objective scientific fact, extremely little is known about why the mortality from tuberculosis has declined. This was to be a scoundrel who really liked to befoul the pavements. Martin was so alienated that he took an antisocial and probably vicious joy in discovering that though the death rate in tuberculosis certainly had decreased during Pickerbaugh's administration in Nautilus, it had decreased at the same rate in most villages of the district, with no speeches about spitting, no open your windows parades. It was fortunate for Martin that Pickerbaugh did not expect him to take much share in his publicity campaigns, but rather to be his substitute in the office during them. They stirred in Martin the most furious and complicated thoughts that had ever afflicted him. Whenever he hinted criticism, Pickerbaugh answered, "What if my statistics aren't always exact? What if my advertising, my jollying of the public, does strike some folks as vulgar? It all does good. It's all on the right side. No matter what methods we use, if we can get people to have fresh air and cleaner yards and less alcohol, we're justified. To himself, a little surprised, Martin put it, "Yes, does it really matter? Does truth matter? Clean, cold, unfriendly truth? Max Gottlieb's truth? Everybody says, oh, you mustn't tamper with the truth. And everybody is furious if you hint that they themselves are tampering with it. Does anything matter except making love and sleeping and eating and being flattered? I think truth does matter to me, but if it does, isn't the desire for scientific precision simply my hobby, like another man's excitement about his golf? Anyway, I'm going to stick by Pickerbaugh." To the defense of his chief, he was the more impelled by the attitude of Irving Waters and such other physicians as attacked Pickerbaugh because they feared that he really would be successful and reduce their earnings. But all the while, Martin was weary of unchecked statistics. He estimated that according to Pickerbaugh's figures on bad teeth, careless motoring, tuberculosis, and 7 other afflictions alone, every person in the city had a 180% chance of dying before the age of 16, and he could not startle with much alarm when Pickerbaugh shouted, "Do you realize that the number of people who died from yaws in Pickens County, Mississippi last year alone was 29, and that they might all have been saved, yes sir, saved, by a daily cold shower?" For Pickerbaugh had the dreadful habit of cold showers, even in winter, though he might have known that 19 men between the ages of 17 and 42 died of cold showers in 22 years in Milwaukee alone. To Pickerbaugh, the existence of variables, a word which Martin now used as irritatingly as once he had used control, was without significance. That health might be determined by temperature, heredity, profession, soil, natural immunity, or by anything save health department campaigns for increased washing and morality, was to him inconceivable. Variables, huh? Pickerbaugh snorted. Why, every enlightened man in the public service knows enough about the causes of disease. Matter now of acting on that knowledge. When Martin sought to show that they certainly knew very little about the superiority of fresh air to warmth in schools, about the hygienic dangers of dirty streets, about the real danger of alcohol, about the value of face masks in influenza epidemics, about most of the things they tub-thumped in their campaigns, Pickerbaugh merely became angry, and Martin wanted to resign, and saw Irving Waters again, and returned to Pickerbaugh with new zeal, and was in general as agitated and wretched as a young revolutionist discovering the smugness of his leaders. He came to question what Pickerbaugh called the proven practical value of his campaigns as much as the accuracy of Pickerbaugh's biology. He noted how bored were most of the newspaper men by being galvanized into a new saving of the world once a fortnight, and how incomparably bored was the man in the street when the 19th pretty girl in 20 days had surged up demanding that he buy a tag to support an association of which he had never heard. But more dismaying was the slimy trail of the dollar which he beheld in Pickerbaugh's most ardent eloquence. When Martin suggested that all milk should be pasteurized, that certain tenements known to be tuberculosis breeders should be burnt down instead of being fumigated in a fiddling, useless way, when he hinted that these attacks would save more lives than 10,000 sermons and 10 years of parades by little girls carrying banners and being soaked by the rain, then Pickerbaugh worried, "No, no, Martin, don't think we could do that. Get so much opposition from the dairymen and the landlords. Can't accomplish anything in this work unless you keep from offending people." When Pickerbaugh addressed a church or the home circle, he spoke of the value of health in making life more joyful. But when he addressed a business luncheon, he changed it to the value in good round dollars and cents of having workmen who are healthy and sober, and therefore able to work faster at the same wages. Parents' associations he enlightened upon the saving in dollars bills of treating the child before maladjustments go too far. But to physicians he gave assurance that public health agitation would merely make the custom of going regularly to doctors more popular. To Martin he spoke of Pasteur, George Washington, Victor Vaughan, and Edison as his masters, but in asking the businessmen of Nautilus, the Rotary Club, the Chamber of Commerce, the Association of Wholesalers, for their divine approval of more funds for his department, he made it clear that they were his masters and lords of all the land, and fatly, behind cigars, they accepted their kinghood. Gradually Martin's contemplation moved beyond Almus Pickerbaugh to all leaders, of armies or empires, of universities or churches, and he saw that most of them were Pickerbaughs. He preached to himself, as Max Gottlieb had once preached to him, the loyalty of dissent, the faith of being very doubtful, the gospel of not bawling gospels, the wisdom of admitting the probable ignorance of oneself and of everybody else, and the energetic acceleration of a movement for going very slow. Part 3. 100 interruptions took Martin out of his laboratory. He was summoned into the reception room of the department to explain to angry citizens why the garage next door to them should smell of gasoline. He went back to his cubbyhole to dictate letters to school principals about dental clinics. He drove out to Swede Hollow to see what attention the food and dairy inspector had given to the slaughterhouses. He ordered a family in Shantytown quarantined, and escaped at last into the laboratory. It was well lighted, convenient, well stocked. Martin had little time for anything but cultures, blood tests, and Wassermanns for the private physicians of the city, but the work rested him, and now and then he struggled over a precipitation test which was going to replace Wassermann's and make him famous. Pickerbaugh apparently believed that this research would take 6 weeks. Martin had hoped to do it in 2 years, and with the present interruptions it would require 200, by which time the Pickerbaughs would have eradicated syphilis and made the test useless. To Martin's duties was added the entertainment of Leora in the strange city of Nautilus. "Do you manage to keep busy all day?" he encouraged her, and "Any place you'd like to go this evening?" She looked at him suspiciously. She was as easily and automatically contented by herself as a pussycat, and he had never been worried about her amusement. Part 4. The Pickerbaugh daughters were always popping into Martin's laboratory. The twins broke test tubes and made doll tents out of filter paper. Orchid lettered the special posters for her father's weeks, and the laboratory, she said, was the quietest place in which to work. While Martin stood at his bench, he was conscious of her, humming at a table in the corner. They talked, tremendously, and he listened with fatuous enthusiasm to opinions which, had Leora produced them, he would have greeted with, "That's a damn silly remark." He held a clear claret-red tube of hemolyzed blood up to the light, thinking half of its color and half of Orchid's ankles as she bent over the table, absurdly patient with her paint-brushes, curling her legs in a fantastic knot. Abruptly he asked her, "Look here, honey, suppose a kid like you were to fall in love with a married man. What do you think she ought to do? Be nice to him or chuck him?" "Oh, she ought to chuck him, no matter how much she suffered, even if she liked him terribly, because even if she liked him, she oughtn't to wrong his wife." "But suppose the wife never knew, or maybe didn't care." He had stopped his pretense of working. He was standing before her, arms akimbo, dark eyes demanding. "Well, if she didn't know, but it isn't that. I believe marriages really and truly are made in heaven, don't you? Some day Prince Charming will come. The perfect lover. She was so young, her lips were so young, so very sweet. And of course I want to keep myself for him. It would spoil everything if I made light of love before my hero came. But her smile was caressing. He pictured them thrown together in a lonely camp. He saw her parroted moralities forgotten. He went through a change as definite as religious conversion or the coming of insane frenzy in war. The change from shamed reluctance to be unfaithful to his wife to a determination to take what he could get. He began to resent Leora's demand that she, who had eternally his deepest love, should also demand his every wandering fancy. And she did demand it. She rarely spoke of Orchid, but she could tell, or nervously he thought she could tell, when he had spent an afternoon with the child. Her mute examination of him made him feel illicit. He who had never been unctuous was profuse and hearty as he urged her, "Been home all day? Well, we'll just skip out after dinner and take in a movie. Or shall we call up somebody and go see him? Whatever you'd like." He heard his voice being flowery, and he hated it and knew that Leora was not cajoled. Whenever he drifted into one of his meditations on the superiority of his brand of truth to Pickerbaw's, he snarled, "You're a fine bird to think about truth, you liar." He paid, in fact, an enormous price for looking at Orchid's lips, and no amount of anxiety about the price kept him from looking at them. In early summer, 2 months before the outbreak of the Great War in Europe, Leora went to Wheatsylvania for a fortnight with her family. Then she spoke. "Sandy, I'm not going to ask you any questions when I come back, but I hope you won't look as foolish as you've been looking lately. I don't think that bachelor's button, that ragweed, that lady idiot of yours is worth our quarreling. Sandy, darling, I do want you to be happy, but unless I up and die on you some day, I'm not going to be hung up like an old cap. I warn you. Now about ice. I've left an order for £100 a week, and if you want to get your own dinners sometimes—" When she was gone, nothing immediately happened, though a good deal was always about to happen. Orchid had the flapper's curiosity as to what a man was likely to do, but she was satisfied by exceedingly small thrills. Martin swore, that morning of June, that she was a fool and a flirt, and he hadn't the slightest intention of going near her. No, he would call on Irving Waters in the evening, or read, or have a walk with the school clinic dentist. But at 8:30 he was loitering toward her house. If the elder Pickerbaws were there, Martin could hear himself saying, "Thought I'd just drop by, doctor, and ask you what you thought about—" Hang it, thought about what? Pickerbaugh never thought about anything. On the low front steps he could see Orchid. Leaning over her was a boy of 20, one Charlie, a clerk. "Hello, father in?" he cried, with a carelessness on which he could but pride himself. "I'm terribly sorry. He and mamma won't be back till 11. Won't you sit down and cool off a little?" Well, he did sit down, firmly, and tried to make youthful conversation, while Charlie produced sentiments suitable, in Charlie's opinion, to the aged Dr. Arrowsmith, and Orchid made little purry interested sounds, an art in which she was very intelligent. "Seeing many of the baseball games?" said Martin. "Oh, been getting in all I can," said Charlie. "How's things going at City Hall? Been nailing a lot of cases of smallpox, and winkleus pinklus, and all those fancy diseases?" "Oh, keep busy," grunted old Dr. Arrowsmith. He could think of nothing else. He listened while Charlie and Orchid giggled cryptically about things which barred him out and made him feel 100 years old. References to Mamie and Earl, and a violent, "Yeah, that's all right, but any time you see me dancing with her, you just tell me about it, will ya?" At the corner, Verbana Pickerbaugh was yelping and observing, "Now you quit," to persons unknown. Hell, "It isn't worth it. I'm going home," Martin sighed. But at the moment Charlie screamed, "Well, ta-ta, be good, gotta toddle along." He was left to Orchid and peace and a silence rather embarrassing. "It's so nice to be with somebody that has brains and doesn't always try to flirt, like Charlie," said Orchid. He considered. "Splendid. She's going to be just a nice good girl, and I've come to my senses. We'll just have a little chat and I'll go home." She seemed to have moved nearer. She whispered at him, "I was so lonely, especially with that horrid slangy boy, till I heard your step on the walk. I knew it the second I heard it." He patted her hand. As his pats were becoming more ardent than might have been expected from the assistant and friend of her father, she withdrew her hand, clasped her knees, and began to chatter. Always it had been so in the evenings when he had drifted to the porch and found her alone. She was 10 times more incalculable than the most complex woman. He managed to feel guilty toward Leora without any of the reputed joys of being guilty. While she talked, he tried to discover whether she had any brains whatever. Apparently she did not have enough to attend a small Midwestern denominational college. Verbena was going to college this autumn, but Orchid, she explained, thought she ought to stay home and help Mama and take care of the chickabiddies. Meaning, Martin reflected, that she can't even pass the Mugford entrance exams. But his opinion of her intelligence was suddenly enlarged as she whimpered, "Poor little me, probably I'll always stay here in Nautilus, while you, oh, with your knowledge and your frightfully strong willpower, I know you're going to conquer the world." "Nonsense, I'll never conquer any world. But I do hope to pull off a few good health measures. Honestly, Orchid honey, do you think I have much willpower?" The full moon was spacious now behind the maples. The seedy Pickerbaugh domain was enchanted. The tangled grass was a garden of roses, the ragged grape arbor a shrine to Diana, the old hammock turned to fringed cloth of silver, the bad-tempered and sputtering lawn sprinkler a fountain, and over all the world was the proper witchery of moonstruck love. The little city, by day as noisy and busy as a pack of children, was stilled and forgotten. Rarely had Martin been inspired to perceive the magic of a perfect hour, so absorbed was he ever in irascible pondering, but now he was caught and lifted in rapture. He held Orchid's quiet hand, and was lonely for Leora. The belligerent Martin, who had carried off Leora, had not thought about romance, because in his clumsy way he had been romantic. The Martin who, like a returned warrior scented and enfeebled, yearned toward a girl in the moonlight, now desirously lifted his face to romance and was altogether unromantic. He felt the duty of making love. He drew her close, but when she sighed, "Oh, please don't," there was in him no ruthlessness and no conviction with which to go on. He considered the moonlight again, but also he considered being at the office early in the morning, and he wondered if he could without detection slip out his watch and see what time it was. He managed it. He stooped to kiss her good night, and somehow didn't quite kiss her, and found himself walking home. As he went, he was ruthless and convinced enough regarding himself. He had never, he raged, however stumbling he might have been, expected to find himself a little pilferer of love, a peeping, creeping area sneak, and not even successful in his sneaking, less successful than the soda clerks who swanked nightly with the virgins under the maples. He told himself that Orchid was a young woman of no great wisdom, a sire, a drawer out of her M's and O's, but once he was in his lonely flat, he longed for her, thought of miraculous and completely idiotic ways of luring her here tonight, and went to bed yearning, "Oh, Orchid." Perhaps he had paid too much attention to moonlight and soft summer, For quite suddenly, one day when Orchid came swarming all over the laboratory and perched on the bench with a whisk of stockings, he stalked to her, masterfully seized her wrists, and kissed her as she deserved to be kissed. He immediately ceased to be masterful. He was frightened. He stared at her wanly. She stared back, shocked, eyes wide, lips uncertain. "Oh," she profoundly said. Then, in a tone of immense interest and some satisfaction, "Martin, oh, my dear, do you think you ought to have done that?" He kissed her again. She yielded, and for a moment there was nothing in the universe, neither he nor she, neither laboratory, nor fathers, nor wives, nor traditions, but only the intensity of their being together. Suddenly she babbled, "I know there's lots of conventional people that would say we'd done wrong, and perhaps I'd have thought so, one time, but I'm terribly glad I'm liberal. Of course I wouldn't hurt dear Leora or do anything really wrong for the world, but isn't it wonderful that with so many bourgeois folks all around, we can rise above them and realize the call that strength makes to strength, But I've simply got to be at the YWCA meeting. There's a woman lawyer from New York that's going to tell us about the modern woman's career." When she had gone, Martin viewed himself as a successful lover. "I've won her," he gloated. Probably never has gloating been so shakily and badly done. That evening, when he was playing poker in his flat with Irving Waters, the school clinic dentist, and a young doctor from the city clinic, the telephone bell summoned him to an excited but saccharine, "This is Orchid. Are you glad I called up?" "Oh, yes, yes, mighty glad you called up." He tried to make it at once amorously joyful and impersonal enough to beguile the three coatless, beer-swizzling, grinning doctors. "Are you doing anything this evening, Marty?" "Just a couple fellows here, little game cards." "Oh, then I was such a baby to call you up, but Daddy is away, and Verbena, and everybody, and it was such a lovely evening, and I just thought, do you think I'm an awful little silly?" No, sure not." "I'm so glad you don't. I'd hate it if I thought you thought I was just as silly to call you up. You don't, do you?" No, course not. Look, I've got to—" "I know, I mustn't keep you, but I just wanted you to tell me whether you thought I was a silly to—" "No, honest, really." 3 fidgety minutes later, deplorably aware of masculine snickers from behind him, he escaped. The poker players said all the things considered suitable in Nautilus. "Oh, you little Don Juan," and "Can you beat it? His wife only gone for a week," and "Who is she, doctor? Go on, you tightwad, bring her up here," and "Say, I know who it is. It's that little milliner on Prairie Avenue." Next noon she telephoned from a drugstore that she had lain awake all night and on profound contemplation decided that they "mustn't ever do that sort of thing again." And would he meet her at the corner of Crimmins Street and Missouri Avenue at 8, so that they might talk it over? In the afternoon she telephoned and changed the tryst to 8:30. At 5 she called him up just to remind him. In the laboratory that day, Martin transplanted cultures no more. He was too confusedly human to be a satisfactory experimenter, too coldly thinking to be a satisfactory sinful male, and all the while he longed for the sure solace of Leora. "I can go as far as I like with her tonight. But she's a brainless man-chaser. All the better. I'm tired of being a punk philosopher. I wonder if these other lucky lovers that you read about in all this fiction and poetry feel as glum as I do. I will not be middle-aged and cautious and monogamic and moral. It's against my religion. I demand the right to be free. Hell, these free souls that have to slave at being free are just as bad as their Methodist dads. I have enough sound natural immorality in me so I can afford to be moral. I want to keep my brain clear for work. I don't want it blurred by dutifully running around trying to kiss everybody I can. Orchid is too easy. I hate to give up the right of being a happy sinner, but my way was so straight with just Leora and my work, and I'm not going to mess it. God help any man that likes his work and his wife. He's beaten from the beginning. He met Orchid at 8:30, and the whole matter was unkind. He was equally distasteful of the gallant Martin of 2 days ago and the prosy cautious Martin of tonight. He went home desolately ascetic and longed for Orchid all the night. A week later Leora returned from Wheatsylvania. He met her at the station. "It's all right," he said. "I feel 107 years old. I'm a respectable, moral young man, and Lord, how I hate it. If it wasn't for my precipitation test and you and—" "Why do you always lose your trunk check? I suppose I am a bad example for others, giving up so easily. No, no, darling. Can't you see? That's the transportation check the conductor gave you." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. This summer, Pickerbaugh had shouted and handshaken his way through a brief Chautauqua tour in Iowa, Nebraska, and Kansas. Martin realized that though he seemed, in contrast to Gustav Sondelæus, an unfortunately articulate and generous lout, he was destined to be 10 times better known in America than Sondelæus could ever be, 1,000 times better known than Max Gottlieb. He was a correspondent of many of the nickel-plated great men whose pictures and sonorous aphorisms appeared in the magazines, the advertising men who wrote little books about pep and optimism, the editor of the magazine which told clerks how to become Goethes and Stonewall Jacksons by studying correspondence courses and never touching the manhood-rotting beer, and the cornfield sage who was equally an authority on finance, peace, biology, editing, Peruvian ethnology, and making oratory pay. These intellectual rulers recognized Pickerbaugh as one of them. They wrote quippish letters to him, and when he answered he signed himself Pick in red pencil. The Onward March magazine, which specialized in biographies of men who have made good, had an account of Pickerbaugh among its sketches of the pastor who built his own beautiful neo-Gothic church out of tin cans, the lady who had in 7 years kept 2,698 factory girls from leading lives of shame, and the Oregon cobbler who had taught himself to read Sanskrit, Finnish, and Esperanto. Meet old Doc Almus Pickerbaugh, a he-man whose chum Frink has hailed as the two-fisted fighting poet doc, a scientist who puts his remarkable discoveries right over third base, yet who, as a regular old-fashioned Sunday school superintendent, rebukes the atheistic so-called scientists that are menacing the foundations of our religion and liberties by their smart aleck cracks at everything that is noble and improving, chanted the chronicler. Martin was reading this article, trying to realize that it was actually exposed in a fabulous New York magazine, with 1 million circulation, when Pickerbaugh summoned him. "Mart," he said, "do you feel competent to run this department?" Do you think you can buck the interests and keep a clear city all by yourself?" Because it looks as if I were going to Washington as the next congressman from this district." "Really? Looks that way. Boy, I'm going to take to the whole nation the message I've tried to ram home here." Martin got out quite a good "I congratulate you." He was so astonished that it sounded fervent. He still had a fragment of his boyhood belief that congressmen were persons of intelligence and importance. "I've just been in conference with some of the leading Republicans of the district. Great surprise to me. Ha ha ha! Maybe they picked me because they haven't anybody else to run this year. Ha ha ha. Martin also laughed. Pickerbaugh looked as though that was not exactly the right response, but he recovered and caroled on. I said to them, "Gentlemen, I must warn you that I am not sure I possess the rare qualifications needful in a man who shall have the high privilege of laying down at Washington the rules and regulations for the guidance in every walk of life of this great nation of 100 million people. However, gentlemen," I said, "the impulse that prompts me to consider, in all modesty, your unexpected and probably undeserved honor is the fact that it seems to me that what Congress needs is more forward-looking scientists to plan and more genuine trained businessmen to execute the improvements demanded by our evolving Commonwealth, and also the possibility of persuading the boys there at Washington of the preeminent and crying need of a Secretary of Health who shall completely control—" But no matter what Martin thought about it, the Republicans really did nominate Pickerbaugh for Congress. Part 2. While Pickerbaugh went out campaigning, Martin was in charge of the department, and he began his reign by getting himself denounced as a tyrant and a radical. There was no more sanitary and efficient dairy in Iowa than that of old Klopchuk on the outskirts of Nautilus. It was tiled and drained and excellently lighted. The milking machines were perfect. The bottles were super-boiled, and Klopchuk welcomed inspectors and the tuberculin test. He had fought the Dairymen's Union and kept his dairy open shop by paying more than the union scale. Once, when Martin attended a meeting of the Nautilus Central Labor Council as Pickerbaugh's representative, the secretary of the council confessed that there was no plant which they would so like to unionize and which they were so unlikely to unionize as Klopchuk's dairy. Now, Martin's labor sympathies were small. Like most laboratory men, he believed that the reason why workmen found less joy in sewing vests or in pulling a lever than he did in a long research was because they were an inferior race, born lazy and wicked. The complaint of the unions was the one thing to convince him that at last he had found perfection. Often he stopped at Klopchuk's merely for the satisfaction of it. He noted but one thing which disturbed him. A milker had a persistent sore throat. He examined the man, made cultures, and found hemolytic streptococcus. In a panic he hurried back to the dairy, and after cultures he discovered that there was streptococcus in the udders of 3 cows. When Pickerbaugh had saved the health of the nation through all the smaller towns in the congressional district and had returned to Nautilus, Martin insisted on the quarantine of the infected milker and the closing of the Klopchuk dairy till no more infection should be found. "Nonsense! Why, that's the cleanest place in the city," Pickerbaugh scoffed. "Why borrow trouble? There's no sign of an epidemic of strep." "There darn well will be. 3 cows infected. Look at what's happened in Boston and Baltimore here recently. I've asked Klopchuk to come in and talk it over." "Well, you know how busy I am, but—" Klopchuk appeared at 11, and to Klopchuk the affair was tragic. Born in a gutter in Poland, starving in New York, working 20 hours a day in Vermont, in Ohio, in Iowa, he had made this beautiful thing, his dairy. Seamed, drooping, twirling his hat, almost in tears, he protested, "Dr. Pickerbaugh, I do everything the doctors say is necessary. I know dairies. Now comes this young man, and he says because one of my men has a cold, I kill little children with diseased milk. I tell you, this is my life, and I would sooner hang myself than send out 1 drop of bad milk. The young man has some wicked reason. I have asked questions. I find he is a great friend from the Central Labor Council. Why, he go to their meetings, and they want to break me." To Martin the trembling old man was pitiful, but he had never before been accused of treachery. He said grimly, "You can take up the personal charges against me later, Dr. Pickerbaugh. Meantime, I suggest you have in some expert to test my results. Say Long of Chicago or Brent of Minneapolis or somebody." I. The Kipling and Billy Sunday of health looked as distressed as Klopchuk. I'm sure our friend here doesn't really mean to make charges against you, Mart. He's overwrought naturally. Can't we just treat the fellow that has the strep infection and not make everybody uncomfortable? All right, if you want a bad epidemic here toward the end of your campaign. You know cussed well I'd do anything to avoid. Though I want you to distinctly understand it has nothing to do with my campaign for Congress. It's simply that I owe my city the most scrupulous performance of duty in safeguarding it against disease and the most fearless enforcement. At the end of his oratory, Pickerbaugh telegraphed to Dr. J.C. Long, the Chicago bacteriologist. Dr. Long looked as though he had made the train journey in an icebox. Martin had never seen a man so free from the poetry and flowing philanthropy of Almus Pickerbaugh. He was slim, precise, lipless, lapless, and eyeglassed, and his hair was parted in the middle. He coolly listened to Martin, coldly listened to Pickerbaugh, icily heard Klopchuk, made his inspection, and reported, Dr. Arrowsmith seems to know his business perfectly. There is certainly a danger here. I advise closing the dairy. My fee is $100. Thank you, no, I shall not stay to dinner. I must catch the evening train. Martin went home to Leora snarling. That man was just as lovable as a cucumber salad, but my God, Lee, with his freedom from bunk, he's made me wild to get back to research, away from all these humanitarians that are so busy hollering about loving the dear people that they let the people die. I hated him, but... Wonder what Max Gottlieb's doing this evening. The old German crank. I'll bet he's talking music or something with some terrible highbrow bunch. Wouldn't you like to see the old coot again? You know, just couple minutes. Did I ever tell you about the time I made the dandy stain of the trypanosomes? Oh, did I? He assumed that with the temporary closing of the dairy, the matter was ended. He did not understand how hurt was Klopchuk. He knew that Irving Waters, Klopchuk's physician, was unpleasant when they met, grumbling, "What's the use going on being an alarmist, Mart?" But he did not know how many persons in Nautilus had been trustily informed that this fellow Arrowsmith was in the pay of labor union thugs. Part 3. 2 months before, when Martin had been making his annual inspection of factories, he had encountered Clay Treadgold, the president, by inheritance, of the Steel Windmill Company. He had heard that Treadgold, an elaborate but easy-spoken man of 45, moved as one clad in purple on the loftiest planes of Nautilus society. After the inspection, Treadgold urged, "Sit down, doctor. Have a cigar and tell me all about sanitation." Martin was wary. There was in Treadgold's affable eye a sardonic flicker. "What do you want to know about sanitation?" "Oh, all about it. The only thing I know is that your men must like you. Of course, you haven't enough washbowls in that second-floor toilet room, and the whole lot of 'em swore you were putting in others immediately. If they like you enough to lie against their own interests, you must be a good boss, and I think I'll let you get away with it till my next inspection. Well, got to hustle." Treadgold beamed on him. "My dear man, I've been pulling that dodge on Pickerbaugh for 3 years. I'm glad to have seen you, and I think I really may put in some more bowls, just before your next inspection. Goodbye." After the Klopchuk affair, Martin and Leora encountered Clay Treadgold and that gorgeous slim woman, his wife, in front of a motion picture theater. "Give you a lift, doctor?" cried Treadgold. On the way he suggested, "I don't know whether you're dry like Pickerbaugh, but if you'd like I'll run you out to the house and present you with the noblest cocktail conceived since Evangeline County went dry. Does it sound reasonable?" "I haven't heard anything so reasonable for years," said Martin. The Treadgold house was on the highest knoll, fully 20 feet above the general level of the plain, in Ashford Grove, which is the back bay of Nautilus. It was a colonial structure, with a sun parlor, a white-paneled hall, and a blue and silver drawing room. Martin tried to look casual as they were wafted in on Mrs. Treadgold's chatter, but it was the handsomest house he had ever entered. While Leora sat on the edge of her chair in the manner of one likely to be sent home, and Mrs. Treadgold sat forward like a hostess, Treadgold flourished the cocktail shaker and performed courtesies. "How long have you been here now, Doctor?" "Almost a year." "Try that. Look here, it strikes me you're kind of different from Salvation Pickerbaugh." Martin felt that he ought to praise his chief, but, to Leora's gratified amazement, he sprang up and ranted in something like Pickerbaugh's best manner. "Gentlemen of the steel windmill industries, than which there is no other that has so largely contributed to the prosperity of our Commonwealth, while I realize that you are getting away with every infraction of the health laws that the inspector doesn't catch you at, yet I desire to pay a tribute to your high respect for sanitation, patriotism, and cocktails, and if I only had an assistant more earnest than young Arrowsmith, I should, with your permission, become President of the United States." Treadgold clapped. Mrs. Treadgold asserted, "If that isn't exactly like Dr. Pickerbaugh." Leora looked proud, and so did her husband. "I'm glad you're free from this socialistic claptrap of Pickerbaugh's," said Treadgold. The assumption roused something sturdy and defensive in Martin. "Oh, I don't care a hang how socialistic he is, whatever that means. Don't know anything about socialism, but since I've gone and given an imitation of him, I suppose it was probably disloyal. I must say I'm not very fond of oratory that's so full of energy it hasn't any room for facts. But mind you, Treadgold, it's partly the fault of people like your Manufacturers Association. You encourage him to rant. I'm a laboratory man, or rather, I sometimes wish I were. I like to deal with exact figures." "So do I. I was keen on mathematics in Williams," said Treadgold. Instantly, Martin and he were off on education, damning the universities for turning out graduates like sausages. Martin found himself becoming confidential about variables, and Treadgold proclaimed that he had not wanted to take up the ancestral factory, but to specialize in astronomy. Leora was confessing to the friendly Mrs. Treadgold how cautiously the wife of an assistant director has to economize, and with that caressing voice of hers, Mrs. Treadgold comforted, "I know. I was horribly hard up after Dad died. Have you tried the little Swedish dressmaker on Crimmins Street, 2 doors from the Catholic Church? She's awfully clever and so cheap." Martin had found, for the first time since marriage, a house in which he was altogether happy. Leora had found, in a woman with the easy smartness which she had always feared and hated, the first woman to whom she could talk of God and the price of toweling. They came out from themselves and were not laughed at. It was at midnight, when the charms of bacteriology and toweling were becoming pallid, that outside the house sounded a whooping, wheezing motor horn, and in lumbered a ruddy fat man who was introduced as Mr. Schlemmel, president of the Corn Belt Insurance Company of Nautilus. Even more than Clay Treadgold was he a leader of the Ashford Grove aristocracy, but while he stood like an invading barbarian in the blue and silver room, Schlemmel was cordial. "Glad meet you, Doctor. Well, say, Clay, I'm tickled to death you found another highbrow to gas with. Me, Arrowsmith, I'm simply a poor old insurance salesman. Clay is always telling me what an illiterate boob I am. Look here, Clay darling, do I get a cocktail or don't I? I seen your lights. I seen you in here telling what a smart guy you are. Come on, mix." Treadgold mixed extensively. Before he had finished, young Monty Mugford, great-grandson of the sainted but side-whiskered Nathaniel Mugford, who had founded Mugford College, also came in uninvited. He wondered at the presence of Martin, found him human, told him he was human, and did his rather competent best to catch up on the cocktails. Thus it happened that at 3 a.m, Martin was singing to a commendatory audience the ballad he had learned from Gustav Sonderlaeus. She'd a dark and a roving eye, and her hair hung down in ringlets. A nice girl, a decent girl, but one of the rakish kind. At 4, the Arrowsmiths had been accepted by the most desperately smart set of Nautilus, and at 4:30 they were driven home, at a speed neither legal nor kind, by Clay Treadgold. Part 4. There was in Nautilus a country club which was the axis of what they called society. But there was also a tribe of perhaps 12 families in the Ashford Grove section who, though they went to the country club for golf, condescended to other golfers, kept to themselves, and considered themselves as belonging more to Chicago than to Nautilus. They took turns in entertaining one another. They assumed that they were all welcome at any party given by any of them, and to none of their parties was anyone outside the group invited except migrants from larger cities and occasional freelances like Martin. They were a tight little garrison in a heathen town. The members of the group were very rich, and one of them, Montgomery Mugford, knew something about his great-grandfather. They lived in Tudor manor houses and Italian villas so new that the scarred lawns had only begun to grow. They had large cars and large cellars, though the cellars contained nothing but gin, whiskey, vermouth, and a few sacred bottles of rather sweet champagne. Everyone in the group was familiar with New York. They stayed at the St. Regis or the Plaza and went about buying clothes and discovering small smart restaurants, and 5 of the 12 couples had been in Europe and spent a week in Paris, intending to go to art galleries and actually going to the more expensive fool traps of Montmartre. In the group, Martin and Leora found themselves welcomed as poor relations. They were invited to choric dinners, to Sunday lunches at the country club. Whatever the event, it always ended in rapidly motoring somewhere, having a number of drinks, and insisting that Martin again give that imitation of Doc Pickerbaugh. Besides motoring, drinking and dancing to the Victrola, the chief diversion of the group was cards. Curiously, in this completely unmoral set, there were no flirtations. They talked with considerable freedom about sex, but they all seemed monogamic, all happily married or afraid to appear unhappily married. But when Martin knew them better, he heard murmurs of husbands having times in Chicago, of wives picking up young men in New York hotels, and he scented furious restlessness beneath their superior sexual calm. It is not known whether Martin ever completely accepted as a gentleman scholar the Clay Treadgold who was devoted to everything about astronomy except studying it, or Monty Mugford as the highly descended aristocrat, but he did admire the group's motor cars, shower baths, Fifth Avenue frocks, tweed +4s, and houses somewhat impersonally decorated by daffodilic young men from Chicago. He discovered sauces and old silver. He began to consider Leora's clothes not merely as convenient coverings, but as a possible expression of charm, and irritably he realized how careless she was. In Nautilus alone, rarely saying much about herself, Leora had developed an intense mute little life of her own. She belonged to a bridge club, and she went solemnly by herself to the movies. But her ambition was to know France, and it engrossed her. It was an old desire, mysterious in source and long-held secret, but suddenly she was sighing, "Sandy, the one thing I want to do, maybe 10 years from now, is to see Touraine and Normandy and Carcassonne. Could we, do you think?" Rarely had Leora asked for anything. He was touched and puzzled as he watched her reading books on Brittany, as he caught her, over a highly simplified French grammar, breathing, "J'ai, damn it, whatever it is." He crowed, "Lee dear, if you want to go to France, listen. Some day we'll shoot over there with a couple of knapsacks on our backs, and we'll see that old country from end to end." Gratefully yet doubtfully, "You know, if you got bored, Sandy, you could go see the work at the Pasteur Institute. Oh, I would like to tramp, just once, between high-plastered walls and come to a foolish little café and watch the men with funny red sashes and floppy blue pants go by. Really, do you think maybe we could?" Leora was strangely popular in the Ashford Grove group, though she possessed nothing of what Martin called their elegance. She always had at least one button missing. Mrs. Treadgold, best-natured as she was least pious of women, adopted her complete. Nautilus had always doubted Clara Treadgold. Mrs. Almus Pickerbaugh said that she took no part in any movement for the betterment of the city. For years she had seemed content to grow her roses, to make her startling hats, to almond cream her lovely hands, and listen to her husband's improper stories. And for years she had been a lonely woman. In Leora she perceived an interested casualness equal to her own. The two women spent afternoons sitting on the sun porch, reading, doing their nails, smoking cigarettes, saying nothing, trusting each other. With the other women of the group, Leora was never so intimate as with Clara Treadgold, but they liked her, the more because she was a heretic whose vices, her smoking, her indolence, her relish of competent profanity, disturbed Mrs. Pickerbaugh and Mrs. Irving Waters. The group rather approved all unconventionalities except such economic unconventionalities as threatened their easy wealth. Leora had tea, or a cocktail, alone with nervous young Mrs. Monte Mugford, who had been the lightest-footed debutante in Des Moines 4 years before, and who hated now the coming of her second baby. And it was to Leora that Mrs. Schlemmel, though publicly she was rompish and serene with her porker of a husband, burst out, "If that man would only quit pawing me, reaching for me, slobbering on me. I hate it here. I will have my winter in New York alone." The childish Martin Arrowsmith, so unworthy of Leora's old quiet wisdoms, was not content with her acceptance by the group. When she appeared with a hook unfastened, or her hair like a crow's nest, he worried, and said things about her sloppiness, which he later regretted. "Why can't you take a little time to make yourself attractive? God knows you haven't anything else to do. Great Jehoshaphat, can't you even sew on buttons?" But Clara Treadgold laughed. "Leora, I do think you have the sweetest back, but do you mind if I pin you up before the others come?" It happened after a party, which lasted till 2, when Mrs. Schlemmel had worn the new frock from Lucille's, and Jack Brundage, by day vice president and sales manager of the Mays Mealy's Company, had danced what he belligerently asserted to be a Finnish polka, that when Martin and Leora were driving home in a borrowed health department car, he snarled, "Lee, why can't you ever take any trouble with what you wear? Here this morning, or yesterday morning, you were going to mend that blue dress, and as far as I can figure out, you haven't done a darn thing the whole day but sit around and read, and then you come out with that ratty embroidery." "Will you stop the car?" she cried. He stopped it, astonished. The headlights made ridiculously important a barbed wire fence, a litter of milkweeds, a bleak reach of gravel road. She demanded, "Do you want me to become a harem beauty? I could be a floozy, but I've never taken the trouble. Oh, Sandy, I won't go on fighting with you. Either I'm the foolish sloppy wife that I am, or I'm nothing. What do you want? Do you want a real princess like Clara Treadgold, or do you want me that don't care a hang where we go or what we do as long as we stand by each other? You do such a lot of worrying. I'm tired of it. Come on now. What do you want?" "I don't want anything but you. But can't you understand? I'm not just a climber. I want us both to be equal to anything we run into. I certainly don't see why we should be inferior to this bunch. In anything. Darling, except for Clara, maybe they're nothing but rich bookkeepers. But we're real soldiers of fortune. Your France that you love so much, some day we'll go there, and the French president will be at the N.P. depot to meet us. Why should we let anybody do anything better than we can? Technique." They talked for an hour in that drab place between the poisonous lines of barbed wire. Next day, when Orchid came into his laboratory and begged, with the wistfulness of youth, "Oh, Dr. Martin, aren't you ever coming to the house again?" He kissed her so briskly, so cheerfully, that even a flapper could perceive that she was unimportant. Part 5. Martin realized that he was likely to be the next director of the department. Pickerbaugh had told him, "Your work is very satisfactory. There's only one thing you lack, my boy. Enthusiasm for getting together with folks and giving a long pull and a strong pull all together. But perhaps that'll come to you when you have more responsibility." Martin sought to acquire a delight in giving long, strong pulls all together, but he felt like a man who has been dragooned into wearing yellow tights at a civic pageant. "Gosh, I may be up against it when I become director," he fretted. "I wonder if there's people who become what's called successful and then hate it. Well, anyway, I'll start a decent system of vital statistics in the department before they get me. I won't lay down. I'll fight. I'll make myself succeed." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. It may have been a yearning to give one concentrated dose of inspiration so powerful that no citizen of Nautilus would ever again dare to be ill. Or perhaps Dr. Pickerbaugh desired a little reasonable publicity for his congressional campaign. But certainly the health fair which the good man organized was overpowering. He got an extra appropriation from the Board of Aldermen. He bullied all the churches and associations into cooperation. He made the newspapers promise to publish 3 columns of praise each day. He rented the rather dilapidated wooden tabernacle in which the Reverend Billy Sunday, an evangelist, had recently wiped out all the sin in the community. He arranged for a number of novel features. The Boy Scouts were to give daily drills. There was a WCTU booth at which celebrated clergymen and other physiologists would demonstrate the evils of alcohol. In a bacteriology booth, the protesting Martin, in a dinky white coat, was to do jolly things with test tubes. An anti-nicotine lady from Chicago offered to kill a mouse every half hour by injecting ground-up cigarette paper into it. The Pickerbaugh twins, Arbuta and Gladiola, now aged 6, were to show the public how to brush its teeth. And in fact they did, until a 60-year-old farmer, of whom they had lovingly inquired, "Do you brush your teeth daily?" made thunderous answer, "No, but I'm going to paddle your bottoms daily, and I'm going to start in right now." None of these novelties was so stirring as the eugenic family, who had volunteered to give, for a mere $40 a day, an example of the benefits of healthful practices. They were father, mother, and 5 children, all so beautiful and powerful that they had recently been presenting refined acrobatic exhibitions on the Chautauqua circuit. None of them smoked, drank, spit upon pavements, used foul language, or ate meat. Pickerbaugh assigned to them the chief booth on the platform, once sacerdotally occupied by the Reverend Mr. Sunday. There were routine exhibits, booths with charts and banners and leaflets. The Pickerbaugh Healthette Octet held song recitals, and daily there were lectures, most of them by Pickerbaugh or by his friend Dr. Bissex, football coach and professor of hygiene and most other subjects in Mugford College. A dozen celebrities, including Gustav Sondeleus and the governor of the state, were invited to come and give their messages, but it happened, unfortunately, that none of them seemed able to get away that particular week. The health fair opened with crowds and success. There was a slight misunderstanding the first day. The Master Bakers Association spoke strongly to Pickerbaugh about the sign, "Too much pie makes pyorrhea," on the diet booth. But the thoughtless and prosperity-destroying sign was removed at once, and the fair was thereafter advertised in every bakery in town. The only unhappy participant, apparently, was Martin. Pickerbaugh had fitted up for him an exhibition laboratory which, except that it had no running water, and except that the fire laws forbade his using any kind of a flame, was exactly like a real one. All day long he poured a solution of red ink from one test tube into another, with his microscope carefully examined nothing at all, and answered the questions of persons who wished to know how you put bacteria to death once you had caught them swimming about. Leora appeared as his assistant, very pretty and demure in a nurse's costume, very exasperating as she chuckled at his low cursing. They found one friend, the fireman on duty, a splendid person with stories about pet cats in the firehouse and no tendency to ask questions in bacteriology. It was he who showed them how they could smoke in safety, behind the Clean Up and Prevent Fires exhibit, consisting of a miniature dirty house with red arrows to show where a fire might start, and an extremely varnished clean house. There was an alcove with a broken window, which would carry off the smoke of their cigarettes. To this sanctuary Martin, Leora, and the bored firemen retreated a dozen times a day, and thus wore through the week. One other misfortune occurred. The detective sergeant, coming in not to detect, but to see the charming spectacle of the mouse dying in agony from cigarette paper, stopped before the booth of the eugenic family, scratched his head, hastened to the police station, and returned with certain pictures. He growled to Pickerbaugh. That eugenic family. Don't smoke or booze or anything? Absolutely, and look at their perfect health. Better keep an eye on 'em. I won't spoil your show, Doc. We fellows at City Hall had all ought to stick together. I won't run 'em out of town till after the fair. But they're the Holton gang. The man and woman ain't married, and only one of the kids is theirs. They've done time for selling liquor to the Indians, but their specialty, before they went into education, used to be the badger game. I'll detail a plainclothesman to keep 'em straight. Fine show you got here, Doc. Ought to give this city a lasting lesson in the value of up-to-date health methods. Good luck. Say, have you picked your secretary yet, for when you get to Congress? I've got a nephew that's a crackerjack stenographer, and a bright kid, and knows how to keep his mouth shut about stuff that don't concern him. I'll send him around to have a talk with you. So long. But, except that once he caught the father of the eugenic family relieving the strain of being publicly healthy by taking a long, gurgling, ecstatic drink from a flask, Pickerbaugh found nothing wrong in their conduct till Saturday. There was nothing wrong with anything till then. Never had a fair been such a moral lesson, or secured so much publicity. Every newspaper in the congressional district gave columns to it, and all the accounts, even in the Democratic papers, mentioned Pickerbaugh's campaign. Then, on Saturday, the last day of the fair, came tragedy. There was terrific rain. The roof leaked without restraint, and the lady in charge of the healthy housing booth, which also leaked, was taken home threatened with pneumonia. At noon, when the eugenic family were giving a demonstration of perfect vigor, their youngest blossom had an epileptic fit, and before the excitement was over, upon the Chicago anti-nicotine lady, as she triumphantly assassinated a mouse, charged an anti-vivisection lady, also from Chicago. Round the two ladies and the unfortunate mouse gathered a crowd. The anti-vivisection lady called the anti-nicotine lady a murderer, a wretch, and an atheist, all of which the anti-nicotine lady endured, merely weeping a little and calling for the police. But when the anti-vivisection lady wound up, "And as for your pretensions to know anything about science, you're no scientist at all," then with a shriek the anti-nicotine lady leaped from her platform, dug her fingers into the anti-vivisection lady's hair, and observed with distinctness, "I'll show you whether I know anything about science." Pickerbaugh tried to separate them. Martin, standing happily with Leora and their friend the fireman on the edge, distinctly did not. Both ladies turned on Pickerbaugh and denounced him, and when they had been removed, he was the center of 1,000 chuckles, in decided danger of never going to Congress. At 2 o'clock, when the rain had slackened, when the after-lunch crowd had come in and the story of the anti-ladies was running strong, the fireman retired behind the clean-up and prevent fires exhibit for his hourly smoke. He was a very sleepy and unhappy fireman. He was thinking about the pleasant firehouse and the unending games of pinochle. He dropped the match, unextinguished, on the back porch of the model clean house. The clean house had been so handsomely oiled that it was like a kindling soaked in kerosene. It flared up, and instantly the huge and gloomy tabernacle was hysterical with flames. The crowd rushed toward the exits. Naturally, most of the original exits of the tabernacle had been blocked by booths. There was a shrieking panic, and children were being trampled. Almus Pickerbaugh was neither a coward nor slothful. Suddenly, coming from nowhere, he was marching through the tabernacle at the head of his 8 daughters, singing Dixie. His head up, his eyes terrible, his arms wide and pleading. The crowd weakly halted. With the voice of a clipper captain, he unsnarled them and ushered them safely out, then charged back into the spouting flames. The rain-soaked building had not caught. The fireman, with Martin and the head of the eugenic family, was beating the flames. Nothing was destroyed save the clean house, and the crowd, which had fled in agony, came back in wonder. Their hero was Pickerbaugh. Within 2 hours, the Nautilus papers vomited specials which explained that not merely had Pickerbaugh organized the greatest lesson in health ever seen, but he had also, by his courage and his power to command, saved hundreds of people from being crushed, which latter was probably the only completely accurate thing that had been said about Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh in 10,000 columns of newspaper publicity. Whether to see the fair, Pickerbaugh, the delightful ravages of a disaster, or another fight between the anti-ladies, half the city struggled into the tabernacle that evening, and when Pickerbaugh took the platform for his closing lecture, he was greeted with frenzy. Next day, when he galloped into the last week of his campaign, he was overlord of all the district. Part 2. His opponent was a snuffy little lawyer whose strength lay in his training. He had been state senator, lieutenant governor, county judge. But the Democratic slogan, Pickerbaugh the Pickup Candidate, was drowned in the admiration for the hero of the health fair. He dashed about in motors, proclaiming, "I am not running because I want office, but because I want the chance to take to the whole nation my ideals of health." Everywhere was plastered, "For Congress Pickerbaugh, the two-fisted fighting poet doc. Just elect him for a term, and all through the nation he'll swat the germ." Enormous meetings were held. Pickerbaugh was ample and vague about his policies. Yes, he was opposed to our entering the European war, but he assured them, he certainly did assure them, that he was for using every power of our government to end this terrible calamity. Yes, he was for high tariff, but it must be so adjusted that the farmers in his district could buy everything cheaply. Yes, he was for high wages for each and every workman, but he stood like a rock, like a boulder, like a moraine, for protecting the prosperity of all manufacturers, merchants, and real estate owners. While this larger campaign thundered, there was proceeding in Nautilus a smaller and much defter campaign to re-elect as mayor one Mr. Pugh, Pickerbaugh's loving chief. Mr. Pugh sat nicely at desks, and he was pleasant and promissory to everybody who came to see him. Clergymen, gamblers, GAR veterans, circus advance agents, policemen, and ladies of reasonable virtue, everybody except perhaps socialist agitators, against whom he staunchly protected the embattled city. In his speeches, Pickerbaugh commended Pugh for that firm integrity and ready sympathy with which his honor had backed up every movement for the public weal. And when Pickerbaugh, quite honestly, begged, "Mr. Mayor, if I go to Congress, You must appoint Arrowsmith in my place. He knows nothing about politics, but he's incorruptible." Then Pugh gave his promise, and amity abode in that land. Nobody said anything at all about Mr. F. X. Jordan. F. X. Jordan was a contractor with a generous interest in politics. Pickerbaugh called him a grafter, and the last time Pugh had been elected, it had been on a reform platform, though since that time the reform had been coaxed to behave itself and be practical. Both Pugh and Pickerbaugh had denounced Jordan as a malign force. But so kindly was Mayor Pugh that in the present election he said nothing that could hurt Mr. Jordan's feelings. And in return, what could Mr. Jordan do but speak forgivingly about Mr. Pugh to the people in blind pigs and houses of ill fame? On the evening of the election, Martin and Leora were among the company awaiting the returns at the Pickerbaughs. They were confident. Martin had never been roused by politics, but he was stirred now by Pickerbaugh's twitchy pretense of indifference, by the telephoned report from the newspaper office, "Here's Willow Grove Township, Pickerbaugh leading 2-1," by the crowds which went past the house howling, "Pickerbaugh, Pickerbaugh, Pickerbaugh." At 11 the victory was certain, and Martin, his bowels weak with unconfidence, realized that he was now Director of Public Health, with responsibility for 70,000 lives. He looked wistfully toward Leora, and in her still smile found assurance. Orchid had been airy and distant with Martin all evening, and dismayingly chatty and affectionate with Leora. Now she drew him into the back parlor and, "So I'm going off to Washington, and you don't care a bit," she said, her eyes blurred and languorous and undefended. He held her, muttering, "You darling child, I can't let you go." As he walked home, he thought less of being director than of Orchid's eyes. In the morning he groaned, "Doesn't anybody ever learn anything? Must I watch myself and still be a fool all my life? Doesn't any story ever end?" He never saw her afterward, except on the platform of the train. Leora surprisingly reflected, after the Pickerbaughs had gone, "Sandy dear, I know how you feel about losing your Orchid. It's sort of youth going. She really is a peach. Honestly, I can appreciate how you feel, and sympathize with you. I mean, of course, providin' you aren't ever going to see her again." Part 3. Over the Nautilus Cornfields announcement was the vigorous headline, "Almus Pickerbaugh wins. First scientist ever elected to Congress. Sidekick of Darwin and Pasteur gives new punch to steering ship of state." Pickerbaugh's resignation was to take effect at once. He was, he explained, going to Washington before his term began, to study legislative methods and start his propaganda for the creation of a national secretaryship of health. There was a considerable struggle over the appointment of Martin in his stead. Klopchuk, the dairyman, was bitter. Irving Watters whispered to fellow doctors that Martin was likely to extend the socialistic free clinics. F. X. Jordan had a sensible young doctor as his own candidate. It was the Ashford Grove group, Treadgold, Schlemmel, Monty Mugford, who brought it off. Martin went to Treadgold worrying, "Do the people want me? Shall I fight Jordan or get out?" Treadgold said balmily, "Fight? What about? I own a good share of the bank that's lent various handy little sums to Mayor Pugh. You leave it to me." Next day Martin was appointed, but only as acting director, with a salary of $3,500 instead of $4,000. That he had been put in by what he would have called crooked politics did not occur to him. Mayor Pugh called him in and chuckled, "Doc, there's been a certain amount of opposition to you, because you're pretty young and not many folks know you. I haven't any doubt I can give you the full appointment later, if we find you're competent and popular. Meantime, you better avoid doing anything brash. Just come and ask my advice. I know this town and the people that count better than you do." Part 4. The day of Pickerbaw's leaving for Washington was made a fiesta. At the Armory, from 12 to 2, the Chamber of Commerce gave to everybody who came a lunch of hot weenies, donuts, and coffee, with chewing gum for the women, and for the men, Schweinhugels, little dandy Nautilus-made cheroots. The train left at 3:55. The station was, to the astonishment of innocent passengers gaping from the train windows, jammed with thousands. By the rear platform, on a perilous packing box, Mayor Pugh held forth. The Nautilus Silver Cornet Band played 3 patriotic selections. Then Pickerbaugh stood on the platform, his family about him. As he looked on the crowd, tears were in his eyes. "For once," he stammered, "I guess I can't make a speech. Darn it, I'm all choked up. I meant to orate a lot, but all I can say is, I love you all. I'm mighty grateful. I'll respect you my level best, neighbors. God bless you." The train moved out, Pickerbaugh waving as long as he could see them. And Martin to Leora, "Oh, he's a fine old boy. No, I'm hanged if he is. The world's always letting people get away with asininities because they're kind-hearted. And here I've sat back like a coward, not saying a word, and watched 'em loose that windstorm on the whole country. Oh, curse it! Isn't anything in the world simple? Well, let's get to the office, and I'll begin to do things conscientiously and all wrong." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. It cannot be said that Martin showed any large ability for organization, but under him the Department of Public Health changed completely. He chose as his assistant Dr. Rufus Ockford, a lively youngster recommended by Dean Silva of Winnemac. The routine work, examination of babies, quarantines, anti-tuberculosis placarding, went on as before. Inspection of plumbing and food was perhaps more thorough, because Martin lacked Pickerbaw's buoyant faith in the lay inspectors, and one of them he replaced, to the considerable displeasure of the colony of Germans in the Homedale district. Also, he gave thought to the killing of rats and fleas, and he regarded the vital statistics as something more than a recording of births and deaths. He had notions about their value which were most amusing to the health department clerk. He wanted a record of the effect of race, occupation, and a dozen other factors upon the disease rate. The chief difference was that Martin and Rufus Ockford found themselves with plenty of leisure. Martin estimated that Pickerbaugh must have used half his time in being inspirational and eloquent. He made his first mistake in assigning Ockford to spend part of the week in the Free City Clinic, in addition to the 2 half-time physicians. There was fury in the Evangeline County Medical Society. At a restaurant, Irving Waters came over to Martin's table. "I hear you've increased the clinic staff," said Dr. Waters. "Yeah." "Thinking of increasing it still more?" "Might be a good idea." "Now you see here, Mart. As you know, Mrs. Waters and I have done everything in our power to make you and Leora welcome. Glad to do anything I can for a fellow alumnus of old Winnemac. But at the same time, there are limits, you know. Not that I've got any objection to your providing free clinical facilities. Don't know but what it's a good thing to treat the damn lazy, lousy pauper class free, and keep the DBs off the books of the regular physicians. But same time, when you begin to make a practice of encouraging a lot of folks that can afford to pay to go and get free treatment, and practically you attack the integrity of the physicians of this city that have been giving God knows how much of their time to charity." Martin answered neither wisely nor competently. "Irv, sweetheart, you can go straight to hell." After that hour, when they met, there was nothing said between them. Without disturbing his routine work, he found himself able to sink blissfully into the laboratory. At first he merely tinkered, but suddenly he was in full cry, oblivious of everything save his experiment. He was playing with cultures, isolated from various dairies and various people, thinking mostly of Klopchuk and Streptococcus. Accidentally, he discovered the lavish production of hemolysin in sheep's blood, as compared with the blood of other animals. Why should Streptococcus dissolve the red blood corpuscles of sheep more easily than of rabbits? It is true that a busy health department bacteriologist has no right to waste the public time in being curious, but the irresponsible sniffing beagle in Martin drove out the faithful routinier. He neglected the examination of an ominously increasing number of tuberculosis sputums. He set out to answer the question of hemolysin. He wanted the Streptococcus to produce its blood-destroying poison in 24-hour cultures. He beautifully and excitedly failed and sat for hours meditating. He tried a 6-hour culture. He mixed the supernatant fluid from a centrifuged culture with a suspension of red blood corpuscles and placed it in the incubator. When he returned 2 hours after, the blood cells were dissolved. He telephoned to Leora, "Lee, got something. Can you pack up sandwich and come down here for evening?" "Sure," said Leora. When she appeared, he explained to her that his discovery was accidental, that most scientific discoveries were accidental, and that no investigator, however great, could do anything more than see the value of his chance results. He sounded mature and rather angry. Leora sat in the corner, scratching her chin, reading a medical journal. From time to time she reheated coffee over a doubtful Bunsen flame. When the office staff arrived in the morning, they found something that had but rarely occurred during the regime of Almus Pickerbaugh. The director of the department was transplanting cultures, and on a long table was his wife, asleep. Martin blared at Dr. Ockford. "Get to hell out of this, Rufus, and take charge of the department for today. I'm out. I'm dead, and oh, say, get Leora home and fry her a couple of eggs. And you might bring me a Denver sandwich from the Sunset Trail lunch, will you?" "You bet, Chief," said Ockford. Martin repeated his experiment, testing the cultures for hemolysin, after 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18 hours of incubation. He discovered that the maximum production of hemolysin occurred between 4 and 10 hours. He began to work out the formula of production. And he was desolate. He fumed, raged, sweated. He found that his mathematics was childish, and all his science rusty. He pottered with chemistry, he ached over his mathematics, and slowly he began to assemble his results. He believed he might have a paper for the Journal of Infectious Diseases. Now Almus Pickerbaugh had published scientific papers often. He had published them in the Midwest Medical Quarterly, of which he was one of 14 editors. He had discovered the germ of epilepsy and the germ of cancer, two entirely different germs of cancer. Usually it took him a fortnight to make the discovery, write the report, and have it accepted. Martin lacked this admirable facility. He experimented, he re-experimented, he cursed. He kept Leora out of bed. He taught her to make media, and was ill-pleased by her opinions on agar. He was violent to the stenographer. Not once could the pastor of the Jonathan Edwards Congregational Church get him to address the Bible class, and still for months his paper was not complete. The first to protest was His Honor the Mayor. Returning from an extremely agreeable game of chemin de fer with F.X. Jordan, taking a shortcut through the alley behind the City Hall, Mayor Pugh saw Martin at 2 a.m, drearily putting test tubes into the incubator, while Leora sat in a corner smoking. Next day he summoned Martin and protested. "Doc, I don't want to butt in on your department. My specialty is never butting in. But it certainly strikes me that after being trained by a 70-horsepower booster like Pickerbaugh, you ought to know that it's all damn foolishness to spend so much time in the laboratory when you can hire an A1 laboratory fellow for $30 a week. What you ought to be doing is jollying along these sobs that are always panning the administration. Get out and talk to the churches and clubs and help me put across the ideas that we stand for." Maybe he's right, Martin considered. I'm a rotten bacteriologist. Probably I never will get this experiment together. My job here is to keep tobacco chewers from spitting. Have I the right to waste the taxpayers' money on anything else? But that week he read, as an announcement issued by the McGurk Institute of Biology of New York, that Dr. Max Gottlieb had synthesized antibodies in vitro. He pictured the saturnine Gottlieb, not at all enjoying the triumph, but, with locked door, abusing the papers for their exaggerative reports of his work. And as the picture became sharp, Martin was like a subaltern stationed in a desert isle when he learns that his old regiment is going off to an agreeable border war. Then the McCandless fury broke. Part 2. Mrs. McCandless had once been a hired girl, then nurse, then confidante, then wife to the invalid Mr. McCandless, wholesale grocer and owner of real estate. When he died, she inherited everything. There was a suit, of course, but she had an excellent lawyer. She was a grim, graceless, shady, mean woman, yet a nymphomaniac. She was not invited into Nautilus society, but in her unaired parlor, on the mildewed couch, she entertained seedy, belching, oldish married men, a young policeman to whom she often lent money, and the contractor politician, F.X. Jordan. She owned, in Swede Hollow, the filthiest block of tenements in Nautilus. Martin had made a tuberculosis map of these tenements, and in conferences with Dr. Ockford and Leora, he denounced them as murder holes. He wanted to destroy them, but the police power of the Director of Public Health was vague. Pickerbaugh had enjoyed the possession of large power only because he never used it. Martin sought a court decision for the demolition of the McCandless tenements. Her lawyer was also the lawyer of F.X. Jordan, and the most eloquent witness against Martin was Dr. Irving Waters. But it chanced, because of the absence of the proper judge, that the case came before an ignorant and honest person who quashed the injunction secured by Mrs. McCandless's lawyer and instructed the Department of Public Health that it might use such methods as the city ordinances provided for emergencies. That evening, Martin grumbled to young Ockford, "You don't suppose for a moment, do you, Rufus, that McCandless and Jordan won't appeal the case? Let's get rid of the tenements while it's comparatively legal, huh?" "You bet, Chief," said Ockford, and, "Say, let's go out to Oregon and start practice when we get kicked out. Well, we can depend on our sanitary inspector anyway. Jordan seduced his sister here, about 6 years back." At dawn, a gang headed by Martin and Ockford, in blue overalls, joyful and rowdyish, invaded the McCandless tenements, drove the tenants into the street, and began to tear down the flimsy buildings. At noon, when lawyers appeared and the tenants were in new flats commandeered by Martin, the wreckers set fire to the lower stories, and in half an hour the buildings had been annihilated. F.X. Jordan came to the scene after lunch. A filthy Martin and a dusty Ockford were drinking coffee brought by Leora. "Well, boys," said Jordan, "you've put it all over us. Only if you ever pull this kind of stunt again, use dynamite and save a lot of time. You know, I like you boys. I'm sorry for what I've got to do to you. But may the saints help you, because it's just a question of time when I learn you not to monkey with the buzz saw." Part 3. Clay Treadgold admired their amateur arson and rejoiced, "Fine, I'm going to back you up in everything the DPH does." Martin was not too pleased by the promise, for Treadgold's set were somewhat exigent. They had decided that Martin and Leora were free spirits like themselves, and amusing, but they had also decided, long before the Arrowsmiths had, by coming to Nautilus, entered into authentic existence, that the group had a monopoly of all freedom and amusingness, and they expected the Arrowsmiths to appear for cocktails and poker every Saturday and Sunday evening. They could not understand why Martin should desire to spend his time in a laboratory drudging over something called streptolysin, which had nothing to do with cocktails, motors, steel windmills, or insurance. On an evening, perhaps a fortnight after the destruction of the McCandless tenements, Martin was working late in the laboratory. He wasn't even doing experiments which might have diverted the group, causing bacterial colonies to cloud liquids or making things change color. He was merely sitting at a table looking at logarithmic tables. Leora was not there, and he was mumbling, "Confound her, why did she have to go and be sick today?" Treadgold and Schlemmel and their wives were bound for the old farmhouse inn. They had telephoned to Martin's flat and learned where he was. From the alley behind City Hall they could peer in and see him, dreary and deserted. "We'll take the old boy out and brighten him up. First, let's rush home and shake up a few cocktails and bring him down to surprise him," was Treadgold's inspiration. Treadgold came into the laboratory a half hour later with much clamor. "This is a nice way to put in a moonlight spring evening, young Narrowsmith. Come on, we'll all go out and dance a little. Grab your hat." "Gosh, Clay, I'd like to, but honestly I can't. I've got to work, simply got to." "Rats, don't be silly. You've been working too hard. Here, look what father's brought. Be reasonable. Get outside of a nice long cocktail, and you'll have a new light on things." Martin was reasonable up to that point, but he did not have a new light. Treadgold would not take no. Martin continued to refuse, affectionately, then a bit tartly. Outside, Schlemmel pressed down the button of the motor horn and held it, producing a demanding, infuriating yawp, which made Martin cry, "For God's sake go out and make him quit that, will you? And let me alone. I've got to work, I told you." Treadgold stared a moment. "I certainly shall. I'm not accustomed to force my attentions on people. Pardon me for disturbing you." By the time Martin sulkily felt that he must apologize, the car was gone. Next day and all the week he waited for Treadgold to telephone, and Treadgold waited for him to telephone, and they fell into a circle of dislike. Leora and Clara Treadgold saw each other once or twice, but they were uncomfortable, and a fortnight later, when the most prominent physician in town dined with the Treadgolds and attacked Martin as a bumptious and narrow-visioned young man, both the Treadgolds listened and agreed. Opposition to Martin developed all at once. Various physicians were against him, not only because of the enlarged clinics, but because he rarely asked their help and never their advice. Mayor Pugh considered him tactless. Klopchuk and F.X. Jordan were assailing him as crooked. The reporters disliked him for his secrecy and occasional brusqueness. And the group had ceased to defend him. Of all these forces Martin was more or less aware, and behind them he fancied that doubtful businessmen, sellers of impure ice cream and milk, owners of unsanitary shops and dirty tenements, men who had always hated Pickerbaugh but who had feared to attack him because of his popularity, were gathering to destroy the entire Department of Public Health. He appreciated Pickerbaugh in those days, and loved soldier-wise the department. There came from Mayor Pugh a hint that he would save trouble by resigning. He would not resign. Neither would he go to the citizens begging for support. He did his work, and leaned on Leora's assurance, and tried to ignore his detractors. He could not. News items and three-line editorial squibs dug at his tyranny, his ignorance, his callowness. An old woman died after treatment at the clinic, and the coroner hinted that it had been the fault of our almighty health officer's pet cub assistant. Somewhere arose the name, the schoolboy czar, for Martin, and it stuck. In the gossip at luncheon clubs, in discussions at the Parents and Teachers Association, in one frank signed protest sent to the mayor, Martin was blamed for too strict an inspection of milk, for insufficiently strict inspection of milk, for permitting garbage to lie untouched, for persecuting the overworked garbage collectors. And when a case of smallpox appeared in the Bohemian section, there was an opinion that Martin had gone out personally and started it. However vague the citizens were as to the nature of his wickedness, once they lost faith in him, they lost it completely and with joy, and they welcomed an apparently spontaneously generated rumor that he had betrayed his benefactor, their beloved Dr. Pickerbaugh, by seducing Orchid. At this interesting touch of immorality, he had all the fashionable churches against him. The pastor of the Jonathan Edwards Church touched up a sermon about sin in high places by a reference to one who, while like a czar he pretends to be safeguarding the city from entirely imaginary dangers, yet winks at the secret vice rampant in hidden places, who allies himself with the forces of graft and evil and the thugs who batten on honest but deluded labor, one who cannot arise, a manly man among men, and say, "I have a clean heart and clean hands." It is true that some of the delighted congregation thought that this referred to Mayor Pugh, and others applied it to F.X. Jordan. But wise citizens saw that it was a courageous attack on that monster of treacherous lewdness, Dr. Arrowsmith. In all the city there were exactly 2 ministers who defended him, Father Costello of the Irish Catholic Church and Rabbi Rovine. They were, it happened, very good friends, and not at all friendly with the pastor of the Jonathan Edwards Church. They bullied their congregations. Each of them asserted, "People come sneaking around with criticisms of our new director of health. If you want to make charges, make them openly. I will not listen to cowardly hints. And let me tell you that this city is lucky in having for health officer a man who is honest and who actually knows something." But their congregations were poor. Martin realized that he was lost. He tried to analyze his unpopularity. It isn't just Jordan's plotting and Treadgold's grousing and Pugh's weak spine. It's my own fault. I can't go out and soft-soap the people and get their permission to help keep them well. And I won't tell them what a hell of an important thing my work is. That I'm the one thing that saves the whole lot of 'em from dying immediately. Apparently, an official in a democratic state has to do those things. Well, I don't. But I've got to think up something or they'll emasculate the whole department. One inspiration he did have. If Pickerbaugh were here, he could crush, or lovingly smother, the opposition. He remembered Pickerbaugh's farewell. "Now, my boys, even if I'm way off there in Washington, this work will be as close to my heart as it ever was. And if you should really need me, you just send for me, and I'll drop everything and come." Martin wrote hinting that he was very much needed. Pickerbaugh replied by return mail. Good old Pickerbaugh. But the reply was, "I cannot tell you how grieved I am that I cannot for the moment possibly get away from Washington, but I am sure that in your earnestness you exaggerate strength of opposition. Write me freely at any time." "That's my last shot," Martin said to Leora. "I'm done. Mayor Pugh will fire me just as soon as he comes back from his fishing trip. I'm a failure again, darling." "You're not a failure, and you must eat some of this nice steak. And what shall we do now? Time for us to be moving on, anyway. I hate staying in one place," said Leora. "I don't know what we'll do. Maybe I could get a job at Hunziker's, or go back to Dakota and try to work up a practice. What I'd like is to become a farmer and get me a big shotgun and drive every earnest Christian citizen off the place. But meantime I'm going to stick here. I might win yet, with just a couple of miracles and a divine intervention. Oh God, I am so tired. Are you coming back to the lab with me this evening? Honest, I'll quit early, before 11 maybe." He had completed his paper on the streptolysin research, and he took a day off to go to Chicago and talk it over with an editor of the Journal of Infectious Diseases. As he left Nautilus he was confused. He had caught himself rejoicing that he was free of Wheatsylvania and bound for Great Nautilus. Time bent back, progress was annihilated, and he was mazed with futility. The editor praised his paper, accepted it, and suggested only one change. Martin had to wait for his train. He remembered that Angus Duer was in Chicago, with the Rounsfield Clinic, a private organization of medical specialists, sharing costs and profits. The clinic occupied 14 rooms in a 20-story building constructed, or so Martin certainly remembered it, of marble, gold, and rubies. The clinic reception room, focused on a vast stone fireplace, was like the drawing room of an oil magnate, but it was not a place of leisure. The young woman at the door demanded Martin's symptoms and address. A page in buttons sped with his name to a nurse, who flew to the inner offices. Before Angus appeared, Martin had to wait a quarter hour in a smaller, richer, still more abashing reception room. By this time he was so awed that he would have permitted the clinic surgeons to operate on him for any ill which at the moment they happened to fancy. In medical school and Zenith General Hospital, Angus Duer had been efficient enough, but now he was 10 times as self-assured. He was cordial. He invited Martin to step out for a dish of tea, as though he almost meant it. But beside him, Martin felt young, rustic, inept. Angus won him by pondering. Irving Waters? He was Digam? I'm not sure I remember him. Oh yes, he was one of those boneheads that are the curse of every profession. When Martin had sketched his conflict at Nautilus, Angus suggested, "You better come join us here at Rounsfield as pathologist. Our pathologist is leaving in a few weeks. You could do the job all right. You're getting $3,500 a year now? Well, I think I could get you $4,500 as a starter, and someday you'd become a regular member of the clinic and get in on all the profits. Let me know if you want it. Rounsfield told me to dig up a man." With this resource, and with an affection for Angus, Martin returned to Nautilus and open war. When Mayor Pugh returned, he did not discharge Martin, but he appointed over him, as full director, Pickerbaw's friend, Dr. Bissix, the football coach and health director of Mugford College. Dr. Bissix first discharged Rufus Ockford, which took 5 minutes, went out and addressed a YMCA meeting, then bustled in and invited Martin to resign. "I will like hell," said Martin. "Come on, be honest, Bissix. If you want to fire me, do it, but let's have things straight. I won't resign, and if you do fire me, I think I'll take it to the courts, and maybe I can turn enough light on you and His Honor and Frank Jordan to keep you from taking all the guts out of the work here." "Why, doctor, what a way to talk. Certainly I won't fire you," said Bissix, in the manner of one who has talked to difficult students and to lazy football teams. "Stay with us as long as you like. Only, in the interests of economy, I reduce your salary to $800 a year." "All right, reduce and be damned," said Martin. It sounded particularly fine and original when he said it, but less so when Leora and he found that, with their rent fixed by their lease, they could not by whatever mean economies live on less than $1,000 a year. Now that he was free from responsibility, he began to form his own faction to save the department. He gathered Rabbi Rovine, Father Costello, Ockford, who was going to remain in town and practice, the secretary of the Labor Council, a banker who regarded Treadgold as fast, and that excellent fellow, the dentist of the school clinic. "With people like that behind me, I can do something," he gloated to Leora. "I'm going to stick by it. I'm not going to have the DPH turned into a YMCA. Bissix has all of Pickerbaw's mush without his honesty and vigor. I can beat him. I'm not much of an executive, but I was beginning to visualize a DPH that would be solid and not gaseous, that would save kids and prevent epidemics. I won't give up. You watch me." His committee made representations to the Commercial Club, and for a time they were certain that the chief reporter of the Frontiersman was going to support them, as soon as he could get his editor over being scared of a row. But Martin's belligerency was weakened by shame, for he never had enough money to meet his bills, and he was not used to dodging irate grocers, receiving dunning letters, standing at the door arguing with impertinent bill collectors. He, who had been a city dignitary a few days before, had to endure, "Come on now, you pay up, you deadbeat, or I'll get a cop." When the shame had grown to terror, Dr. Bissix suddenly reduced his salary another $200. Martin stormed into the mayor's office to have it out, and found F.X. Jordan sitting with Pugh. It was evident that they both knew of the second reduction, and considered it an excellent joke. He reassembled his committee. "I'm going to take this into the courts," he raged. "Fine," said Father Costello and Rabbi Ravine. "Jenkins, that radical lawyer, would handle the case free." The wise banker observed, "You haven't got anything to take into the courts till they discharge you without cause. Bissix has a legal right to reduce your salary all he wants to. The city regulations don't fix the salary for anybody except the director and the inspectors. You haven't a thing to say." With a melodramatic flourish, Martin protested, "And I suppose I haven't a thing to say if they wreck the department?" "Not a thing, if the city doesn't care." "Well, I care. I'll starve before I'll resign." "You'll starve if you don't resign, and your wife too. Now here's my plan," said the banker. "You go into private practice here. I'll finance your getting an office and so on, and when the time comes, maybe in 5 or 10 years from now, we'll all get together again and have you put in as full director." 10 years of waiting? In Nautilus? Nope. I'm licked. I'm a complete failure at 32. I'll resign. I'll wander on," said Martin. "I know I'm going to love Chicago," said Leora. Part 4. He wrote to Angus Dewar. He was appointed pathologist in the Rounsfield Clinic. But, Angus wrote, they could not at the moment see their way clear to pay him $4,500 a year, though they were glad to go for $2,500. Martin accepted. Part 5. When the Nautilus papers announced that Martin had resigned, the good citizens chuckled. "Resigned? He got kicked out, that's what happened." One of the papers had an innocent squib. Probably a certain amount of hypocrisy is inevitable in us sincere human critters, but when a public official tries to pose as a saint while indulging in every vice, and tries to cover up his gross ignorance and incompetence by pulling political wires, and makes a holy show of himself by not even doing a first-class job of wire pulling, then even the cussedest of us old scoundrels begins to holler for the meat axe. Pickerbaugh wrote to Martin from Washington. "I greatly regret to hear that you have resigned your post. I cannot tell you how disappointed I am, after all the pains I took in breaking you in and making you acquainted with my ideals. Bissix informs me that, because of crisis in city finances, he had to reduce your salary temporarily. Well, personally, I would rather work for the DPH for nothing a year and earn my keep by being a night watchman than give up the fight for everything that is decent and constructive. I am sorry. I had a great liking for you, and your defection, your going back to private practice merely for commercial gain, your selling out for what I presume is a very high emolument, is one of the very greatest blows I have recently had to sustain." Part 6. As they rode up to Chicago, Martin thought aloud, "I never knew I could be so badly licked. I never want to see a laboratory or a public health office again. I'm done with everything but making money. I suppose this Rounsfield clinic is probably nothing but a gilded boob trap. Scare the poor millionaire into having all the fancy kinds of examinations and treatments the traffic will bear. I hope it is. I expect to be a commercial group doctor the rest of my life. I hope I have the sense to be. All wise men are bandits. They're loyal to their friends, but they despise the rest. Why not, when the mass of people despise them if they aren't bandits? Angus Dewar had the sense to see this from the beginning, way back in medic school. He's probably a perfect technician as a surgeon, but he knows you get only what you grab. Think of the years it's taken me to learn what he savvied all the time. Know what I'll do? I'll stick to the Rounsfield Clinic till I'm making maybe $30,000 a year, and then I'll get Oxford and start my own clinic, with myself as internist and head of the whole shooting match, and collect every cent I can. All right, if what people want is a little healing and a lot of tapestry, they shall have it, and pay for it. I never thought I could be such a failure, to become a commercialist and not want to be anything else. I don't want to be anything else, believe me. I'm through. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Then for a year, with each day longer than a sleepless night, yet the whole year speeding without events or seasons or eagerness, Martin was a faithful mechanic in that most competent, most clean and brisk and visionless medical factory, the Rounsfield Clinic. He had nothing of which to complain. The clinic did, perhaps, give over many rentgenological examinations to socially dislocated women who needed children and floor scrubbing more than pretty little skiagraphs. They did, perhaps, view all tonsils with too sanguinary a gloom. But certainly no factory could have been better equipped or more gratifyingly expensive, and none could have routed its raw human material through so many processes so swiftly. The Martin Arrowsmith, who had been supercilious toward Pickerbaws and old Dr. Winters, had for Rounsfield and Angus Dorr and the other keen taught specialists of the clinic only the respect of the poor and uncertain for the rich and shrewd. He admired Angus's firmness of purpose and stability of habit. Angus had a swim or a fencing lesson daily. He swam easily and fenced like a still-faced demon. He was in bed before 11:30. He never took more than one drink a day, and he never read anything or said anything which would not contribute to his progress as a brilliant young surgeon. His underlings knew that Dr. Dorr would not fail to arrive precisely on time, precisely well-dressed, absolutely sober, very cool, and appallingly unpleasant to any nurse who made a mistake or looked for a smile. Martin would, without fear, have submitted to the gilded and ardent tonsil snatcher of the clinic, would have submitted to Angus for abdominal surgery, or to Rounsfield for any operation of the head or neck, providing he was himself quite sure the operation was necessary. But he was never able to rise to the clinic's lyric faith that any portions of the body without which people could conceivably get along should certainly be removed at once. The real flaw in his year of Chicago was that through all his working day he did not live. With quick hands and 1/10 of his brain, he made blood counts, did urinalyses and Wassermanns and infrequent necropsies, and all the while he was dead, in a white-tiled coffin. Amid the blattings of Pickerbaugh and the peepings of Wheatsylvania, he had lived, had fought his environment. Now there was nothing to fight. After hours, he almost lived. Leora and he discovered the world of bookshops and print shops and theaters and concerts. They read novels and history and travel. They talked, at dinners given by Rounsfield or Angus, to journalists, engineers, bankers, merchants. They saw a Russian play, and heard Misha Elman, and read Gottlieb's beloved Rabelais. Martin learned to flirt without childishness, and Leora went for the first time to a hairdresser and to a manicure, and began her lessons in French. She had called Martin a lie hunter, a truth seeker. They decided now, talking it over in their tight little 2 1/4 room flat, that most people who call themselves truth seekers, persons who scurry about chattering of truth as though it were a tangible separable thing, like houses or salt or bread, did not so much desire to find truth as to cure their mental itch. In novels, these truth-seekers quested the secret of life in laboratories which did not seem to be provided with Bunsen flames or reagents. Or they went, at great expense and much discomfort, from hot trains and undesirable snakes to Himalayan monasteries, to learn from unaseptic sages that the mind can do all sorts of edifying things if one will but spend 30 or 40 years in eating rice and gazing on one's navel. To these high matters Martin responded, "Rot." He insisted that there is no truth, but only many truths. That truth is not a colored bird to be chased among the rocks and captured by its tail, but a skeptical attitude toward life. He insisted that no one could expect more than, by stubbornness or luck, to have the kind of work he enjoyed and an ability to be better acquainted with the facts of that work than the average job holder. His mechanistic philosophy did not persuade him that he was progressing adequately. When he tried to match himself with the experts of the clinic or with their professional friends, he was even more uncomfortable than he had been under the disconcerting scorn of Dr. Hesselink of Groningen. At clinic luncheons he met surgeons from London, New York, Boston, men with limousines and social positions and the offensive briskness of the man who has numerous engagements, or the yet more offensive quietness of the person who is amused by his inferiors. Master technicians, readers of papers at medical congresses, executives and controllers, unafraid to operate before 100 peering doctors, or to give well-bred and exceedingly final orders to subordinates. Captain generals of medicine, never doubting themselves, great priests and healers, men mature and wise and careful and blandly cordial. In their winged presences, Max Gottlieb seemed an aged fusser, Gustav Sondelæus a mountebank, and the city of Nautilus unworthy of passionate warfare. As their suave courtesy smothered him, Martin felt like a footman. In long hours of increasing frankness and lucidity, he discussed with Leora the question of, "What is this Martin Arrowsmith, and whither is he going?" And he admitted that the sight of the famous surgeons disturbed his ancient faith that he was somehow a superior person. It was Leora who consoled him. "I've got a lovely description of your dratted famous surgeons. You know how polite and important they are, and they smile so carefully? Well, don't you remember you once said that Professor Gottlieb called all such people like that men of measured merriment?" He caught up the phrase. They sang it together, and they made of it a beating impish song. Men of measured merriment, men of measured merriment, damn the great executives, the men of measured merriment, damn the men with careful smiles, damn the men that run the shops, oh, damn their measured merriment, the men with measured merriment, oh, damn their measured merriment, and damn their careful smiles. Part 2. While Martin developed in a jagged way from the boy of Wheatsylvania to mature man, his relations to Leora developed from loyal boy and girl adventurousness to lasting solidity. They had that understanding of each other known only to married people, a few married people, wherein, for all their differences, they were as much indissoluble parts of a whole as are the eye and hand. Their identification did not mean that they dwelt always in rosy bliss, because he was so intimately fond of her and so sure of her, because anger and eager hot injustices are but ways of expressing trust. Martin was irritated by her and querulous with her as he would not have endured being with any other woman, any charming orchid. He stalked out now and then after a quarrel, disdaining to answer her, and for hours he left her alone, enjoying the knowledge that he was hurting her, that she was alone, waiting, perhaps weeping. Because he loved her, and also was fond of her, he was annoyed when she was less sleek, less suave than the women he encountered at Angus Dewar's. Mrs. Rounsfield was a worthy old waddler. Beside her, Leora was shining and exquisite. But Mrs. Dewar was of amber and ice. She was a rich young woman, She dressed with distinction, and she spoke with finishing school mock melodiousness. She was ambitious, and she was untroubled by the possession of a heart or a brain. She was, indeed, what Mrs. Irving Waters believed herself to be. In the simple gorgeousness of the Nautilus smart set, Mrs. Clay Treadgold had petted Leora and laughed at her if she lacked a shoe buckle or split an infinitive. But the gold-slippered Mrs. Dewar was accustomed to sneer at carelessness with the most courteous and unresentable and unmistakable sneers. As they returned by taxicab from the Dewars, Martin flared. "Don't you ever learn anything? I remember once in Nautilus we stopped on a country road and talked till, darn near dawn, and you were going to be so energetic. But here we are again tonight, with just the same thing. Good God, couldn't you even take the trouble to notice that you had a spot of soot on your nose tonight? Mrs. Dewar noticed it all right. Why are you so sloppy? Why can't you take a little care? And why can't you make an effort, anyway, to have something to say? You just sit there at dinner. You just sit there and look healthy. Don't you want to help me? Mrs. Dewar will probably help Angus to become president of the American Medical Association in about 20 years, and by that time I suppose you'll have me back in Dakota as assistant to Hesselink." Leora had been snuggling beside him in the unusual luxury of a taxicab. She sat straight now, and when she spoke she had lost the casual independence with which she usually regarded life. "Dear, I'm awfully sorry. I went out this afternoon. I went out and had a facial massage, so as to look nice for you. And then I knew you liked conversation. So I got my little book about modern painting that I bought, and I studied it terribly hard. But tonight I just couldn't seem to get the conversation around to modern painting." He was sobbing, with her head on his shoulder. "Oh, you poor, scared, bullied kid, trying to be a grown-up with these dollar chasers." Part 3. After the first days of white tile and bustling cleverness at the Rounsfield Clinic, Martin had the desire to tie up a few loose knots of his streptolysin research. When Angus Dewar discovered it, he hinted, "Look here, Martin, I'm glad you're keeping on with your science, but if I were you, I wouldn't, I think, waste too much energy on mere curiosity. Dr. Rounsfield was speaking about it the other day. We'd be glad to have you do all the research you want, only we'd like it if you went at something practical. Take, for instance, if you could make a tabulation of the blood counts in a couple of hundred cases of appendicitis and publish it, that'd get somewhere. And you could sort of bring in a mention of the clinic, and we'd all receive a little credit. And incidentally, maybe we could raise you to $3,000 a year then." This generosity had the effect of extinguishing Martin's desire to do any research whatever. "Angus is right. What he means is, as a scientist I'm finished. I am. I'll never try to do anything original again." It was at this time, when Martin had been with the clinic for a year, that his streptolysin paper was published in the Journal of Infectious Diseases. He gave reprints to Rounsfield and to Angus. They said extremely nice things which showed that they had not read the paper. And again they suggested his tabulating blood counts. He also sent a reprint to Max Gottlieb at the McGurk Institute of Biology. Gottlieb wrote to him in that dead-black spider-web script: "Dear Martin, I have read your paper with great pleasure. The curves of the relation of hemolysin production to age of culture are illuminating. I have spoken about you to Tubbs. When are you coming to us? To me? Your laboratory and Dina are waiting for you here. The last thing I want to be is a mystic, but I feel when I see your fine engraved letterhead of a clinic and a Rounsfield that you should be tired of trying to be a good citizen and ready to come back to work. We shall be glad if you can come. Truly yours, M. Gottlieb." "I'm simply going to adore New York," said Leora. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Arrowsmith, by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The McGurk Building. A sheer wall, 30 blank stories of glass and limestone, down in the pinched triangle whence New York rules a quarter of the world. Martin was not overwhelmed by his first hint of New York. After a year in the Chicago Loop, Manhattan seemed leisurely. But when from the elevated railroad he beheld the Woolworth Tower, he was exalted. To him architecture had never existed. Buildings were larger or smaller bulks containing more or less interesting objects. His most impassioned architectural comment had been, "There's a cute bungalow, be nice place to live." Now he pondered, "Like to see that tower every day. Clouds and storms behind it and everything. So sort of satisfying." He came along Cedar Street, among thunderous trucks portly with wares from all the world, came to the bronze doors of the McGurk Building, and a corridor of intemperately colored terracotta, with murals of Andean Indians, pirates booming up the Spanish Main, guarded gold trains, and the stout walls of Cartagena. At the Cedar Street end of the corridor, a private street, 1 block long, was the Bank of the Andes and Antilles, Ross McGurk chairman of the board, in whose gold-crusted sanctity red-headed Yankee exporters drew drafts on Quito, and clerks hurled breathless Spanish at bulky women. A sign indicated, at the Liberty Street end, "Passenger offices McGurk Line, weekly sailings for the West Indies and South America." Born to the prairies, never far from the site of the cornfields, Martin was conveyed to blazing lands and portentous enterprises. One of the row of bronze-barred elevators was labeled, "Express to McGurk Institute." He entered it proudly, feeling himself already a part of the godly association. They rose swiftly, and he had but half-second glimpses of ground-glass doors with the signs of mining companies, lumber companies, Central American Railroad companies. The McGurk Institute is probably the only organization for scientific research in the world which is housed in an office building. It has the 29th and 30th stories of the McGurk Building, and the roof is devoted to its animal house and to tiled walks along which, above a world of stenographers and bookkeepers and earnest gentlemen who desire to sell better-built garments to the golden dons of the Argentine, saunter rapt scientists dreaming of osmosis in spirogyra. Later, Martin was to note that the reception room of the Institute was smaller, yet more forbiddingly polite in its white paneling and Chippendale chairs than the lobby of the Roundsfield Clinic, but now he was unconscious of the room, of the staccato girl attendant, of everything except that he was about to see Max Gottlieb for the first time in 5 years. At the door of the laboratory he stared hungrily. Gottlieb was thin-cheeked and dark as ever, his hawk nose bony, his fierce eyes demanding, but his hair had gone grey, the flesh around his mouth was sunken, and Martin could have wept at the feebleness with which he rose. The old man peered down at him, his hand on Martin's shoulder, but he said only, "Ah, this is good. Your laboratory is 3 doors down the hall, but I object to one thing in the good paper you send me. You say, the regularity of the rate at which the streptolysin disappears suggests that an equation may be found." "But it can, sir." "Then why did you not make the equation?" "Well, I don't know. I wasn't enough of a mathematician." "Then you should not have published till you knew your math." Look, Dr. Gottlieb, do you really think I know enough to work here? I want terribly to succeed." "Succeed? I have heard that word. It is English?" "Oh, yes. It is a word that little schoolboys use at the University of Winnemac. It means passing examinations. But there are no examinations to pass here. Martin, let us be clear. You know something of laboratory technique. You have heard about these bacilli. You are not a good chemist. And mathematics, phew, most terrible. But you have curiosity, and you are stubborn. You do not accept rules. Therefore, I think you will either make a very good scientist or a very bad one. And if you are bad enough, you will be popular with the rich ladies who rule this city, New York, and you can give lectures for a living or even become, if you get to be plausible enough, a college president. So anyway, it will be interesting. Half an hour later, they were arguing ferociously, Martin asserting that the whole world ought to stop warring and trading and writing and get straightway into laboratories to observe new phenomena. Gottlieb insisting that there were already too many facile scientists, that the one thing necessary was the mathematical analysis and often the destruction of phenomena already observed. It sounded bellicose, and all the while Martin was blissful with the certainty that he had come home. The laboratory in which they talked, Gottlieb pacing the floor, his long arms fantastically knotted behind his thin back, Martin leaping on and off tall stools, was not in the least remarkable. A sink, a bench with racks of numbered test tubes, a microscope, a few notebooks and hydrogen ion charts, a grotesque series of bottles connected by glass and rubber tubes on an ordinary kitchen table at the end of the room. Yet now and then, during his tirades, Martin looked about reverently. Gottlieb interrupted their debate. "What work do you want to do here?" "Why, sir, I'd like to help you if I can. I suppose you're cleaning up some things on the synthesis of antibodies." "Yes, I think I can bring immunity reactions under the mass action law. But you are not to help me. You are to do your own work. What do you want to do? This is not a clinic with patients going through so neat in a row. I want to find a hemolysin for which there's an antibody. There isn't any for streptolysin. I'd like to work with staphylolysin. Would you mind?" "I do not care what you do, if you just do not steal my staph cultures out of the icebox, and if you will look mysterious all the time, so Dr. Tubbs, our director, will think you are up to something big. So, I have only one suggestion. When you get stuck in a problem, I have a fine collection of detective stories in my office. But no, should I be serious this once, when you are just come? Perhaps I am a crank, Martin. There are many who hate me. There are plots against me. Oh, you think I imagine it, but you shall see. I make many mistakes, but one thing I keep always pure, the religion of a scientist. To be a scientist, it is not just a different job so that a man could choose between being a scientist and being an explorer or a bond salesman or a physician or a king or a farmer. It is a tangle of very obscure emotions, like mysticism or wanting to write poetry. It makes its victim all different from the good normal man. The normal man, he does not care much what he does except that he should eat and sleep and make love. But the scientist is intensely religious. He is so religious that he will not accept quarter truths because they are an insult to his faith. He wants that everything should be subject to inexorable laws. He is equal opposed to the capitalists who think their silly money grabbing is a system, and to liberals who think man is not a fighting animal. He takes both the American booster and the European aristocrat, and he ignores all their blithering. Ignores it, all of it. He hates the preachers who talk their fables, but he is not too kindly to the anthropologists and historians who can only make guesses, yet they have the nerve to call themselves scientists. Oh, yes, he is a man that all nice good-natured people should naturally hate. He speaks no meaner of the ridiculous faith healers and the chiropractors than he does of the doctors that want to snatch our science before it is tested and rush around hoping they heal people and spoiling all the clues with their footsteps. And worse than the men like Hoggs, worse than the imbeciles who have not even heard of science, he hates pseudo-scientists, guest scientists like those pseudo-analysts. And worse than those comic dream scientists, he hates the men that are allowed in a clean kingdom-like biology, but know only one textbook and how to lecture to nincompoops all so popular. He is the only real revolutionary, the authentic scientist, because he alone knows how little he knows. He must be heartless. He lives in a cold, clear light. Yet this is a funny ting. Really, in private, he is not cold nor heartless, so much less cold than the professional optimists. The world has always been ruled by the philanthropists, by the doctors that want to use therapeutic methods they do not understand, by the soldiers that want something to defend their country against, by the preachers that yearn to make everybody listen to them, by the kind manufacturers that love their workers, by the eloquent statesmen and soft-hearted authors, and see once what a fine mess of hell they have made of the world. Maybe now it is time for the scientist, who works and searches and never goes around howling how he loves everybody. But once again, always remember that not all the men who work at science are scientists. So few. The rest, secretaries, press agents, camp followers. To be a scientist is like being a Goethe. It is born in you. Sometimes I think you have a little of it born in you. If you have, there is only one thing. No, there is two things you must do. Work twice as hard as you can, and keep people from using you. I will try to protect you from success. It is all I can do. So, I should wish, Martin, that you will be very happy here. May Koch bless you. Part 2. 5 rapt minutes Martin spent in the laboratory, which was to be his. Smallish but efficient. The bench exactly the right height, a proper sink with pedal taps. When he had closed the door and let his spirit flow out and fill that minute apartment with his own essence, he felt secure. No Pickerbaugh or Rounsfield could burst in here and drag him away to be explanatory and plausible and public. He would be free to work, instead of being summoned to the package wrapping and dictation of breezy letters which men call work. He looked out of the broad window above his bench and saw that he did not have the coveted Woolworth Tower to keep and gloat on. Shut in to a joy of precision, he would nevertheless not be walled out from flowing life. He had, to the north, not the Woolworth Tower alone, but the Singer Building, the arrogant magnificence of the City Investing Building. To the west, tall ships were riding, tugs were bustling, all the world went by. Below his cliff, the streets were feverish. Suddenly he loved humanity as he loved the decent, clean rows of test tubes, and he prayed then the prayer of the scientists. God, give me unclouded eyes and freedom from haste. God, give me a quiet and relentless anger against all pretense and all pretentious work, and all the work left slack and unfinished. God, give me a restlessness whereby I may neither sleep nor accept praise till my observed results equal my calculated results, or in pious glee I discover and assault my error. God, give me strength not to trust to God. Part 3. He walked all the way up to their inconsiderable hotel in the 30s, and all the way the crowds stared at him, this slim, pale, black-eyed, beaming young man who thrust among them, half running, seeing nothing, yet in a blur seeing everything. Gallant buildings, filthy streets, relentless traffic, soldiers of fortune, fools, pretty women, frivolous shops, windy sky. His feet raced to the tune of "I've found my work, I've found my work, I've found my work." Leora was awaiting him, Leora, whose fate it was ever to wait for him, in creaky rocking chairs, in cheapish rooms. As he galloped in she smiled, and all her thin, sweet body was illumined. Before he spoke, she cried, "Oh, Sandy, I'm so glad." She interrupted his room-striding panegyrics on Max Gottlieb, on the McGurk Institute, on New York, on the charms of Staphylolysin, by a meek, "Dear, how much are they going to pay you?" He stopped with a bump. "Gosh, I forgot to ask." "Oh." "Now you look here. This isn't a Rounsfield clinic. I hate these buzzards that can't see anything but making money." "I know, Sandy. Honestly, I don't care. I was just wondering what kind of a flat we'll be able to afford, so I can begin looking for it. Go on. Dr. Gottlieb said—" It was 3 hours after, at 8, when they went to dinner. Part 4. The City of Magic was to become to Martin neither a city nor any sort of magic, but merely a route, their flat, the subway, the institute, a favorite inexpensive restaurant, a few streets of laundries and delicatessens and movie theaters. But tonight it was a fog of wonder. They dined at the Brevoort, of which Gustav Sonderlaeus had told him. This was in 1916, before the country had become wholesome and sterile, and the Brevoort was a tumult of French uniforms, caviar, louis, dangling neckties, Nuit Saint-Georges, illustrators, Grand Marnier, British intelligence officers, brokers, conversation, and Martel, V.O. "It's a crazy bunch," said Martin. "Do you realize we can stop being respectable now? Irving Waters isn't watching us, or Angus. Would we be too insane if we had a bottle of champagne?" He awoke next day to fret that there must be a trick somewhere, as there had been in Nautilus, in Chicago. But as he set to work, he seemed to be in a perfect world. The Institute deftly provided all the material and facilities he could desire: animals, incubators, glassware, cultures, media, and he had a thoroughly trained technician. Garçon, they called him at the Institute. He really was let alone. He really was encouraged to do individual work. He really was associated with men who thought not in terms of poetic posters or of $2,000 operations, but of colloids and sporulation and electrons, and of the laws and energies which governed them. On his first day there came to greet him the head of the Department of Physiology, Dr. Rippleton Hollibird. Hollibird seemed, though Martin had found his name starred in physiological journals, too young and too handsome to be the head of a department. A tall, slim, easy man with a trim moustache. Martin had been reared in the school of Cliff Clawson. He had not realized, till he heard Dr. Hollibird's quick greeting, that a man's voice may be charming without effeminacy. Hollibird guided him through the 2 floors of the Institute, and Martin beheld all the wonders of which he had ever dreamed. If it was not so large, McGurk ranked in equipment with Rockefeller, Pasteur, McCormick, Lister. Martin saw rooms for sterilizing glass and preparing media, for glass blowing, for the polariscope and the spectroscope, and a steel and cement-walled combustion chamber. He saw a museum of pathology and bacteriology to which he longed to add. There was a department of publications, whence were issued the Institute reports and the American Journal of Geographic Pathology, edited by the director, Dr. Tubbs. There was a room for photography, a glorious library, an aquarium for the Department of Marine Biology, and, Dr. Tubbs' own idea, a row of laboratories which visiting foreign scientists were invited to use as their own. A Belgian biologist and a Portuguese biochemist were occupying guest laboratories now, and once, Martin thrilled to learn, Gustav Sonderlaeus had been here. Then Martin saw the Berkeley-Saunders centrifuge. The principle of the centrifuge is that of the cream separator. It collects as sediment the solids scattered through a liquid, such as bacteria in a solution. Most centrifuges are hand or water power contrivances the size of a large cocktail shaker, but this noble instrument was 4 feet across, electrically driven, the central bowl enclosed in armor plate fastened with levers like a submarine hatch, the whole mounted on a cement pillar. Hollibird explained, "There are only 3 of these in existence. They're made by Berkeley-Saunders in England. You know the normal speed, even for a good centrifuge, is about 4,000 revolutions a minute. This does 20,000 a minute. Fastest in the world, eh?" "Jove, they do give you the stuff to work with," gloated Martin. He really did, under Hollibird's handsome influence, say Jove, not gosh. "Yes, McGurk and Tubbs are the most generous men in the scientific world. I think you'll find it very pleasant to be here, Doctor." I know I will, shall. And, Jove, it's awfully nice of you to talk me around this way. Can't you see how much I'm enjoying my chance to display my knowledge? There's no form of egotism so agreeable and so safe as being a cicerone. But we still have the real wonder of the Institute to behold, Doctor. Down this way. The real wonder of the Institute had nothing visible to do with science. It was the hall, in which lunched the staff, and in which occasional scientific dinners were given, with Mrs. McGurk as hostess. Martin gasped, and his head went back as his glance ran from glistening floor to black and gold ceiling. The hall rose the full height of the 2 floors of the Institute. Clinging to the soaring wall, above the dais on which lunched the director and the 7 heads of departments, was a carved musicians' gallery. Against the oak paneling of the walls were portraits of the pontiffs of science in crimson robes, with a vast mural by Maxfield Parrish, and above all was an electrolier of 100 globes. "Gosh! Jove!" said Martin. "I never knew there was such a room." Halliburd was generous. He did not smile. "Oh, perhaps it's almost too gorgeous. It's Capitola's pet creation. Capitola is Mrs. Ross McGurk, wife of the founder. She's really an awful nice woman, but she does love movements and associations. Terry Wickett, one of the chemists here, calls this Bonanza Hall. Yet it does inspire you when you come in to lunch all tired and grubby. Now let's go call on the director. He told me to bring you in." After the Babylonian splendor of the hall, Martin expected to find the office of Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs fashioned like a Roman bath, but it was, except for a laboratory bench at one end, the most rigidly businesslike apartment he had ever seen. Dr. Tubbs was an earnest man, whiskered like a terrier, very scholarly, and perhaps the most powerful American exponent of cooperation in science. But he was also a man of the world, fastidious of boots and waistcoats. He had graduated from Harvard, studied on the continent, been professor of pathology in the University of Minnesota, president of Hartford University, minister to Venezuela, editor of the Weekly Statesman, and president of the Sanity League, finally, director of McGurk. He was a member both of the American Academy of Arts and Letters and of the Academy of Sciences. Bishops, generals, liberal rabbis, and musical bankers dined with him. He was one of the distinguished men to whom the newspapers turned for authoritative interviews on all subjects. You realized before he had talked to you for 10 minutes that here was one of the few leaders of mankind who could discourse on any branch of knowledge, yet could control practical affairs and drive stumbling mankind on to sane and reasonable ideals. Though a Max Gottlieb might in his research show a certain talent, yet his narrowness, his sour and antic humor kept him from developing the broad view of education, politics, commerce, and all other noble matters which marked Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs. But the director was as cordial to the insignificant Martin Arrowsmith as though Martin were a visiting senator. He shook his hand warmly. He unbent in a smile. His baritone was mellow. "Dr. Arrowsmith, I trust we shall do more than merely say you are welcome here. I trust we shall show you how welcome you are. Dr. Gottlieb tells me that you have a natural aptitude for cloistered investigation, but that you have been looking over the fields of medical practice and public health before you settled down to the laboratory. I can't tell you how wise I consider you to have made that broad preliminary survey. Too many would-be scientists lack the tutored vision which comes from coordinating all mental domains." Martin was dazed to discover that he had been making a broad survey. "Now you'll doubtless wish to take some time, perhaps a year or more, in getting into your stride, Dr. Arrowsmith. I shan't ask you for any reports. So long as Dr. Gottlieb feels that you yourself are satisfied with your progress, I shall be content. Only, if there is anything in which I can advise you, from a perhaps somewhat longer career in science, please believe that I shall be delighted to be of aid, and I am quite sure the same obtains with Dr. Halliburd here, though he really ought to be jealous, because he is one of our youngest workers. In fact, I call him my enfant terrible. But you, I believe, are only 33, and you quite put the poor fellow's nose out." Halliburtt merrily suggested, "Oh no, doctor, it's been put out long ago. You forgot Terry Wickett. He's under 40. "Oh, him," murmured Dr. Tubbs. Martin had never heard a man disposed of so poisonously with such politeness. He saw that in Terry Wickett there might be a serpent even in this paradise. "Now," said Dr. Tubbs, "perhaps you might like to glance around my place here. I pride myself on keeping our card indices and letter files as unimaginatively as though I were an insurance agent. But there is a certain exotic touch in these charts." He trotted across the room to show a nest of narrow drawers filled with scientific blueprints. Just what they were charts of he did not say, nor did Martin ever learn. He pointed to the bench at the end of the room and laughingly admitted, "You can see there what an inefficient fellow I really am. I keep asserting that I have given up all the idyllic delights of pathological research for the less fascinating, but so very important and fatiguing cares of the directorship. Yet such is the weakness of genus homo that sometimes, when I ought to be attending to practical details, I become obsessed by some probably absurd pathological concept, and so ridiculous am I that I can't wait to hasten down the hall to my regular laboratory. I must always have a bench at hand and an experiment going on. Oh, I'm afraid I'm not the moral man that I pose as being in public. Here I am married to executive procedure, and still I hanker for my first love, milady science." "I think it's fine you still have an itch for it," Martin ventured. He was wondering just what experiments Dr. Tubbs had been doing lately. The bench seemed rather unused. "And now, doctor, I want you to meet the real director of the institute, my secretary, Miss Pearl Robbins." Martin had already noticed Miss Robbins. You could not help noticing Miss Robbins. She was 35 and stately, a creamy goddess. She rose to shake hands, a firm, competent grasp, and to cry in her glorious contralto, "Dr. Tubbs is so complimentary only because he knows that otherwise I wouldn't give him his afternoon tea. We've heard so much about your cleverness from Dr. Gottlieb that I'm almost afraid to welcome you, Dr. Arrowsmith, but I do want to." Then, in a glow, Martin stood in his laboratory looking at the Woolworth Tower. He was dizzy with these wonders, his own wonders now. In Rippleton Halliburtt, so gaily elegant, yet so distinguished, he hoped to have a friend. He found Dr. Tubbs somewhat sentimental, but he was moved by his kindness and by Miss Robbins's recognition. He was in a haze of future glory when his door was banged open by a hard-faced, red-headed, soft-shirted man of 36 or 8. "Arrowsmith?" the intruder growled. "My name is Wickett, Terry Wickett. I'm a chemist. I'm with Gottlieb. Well, I noticed the Holy Wren was showing you the menagerie." "Dr. Halliburtt?" "Him. Well, you must be more or less intelligent if Pa Gottlieb let you in. How's it starting? Which kind are you going to be? One of the polite birds that uses the Institute for social climbing and catches him a rich wife, or one of the roughnecks like me and Gottlieb?" Terry Wickett's croak was as irritating a sound as Martin had ever heard. He answered in a voice curiously like that of Rippleton Halliburtt. "I don't think you need to worry. I happen to be married already." "Oh, don't let that fret you, Arrowsmith. Divorces are cheap in this man's town. Well, did the Holy Wren show you Gladys the tart?" "Huh?" "Gladys the tart, or the galloping centrifuge." "Oh, you mean the Berkeley Saunders?" "I do, soul of my soul. What'd you think of it?" "It's the finest centrifuge I've ever seen. Dr. Halliburtt said—" "Hell, he ought to say something. He went and got old Tubbs to buy it. He just loves it, Holy Wren does." "Why not? It's the fastest—" "Sure, speediest centrifuge in the whole Vereinigen, and made of the best toothpick steel. The only trouble is, it always blows out fuses, and it spatters the bugs so that you need a gas mask if you're going to use it. And did you love dear old Tubbsy and the Peerless Pearl? I did. Fine. Of course, Tubbs is an illiterate jackass, but still, at that, he hasn't got persecution mania like Gottlieb. Look here, Wicket. Is it Dr. Wicket? Uh-huh. M.D., Ph.D., but a first-class chemist just the same. Well, Dr. Wicket, it seems to me a shame that a man of your talents should have to associate with idiots like Gottlieb and Tubbs and Holabird. I've just left a Chicago clinic where everybody is nice and sensible. I'll be glad to recommend you for a job there. Wouldn't be so bad. At least I'd avoid all the gassing at lunch in Bonanza Hall. Well, sorry I got your goat, Arrowsmith, but you look all right to me. Thanks. Wicket grinned obscenely, red-headed, rough-faced, wiry, and snorted. By the way, did Holabird tell you about being wounded in the first month of the war, when he was a field marshal, or a hospital orderly, or something in the British Army? He did not. He didn't mention the war. He will. Well, Brer Arrowsmith, I look forward to many happy years together, playing at the feet of Pa Gottlieb. So long. My lab is right next to yours. Phoo, Martin decided, and, well, I can stand him as long as I can fall back on Gottlieb and Holabird. But the conceited idiot. Gosh, so Holabird was in the war. Invalided out, I guess. I certainly got back at Wicket on that. Did he tell you about his being a jolly old hero in the blinkin' war? He said. And I came right back at him. I'm sorry to displease you, I said, but Dr. Holabird did not mention the war. The idiot. Well, I won't let him worry me. And indeed, as Martin met the staff at lunch, Wicket was the only one whom he did not find courteous, however brief their greetings. He did not distinguish among them. For days most of the 20 researchers remained a blur. He confused Dr. Yeo, head of the Department of Biology, with the carpenter who had come to put up shelves. The staff sat in hall at 2 long tables, one on the dais, one below. Tiny insect groups among the massy ceiling. They were not particularly noble of aspect, these possible Darwins and Huxleys and Pasteurs. None of them were wide-browed Platos, except for Rippleton Holabird and Max Gottlieb, and perhaps Martin himself. They looked like lunching grocers, brisk, featureless young men, thick mustached elders, and wimpish little men with spectacles, men whose collars did not meet. But there was a steady calm about them. There was, Martin believed, no anxiety over money in their voices, nor any restlessness of envy and scandalous gossip. They talked gravely or frivolously of their work, the one sort of work that, since it becomes part of the chain of discovered fact, is eternal, however forgotten the worker's name. As Martin listened to Terry Wicket, rude and slangy as ever, referring to himself as the boy chemist, speaking of this gaudy institute and our trusting new little brother Arrowsmith, debating with a slight thin-bearded man, Dr. William T. Smith, assistant in biochemistry, the possibility of increasing the effects of all enzymes by doses of X-rays, as he heard one associate member vituperate another for his notions of cell chemistry and denounce Ehrlich as the Edison of medical science, Martin perceived new avenues of exciting research. He stood on a mountain, and unknown valleys, craggy tantalizing paths, were open to his feet. Part 5. Dr. and Mrs. Rippleton Holabird invited them to dinner a week after their coming. As Holabird's tweeds made Clay Treadgold's smartness seem hard and pretentious, so his dinner revealed Angus Dewar's affairs in Chicago as mechanical and joyless and a little anxious. Everyone whom Martin met at the Holabirds' flat was a somebody, though perhaps a minor somebody, a goodish editor or a rising ethnologist, and all of them had Holabird's graceful casualness. The provincial Arrowsmiths arrived on time, therefore 15 minutes early. Before the cocktails appeared in old Venetian glass, Martin demanded, "Doctor, what problems are you getting after now in your physiology?" Holabird was transformed into an ardent boy. With a deprecatory, "Would you really like to hear about 'em? You needn't be polite, you know." He dashed into an exposition of his experiments, drawing sketches on the blank spaces in newspaper advertisements, on the back of a wedding invitation, on the flyleaf of a presentation novel, looking at Martin apologetically, learned yet gay. "We're working on the localization of brain functions. I think we've gone beyond Bolton and Fletzig." "Oh, it's jolly exciting, exploring the brain. Look here." His swift pencil was sketching the cerebrum. The brain lived and beat under his fingers. He threw down the paper. "I say, it's a shame to inflict my hobbies on you. Besides, the others are coming. Tell me, how is your work going? Are you comfortable at the Institute? Do you find you like people?" "Everybody except, to be frank, I'm jarred by Wicket." Generously, "I know. His manner is slightly aggressive. But you mustn't mind him. He's really an extraordinarily gifted biochemist. He's a bachelor, gives up everything for his work. And he doesn't really mean half the rude things he says. He detests me among others. Has he mentioned me?" "Why, not especially." "I have a feeling he goes around saying that I talk about my experiences in the war, which really isn't quite altogether true." "Yes," in a burst, "he did say that." "I do rather wish he wouldn't. So sorry to have offended him by going and getting wounded. I'll remember and not do it again. Such a fuss for a war record as insignificant as mine. What happened was, when the war broke out in 14, I was in England, studying under Sherrington. I pretended to be a Canadian and joined up with the medical corps and got mine within 3 weeks and got hoofed out, and that was the end of my magnificent career. Here's somebody arriving." His easy gallantry won Martin complete. Leora was equally captivated by Mrs. Holabird, and they went home from the dinner in new enchantment. So began for them a white light of happiness. Martin was scarce more blissful in his undisturbed work than in his life outside the laboratory. All the first week he forgot to ask what his salary was to be. Then it became a game to wait till the end of the month. Evenings, in little restaurants, Leora and he would speculate about it. The Institute would surely not pay him less than the $2,500 a year he had received at the Rounsfield Clinic, but on evenings when he was tired it dropped to $1,500, and one evening, when they had Burgundy, he raised it to $3,500. When his first monthly check came, neat in a little sealed envelope, he dared not look at it. He took it home to Leora. In their hotel room they stared at the envelope as though it was likely to contain poison. Martin opened it shakily. He stared and whispered, "Oh, those decent people. They're paying me. This is for $420. They're paying me $5,000 a year." Mrs. Holabird, a white kitten of a woman, helped Leora find a 3-room flat with a spacious living room in an old house near Gramercy Park, and helped her furnish it with good bits, second hand. When Martin was permitted to look, he cried, "I hope we stay here for 50 years." This was the Grecian Isle where they found peace. Presently they had friends, the Holabirds, Dr. Billy Smith, the thin-bearded biochemist, who had an intelligent taste in music and German beer, an anatomist whom Martin met at a Winnemac alumni dinner, and always Max Gottlieb. Gottlieb had found his own serenity. In the 70s he had a brown small flat, smelling of tobacco and leather books. His son Robert had graduated from City College and gone bustlingly into business. Miriam kept up her music while she guarded her father, a dumpling of a girl, holy fire behind the deceptive flesh. After an evening of Gottlieb's acrid doubting, Martin was inspired to hasten to the laboratory and attempt 1,000 new queries into the laws of microorganisms, a task which usually began with blasphemously destroying all the work he had recently done. Even Terry Wicket became more tolerable. Martin perceived that Wicket's snarls were partly a Cliff Clawson misconception of humor. but partly a resentment, as great as Gottlieb's, of the morphological scientists who ticket things with the nicest little tickets, who name things and rename them and never analyze them. Wicked often worked all night. He was to be seen in shirt sleeves, his sulky red hair rumpled, sitting with a stopwatch before a constant temperature bath for hours. Now and then it was a relief to have the surly intentness of Wicket instead of the elegance of Rippleton Hollibird, which demanded from Martin so much painful elegance in turn, at a time when he was sunk beyond sounding in his experimentation. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. His work began fumblingly. There were days when, for all the joy of it, he dreaded lest Tubbs stride in and bellow, "What are you doing here? You're the wrong Arrowsmith. Get out!" He had isolated 20 strains of Staphylococcus germs, and he was testing them to discover which of them was most active in producing a hemolytic, a blood disintegrating toxin, so that he might produce an antitoxin. There were picturesque moments when, after centrifuging, the organisms lay in coiling cloudy masses at the bottoms of tubes, or when the red corpuscles were completely dissolved and the opaque brick-red liquid turned to the color of pale wine. But most of the processes were incomparably tedious, removing samples of the culture every 6 hours, making salt suspensions of corpuscles in small tubes, recording the results. He never knew they were tedious. Tubbs came in now and then, found him busy, patted his shoulder, said something which sounded like French and might even have been French, and gave vague encouragement, while Gottlieb imperturbably told him to go ahead, and now and then stirred him by showing his own notebooks. They were full of figures and abbreviations, stupid seeming as invoices of calico, or by speaking of his own work, in a vocabulary as heathenish as Tibetan magic. Arrhenius and Madsen have made a contribution toward bringing immunity reactions under the mass action law. But I hope to show that antigen-antibody combinations occur in stoichiometric proportions when certain variables are held constant. "Oh yes, I see," said Martin, and to himself, "Well, I darn near a quarter understand that. Oh Lord, if they'll only give me a little time and not send me back to tacking up diphtheria posters." When he had obtained a satisfactory toxin, Martin began his effort to find an antitoxin. He made vast experiments with no results. Sometimes he was certain that he had something, but when he rechecked his experiments, he was bleakly certain that he hadn't. Once he rushed into Gottlieb's laboratory with the announcement of the antitoxin, whereupon with affection and several discomforting questions, and the present of a box of real Egyptian cigarettes, Gottlieb showed him that he had not considered certain dilutions. With all his amateurish fumbling, Martin had one characteristic without which there can be no science: a wide-ranging, sniffing, snuffling, undignified, unself-dramatizing curiosity, and it drove him on. Part 2. While he puttered his insignificant way through the early years of the great European war, the McGurk Institute had a lively existence under its placid surface. Martin may not have learned much in the matter of antibodies, but he did learn the secret of the Institute, and he saw that behind all its quiet industriousness was Capitola McGurk, the great white uplifter. Capitola, Mrs. Ross McGurk, had been opposed to woman suffrage, until she learned that women were certain to get the vote, but she was a complete controller of virtuous affairs. Ross McGurk had bought the Institute not only to glorify himself, but to divert Capitola and keep her itching fingers out of his shipping and mining and lumber interests, which would not too well have borne the investigations of a great white uplifter. Ross McGurk was at the time a man of 54, second generation of California railroad men, a graduate of Yale, big, suave, dignified, cheerful, unscrupulous. Even in 1908, when he had founded the Institute, he had had too many houses, too many servants, too much food, and no children, because Capitola considered that sort of thing detrimental to women with large responsibilities. In the Institute he found each year more satisfaction, more excuse for having lived. When Gottlieb arrived, McGurk went up to look him over. McGurk had bullied Dr. Tubbs now and then. Tubbs was compelled to scurry to his office as though he were a messenger boy. Yet when he saw the saturnine eyes of Gottlieb, McGurk looked interested, and the two men, the bulky, clothes-conscious, powerful, reticent American, and the cynical, simple, power-despising European, became friends. McGurk would slip away from a conference affecting the commerce of a whole West Indian island to sit on a high stool, silent, and watch Gottlieb work. "Some day when I quit hustling and wake up, I'm going to become your garçon, Max," said McGurk, and Gottlieb answered, "I don't know. You have imagination, Ross, but I think you are too late to get a training in reality. Now if you do not mind eating at Childs's, we will avoid your very expostulatory Regal Hall, and I shall invite you to lunch." But Capitola did not join their communion. Gottlieb's arrogance had returned, and with Capitola McGurk he needed it. She had such interesting little problems for her husband's pensioners to attack. Once, in excitement, she visited Gottlieb's laboratory to tell him that large numbers of persons die of cancer, and why didn't he drop this anti-whatever it was and find a cure for cancer, which would be ever so nice for all of them. But her real grievance arose when, after Rippleton Hollibird had agreed to give midnight supper on the roof of the Institute to one of her most intellectual dinner parties, she telephoned to Gottlieb, merely asking, "Would it be too much trouble for you to go down and open your lab so we can all enjoy just a tiny peep at it?" And he answered, "It would. Good night." Capitola protested to her husband. He listened, at least he seemed to listen, and remarked, "Cap, I don't mind your playing the fool with the footmen. They've got to stand it. But if you get funny with Max, I'll simply shut up the whole Institute, and then you won't have anything to talk about at the Colony Club. And it certainly does beat the deuce that a man worth $30 million, at least a fellow that's got that much, can't find a clean pair of pajamas. No, I won't have a valet. Oh, please now, Capitola, please quit being high-minded and let me go to sleep, will you?" But Capitola was uncontrollable, especially in the matter of the monthly dinners which she gave at the Institute. Part 3. The first of the McGurk scientific dinners, which Martin and Leora witnessed, was a particularly important and explanatory dinner, because the guest of honor was Major General Sir Isaac Mallard, the London surgeon, who was in America with a British war mission. He had already beautifully let himself be shown through the Institute. He had been Sir Isaac'd by Dr. Tubbs and every researcher except Terry Wickett. He remembered meeting Rippleton Hollibird in London, or said he remembered, and he admired Gladys the centrifuge. The dinner began with one misfortune in that Terry Wickett, who hitherto could be depended upon to stay decently away, now appeared, volunteering to the wife of an ex-ambassador, "I simply couldn't duck this spread, with dear Sir Isaac coming. Say, if I hadn't told you, you wouldn't hardly think my dress suit was rented, would you? Have you noticed that Sir Isaac is getting so he doesn't tear the carpet with his spurs any more? I wonder if he still kills all his mastoid patients." There was vast music, vaster food. There were uncomfortable scientists explaining to golden cooing ladies, in a few words, just what they were up to and what in the next 20 years they hoped to be up to. There were the cooing ladies themselves, observing in tones of pretty rebuke, "But I am afraid you haven't yet made it clear as you might." There were the cooing ladies' husbands, college graduates, manipulators of oil stocks or of corporate law, who sat ready to give to anybody who desired it their opinion that while antitoxins might be racy, what we really needed was a good substitute for rubber. There was Rippleton Hollibird being charming. And in the pause of the music, there suddenly was Terry Wickett saying to quite an important woman, one of Capitola's most useful friends, "Yes, his name is spelled Gottlieb, but it's pronounced Goddamn." But such outsiders as Wickett, and such silent riders as Martin and Leora, and such totally absent members as Max Gottlieb were few, and the dinner waxed magnificently to a love feast when Dr. Tubbs and Sir Isaac Mallard paid compliments to each other, to Capitola, to the sacred soil of France, to brave little Belgium, to American hospitality, to British love of privacy, and to the extremely interesting things a young man with a sense of cooperation might do in modern science. The guests were conducted through the Institute. They inspected the Marine Biology Aquarium, the Pathological Museum, and the Animal House, at sight of which one sprightly lady demanded of Wickett, "Oh, the poor little guinea pigs and darling rabbits!" "Now honestly, doctor, don't you think it would be ever so much nicer if you let them go free, and just worked with your test tubes?" A popular physician, whose practice was among rich women, none of them west of Fifth Avenue, said to the sprightly lady, "I think you're absolutely right. I never have to kill any poor wee little beasties to get my knowledge." With astounding suddenness, Wickett took his hat and went away. The sprightly lady said, "You see, he didn't dare stand up to a real argument. Oh, Dr. Arrowsmith, of course I know how wonderful Ross McGurk and Dr. Tubbs and all of you are, but I must say I'm disappointed in your laboratories. I'd expected there'd be such larky retorts and electric furnaces and everything, but, honestly, I don't see a single thing that's interesting, and I do think all you clever people ought to do something for us, now that you've coaxed us all the way down here. Can't you or somebody create life out of turtle eggs or whatever it is? Oh, please do. Please, please. Or at least do put on one of these cunnin' dentist coats that you wear." Then Martin also went rapidly away, accompanied by a furious Leora, who in the taxicab announced that she had desired to taste the champagne cup which she had observed on the buffet, and that her husband was little short of a fool. Part 4. Thus, however satisfying his work, Martin began to wonder about the perfection of his sanctuary, to wonder why Gottlieb should be so insulting at lunch to neat Dr. Schultheiss, the industrious head of the Department of Epidemiology, and why Dr. Schultheiss should endure the insults. To wonder why Dr. Tubbs, when he wandered into one's laboratory, should gurgle, "The one thing for you to keep in view in all your work is the ideal of cooperation." To wonder why so ardent a physiologist as Rippleton Hollibird should all day long be heard conferring with Tubbs instead of sweating at his bench. Hollibird had, 5 years before, done one bit of research which had taken his name into scientific journals throughout the world. He had studied the effect of the extirpation of the anterior lobes of a dog's brain on its ability to find its way through the laboratory. Martin had read of that research before he had thought of going to McGurk. On his arrival he was thrilled to have it chronicled by the master himself. But when he had heard Hollibird refer to it a dozen times, he was considerably less thrilled, and he speculated whether all his life Hollibird would go on being "the man, you remember, the chap that did the big stunt," whatever it was, with locomotion and dogs or something. Martin speculated still more as he perceived that all his colleagues were secretly grouped in factions. Tubbs, Hollibird, and perhaps Tubbs's secretary, Pearl Robbins, were the ruling caste. It was murmured that Hollibird hoped some day to be made assistant director, an office which was to be created for him. Gottlieb, Terry Wickett, and Dr. Nicholas Yeo, that long-mustached and rustic biologist, whom Martin had first taken for a carpenter, formed an independent faction of their own. And however much he disliked the boisterous Wickett, Martin was dragged into it. Dr. William Smith, with his little beard and a notion of mushrooms formed in Paris, kept to himself. Dr. Schultheiss, who had been born to a synagogue in Russia, but who was now the most zealous High Church Episcopalian in Yonkers, was constantly, in his polite small way, trying to have his scientific work commended by Gottlieb. In the department of biophysics, the good-natured chief was reviled and envied by his own assistant. And in the whole institute there was not one man who would, in all states of liquor, assert that the work of any other scientist anywhere was completely sound, or that there was a single one of his rivals who had not stolen ideas from him. No rocking-chair clique on a summer hotel porch, no knot of actors, ever whispered more scandal or hinted more warmly of complete idiocy in their confrères than did these uplifted scientists. But these discoveries Martin could shut out by closing his door, and he had that to do now which deafened him to the mutters of intrigue. Part 5. For once Gottlieb did not amble into his laboratory, but curtly summoned him. In a corner of Gottlieb's office, a den opening from his laboratory, was Terry Wickett, rolling a cigarette and looking sardonic. Gottlieb observed, "Martin, I have taken the privilege of talking you over with Terry, and we concluded that you have done well enough now, so it is time you stop puttering and go to work." "I thought I was working, sir." All the wild placidness of his halcyon days was gone. He saw himself driven back to Pickerbauism. Wickett intruded. "No, you haven't. You've just been showing that you're a bright boy who might work if he only knew something." While Martin turned on Wickett with a "Who the devil are you?" expression, Gottlieb went on. "The fact is, Martin, you can do nothing till you know a little mathematics. If you are not going to be a cookbook bacteriologist, like most of them, you must be able to handle some of the fundamentals of science. All living things are physico-chemical machines. Then how can you make progress if you do not know physical chemistry? And how can you know physical chemistry without much mathematics?" "Yuh," said Wickett. "You're lawn mowing and daisy picking, not digging." Martin faced them. "But rats, Wickett, a man can't know everything. I'm a bacteriologist, not a physicist. Strikes me a fellow ought to use his insight, not just a chest of tools, to make discoveries. A good sailor could find his way at sea even if he didn't have instruments, and a whole Lusitania full of junk wouldn't make a good sailor out of a dub. Man ought to develop his brain, not depend on tools." "Yeah, but if there were charts and quadrants in existence, a sailor that cruised off without 'em would be a chump." For half an hour Martin defended himself, not too politely, before the gem-like Gottlieb, the granite Wickett. All the while he knew that he was sickeningly ignorant. They ceased to take interest. Gottlieb was looking at his notebooks. Wickett was clumping off to work. Martin glared at Gottlieb. The man meant so much that he could be furious with him as he would have been with Leora, with his own self. "I'm sorry you think I don't know anything," he raged, and departed with the finest dramatic violence. He slammed into his own laboratory, felt freed, then wretched. Without volition, like a drunken man, he stormed to Wickett's room, protesting, "I suppose you're right. My physical chemistry is nix, and my math rotten. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?" The embarrassed barbarian grumbled, "Well, for Pete's sake, Slim, don't worry. The old man and I were just egging you on. Fact is, he's tickled to death about the careful way you're starting in. About the math, probably you're better off than the Holy Wren and Tubbs right now. You've forgotten all the math you ever knew, and they never knew any. Gosh all fishhooks, science is supposed to mean knowledge, from the Greek, a handsome language spoken by the good old booze-hoisting Helenas, and the way most of the science boys resent having to stop writing little jeweled papers or giving teas and sweat at getting some knowledge certainly does make me a grand booster for the human race. My own math isn't any too good, Slim, but if you'd like to have me come around evenings and tutor you, free, I mean. Thus began the friendship between Martin and Terry Wickett. Thus began a change in Martin's life, whereby he gave up 3 or 4 hours of wholesome sleep each night to grind over matters which everyone is assumed to know, and almost everyone does not know. He took up algebra, found that he had forgotten most of it, cursed over the competition of the indefatigable A and the indolent B, who walk from Y to Z, hired a Columbia tutor, and finished the subject with a spurt of something like interest in regard to quadratic equations in 6 weeks, while Leora listened, watched, waited, made sandwiches, and laughed at the tutor's jokes. By the end of his first 9 months at McGurk, Martin had reviewed trigonometry and analytic geometry, and he was finding differential calculus romantic. But he made the mistake of telling Terry Wickett how much he knew. Terry croaked, "Don't trust math too much, son," and he so confused him with references to the thermodynamical derivation of the mass action law and to the oxidation reduction potential that he stumbled again into raging humility, again saw himself an impostor and a 10th-rater. He read the classics of physical science, Copernicus and Galileo, Lavoisier, Newton, Laplace, Descartes, Faraday. He became completely bogged in Newton's fluxions. He spoke of Newton to Tubbs, and found that the illustrious director knew nothing about him. He cheerfully mentioned this to Terry, and was shockingly cursed for his conceit as a nouveau cultured, as a typical enthusiastic convert, and so returned to the work whose end is satisfying because there is never an end. His life did not seem edifying, nor in any degree amusing. When Tubbs peeped into his laboratory, he found a humorless young man going about his tests of hemolytic toxins with no apparent flair for the real big thing in science, which was cooperation and being efficient. Tubbs tried to set him straight with, "Are you quite sure you're following a regular demarked line in your work?" It was Leora who bore the real tedium. She sat quiet, a frail child, only up to one's shoulder, not 9 minutes older than at marriage, 9 years before. Or she napped inoffensively in the long living room of their flat, while he worked over his dreary digit-infested books till 1, till 2, and she politely woke to let him worry at her. "But look here now, I've got to keep up my research at the same time. God, I'm so tired." She dragged him away for an illegal 5-day walk on Cape Cod in March. He sat between the twin lights at Chatham and fumed, "I'm going back and tell Terry and Gottlieb they can go to the devil with their crazy physical chemistry. I've had enough, now I've done math." And she commented, "Yes, I certainly would, though isn't it funny how Dr. Gottlieb always seems to be right?" He was so absorbed in Staphylolysin and in calculus that he did not realize the world was about to be made safe for democracy. He was a little dazed when America entered the war. Part 6. Dr. Tubbs dashed to Washington to offer the services of the Institute to the War Department. All the members of the staff, except Gottlieb and 2 others who declined to be so honored, were made officers and told to run out and buy nice uniforms. Tubbs became a colonel, Rippleton Hollibird a major, Martin and Wickett and Billy Smith were captains. But the garçons had no military rank whatever, nor any military duties except the polishing of brown riding boots and leather puttees, which the several warriors wore as pleased their fancies or their legs. And the most belligerent of all, Miss Pearl Robbins, she who at tea heroically slaughtered not only German men but all their women and viperine children, was wickedly unrecognized and had to make up a uniform for herself. The only one of them who got nearer to the front than Liberty Street was Terry Wickett, who suddenly asked for leave, was transferred to the artillery, and sailed off to France. He apologized to Martin. "I'm ashamed of chucking my work like this, and I certainly don't want to kill Germans. I mean, not any more than I want to kill most people, but I never could resist getting into a big show. Say, Slim, keep an eye on Pa Gottlieb, will you? This has hit him bad. He's got a bunch of nephews and so on in the German army, and the patriots like Bigfoot Pearl will give an exhibit of idealism by persecuting him. So long, Slim. Take care yourself." Martin had vaguely protested at being herded into the army. The war was to him chiefly another interruption to his work, like Pickerbawism, like earning his living at Wheatsylvania. But when he had gone strutting forth in uniform, it was so enjoyable that for several weeks he was a standard patriot. He had never looked so well, so taut and erect, as in khaki. It was enchanting to be saluted by privates, quite as enchanting to return the salute in the dignified, patronizing, all comrades together splendor which Martin shared with the other doctors, professors, lawyers, brokers, authors, and former socialist intellectuals who were his fellow officers. But in a month the pleasures of being a hero became mechanical, and Martin longed for soft shirts, easy shoes, and clothes with reasonable pockets. His puttees were a nuisance to wear and an inferno to put on. His collar pinched his neck and jabbed his chin, and it was wearing on a man who sat up till 3 on the perilous duty of studying calculus to be snappy at every salute. Under the martinet eye of Colonel Director Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, he had to wear his uniform, at least recognizable portions of it, at the Institute, but by evening he slipped into the habit of sneaking into citizen clothes, and when he went with Leora to the movies, he had an agreeable feeling of being absent without leave, of risking at every street corner arrest by the military police and execution at dawn. Unfortunately, no MP ever looked at him. But one evening, when in an estimable and innocent manner, he was looking at the remains of a gunman who had just been murdered by another gunman, he realized that Major Rippleton Hollibird was standing by glaring. For once the major was unpleasant. "Captain, does it seem to you that this is quite playing the game to wear mufti? We, unfortunately, with our scientific work, haven't the privilege of joining the boys who are up against the real thing, but we are under orders just as if we were in the trenches, where some of us would so much like to be again. Captain, I trust I shall never again see you breaking the order about being in uniform, or, Martin blurted to Leora later, "I'm sick of hearing about his being wounded. Nothing that I can see to prevent his going back to the trenches. Wound is all right now. I want to be patriotic, but my patriotism is chasing antitoxins, doing my job, not wearing a particular kind of pants and a particular set of ideas about the Germans. Mind you, I'm anti-German all right. I think they're probably just as bad as we are. Oh, let's go back and do some more calculus. Darling, my working nights doesn't bore you too much, does it?" Leora had cunning. When she could not be enthusiastic, she could be unannoyingly silent. At the Institute, Martin perceived that he was not the only defender of his country who was not comfortable in the garb of heroes. The most dismal of the staff members was Dr. Nicholas Yeo, the Yankee sandy-mustached head of the Department of Biology. Yeo had put on major's uniform, but he never felt neighborly with it. He knew he was a major because Colonel Dr. Tubbs had told him he was, and he knew that this was a major's uniform because the clothing salesman said so. He walked out of the McGurk building in a melancholy, deprecatory way, with one breeches leg bulging over his riding boots. And however piously he tried, he never remembered to button his blouse over the violet-flowered shirts which, he often confided, you could buy ever so cheap on 8th Avenue. But Major Dr. Yeo had one military triumph. he hoarsely explained to Martin as they were marching to the completely militarized dining hall. "Say, Arrowsmith, do you ever get balled up about this saluting? Darn it, I never can figure out what all these insignia mean. One time I took a Salvation Army lieutenant for a YMCA general, or maybe he was a Portuguese. But I've got the idea now." Yeo laid his finger beside his large nose and produced wisdom. "Whenever I see any fellow in uniform that looks older than I am, I salute him. My nephew Ted has drilled me so I salute swell now, and if he don't salute back, well, Lord, I just think about my work and don't fuss. If you look at it scientifically, this military life isn't so awful hard after all." Part 7. Always, in Paris or in Bonn, Max Gottlieb had looked to America as a land which, in its freedom from royalist tradition, in its contact with the realities of cornfields and blizzards and town meetings, had set its face against the puerile pride of war. He believed that he had ceased to be a German now and become a countryman of Lincoln. The European war was the one thing, besides his discharge from Winnemac, which had ever broken his sardonic serenity. In the war he could see no splendor nor hope, but only crawling tragedy. He treasured his months of work and good talk in France, in England, in Italy. He loved his French and English and Italian friends, as he loved his ancient Korpsbrüder, and very well indeed, beneath his mocking, did he love the Germans with whom he had drudged and drunk. His sister's sons, on home-craving vacations he had seen them, in babyhood, in boyhood, in ruffling young manhood, went out with the Kaiser's colors in 1914. One of them became an Oberst. Much decorated, one existed insignificantly, and one was dead and stinking in 10 days. This he sadly endured, as later he endured his son Robert's going out as an American lieutenant, to fight his own cousins. What struck down this man, to whom abstractions and scientific laws were more than kindly flesh, was the mania of hate which overcame the unmilitaristic America to which he had emigrated in protest against Junkerdom. Incredulously he perceived women asserting that all Germans were baby killers, universities barring the language of Heine, orchestras outlawing the music of Beethoven, professors in uniform bellowing at clerks, and the clerks never protesting. It is uncertain whether the real hurt was to his love for America or to his egotism, that he should have guessed so grotesquely. It is curious that he who had so denounced the machine-made education of the land should yet have been surprised when it turned blithely to the old, mechanical mockeries of war. When the Institute sanctified the war, he found himself regarded not as the great and impersonal immunologist, but as a suspect German Jew. True, the Terry, who went off to the artillery, did not look upon him dourly, but Major Rippleton Hollibird became erect and stiff when they passed in the corridor. When Gottlieb insisted to Tubbs at lunch, "I am willing to admit every virtue of the French. I am very fond of that so individual people, but on the theory of probabilities, I suggest there must be some good Germans out of 60 millions. Then Colonel Dr. Tubbs commanded, "In this time of world tragedy, it does not seem to me particularly becoming to try to be flippant, Dr. Gottlieb." In shops and on the elevated trains, little red-faced sweaty people, when they heard his accent, glared at him, and growled one to another, "There's one of them damn barbarous well-poisoning Huns." And however contemptuous he might be, however much he strove for ignoring pride, their nibbling reduced him from arrogant scientist to an insecure, raw-nerved, shrinking old man. And once a hostess of old time had been proud to know him, a hostess whose maiden name was Straufnabel, and who had married into the famous old Anglican family of Rosemont. When Gottlieb bade her "Auf Wiedersehen," cried out upon him, "Dr. Gottlieb, I am very sorry, but the use of that disgusting language is not permitted in this house." He had almost recovered from the anxieties of Winnemac and the Hunziker factory. He had begun to expand, to entertain people, scientists, musicians, talkers. Now he was thrust back into himself. With Terry gone, he trusted only Miriam and Martin and Ross McGurk, and his deep-set, wrinkle-lidded eyes looked ever on sadness. But he could still be tart. He suggested that Capitola ought to have in the window of her house a service flag with a star for every person at the Institute who had put on uniform. She took it quite seriously, and did it. Part 8. The military duties of the McGurk staff did not consist entirely in wearing uniforms, receiving salutes, and listening to Colonel Dr. Tubbs's luncheon lectures on the part America will inevitably play in the reconstruction of a democratic Europe. They prepared sera. The assistant in the Department of Biophysics was inventing electrified wire entanglements. Dr. Billy Smith, who 6 months before had been singing student leader at Luchow's, was working on poison gas to be used against all singers of leader. And to Martin was assigned the manufacture of lipovaccine, a suspension of finely ground typhoid and paratyphoid organisms in oil. It was a greasy job and dull. Martin was faithful enough about it and gave to it almost every morning. But he blasphemed more than usual, and he unholily welcomed scientific papers in which lipovaccines were condemned as inferior to ordinary salt solutions. He was conscious of Gottlieb's sorrowing and tried to comfort him. It was Martin's most pitiful fault that he was not very kind to shy people and lonely people and stupid old people. He was not cruel to them, he simply was unconscious of them or so impatient of their fumbling that he avoided them. Whenever Leora taxed him with it, he grumbled, "Well, but I'm too much absorbed in my work or in doping stuff out to waste time on morons. And it's a good thing. Most people above the grade of hog do so much chasing around after a lot of vague philanthropy that they never get anything done. And most of your confounded shy people get spiritually pauperized. Oh, it's so much easier to be good-natured and purring and self-congratulatory and generally footless than it is to pound ahead and keep yourself strictly for your own work, the work that gets somewhere. Very few people have the courage to be decently selfish, not answer letters, and demand the right to work. If they had their way, these sentimentalists would have had a Newton, yes, or probably a Christ, giving up everything they did for the world to address meetings and listen to troubles of cranky old maids. Nothing takes so much courage as to keep hard and clear-headed. And he hadn't even that courage. When Leora had made complaint, he would be forcibly kind to all sorts of alarmed stray beggars for a day or two, then drift back into his absorption. There were but two people whose unhappiness could always pierce him, Leora and Gottlieb. Though he was busier than he had known anyone could ever be, with lipovaccines in the morning, physical chemistry in the evening, and, at all sorts of intense hours between, the continuation of his staphylolysin research, he gave what time he could to seeking out Gottlieb and warming his vanity by reverent listening. Then his research wiped out everything else, made him forget Gottlieb and Leora and all his briskness about studying, made him turn his war work over to others, and confounded night and day in one insane flaming blur as he realized that he had something not unworthy of a Gottlieb, something at the mysterious source of life. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Captain Martin Arrowsmith, M.R.C., came home to his good wife Leora, wailing, "I'm so rotten tired and I feel kind of discouraged. I haven't accomplished a darn thing in this whole year at McGurk. Sterile. No good. And I'm hanged if I'll study calculus this evening. Let's go to the movies. Won't even change to regular human clothes. Too tired." "All right, honey," said Leora, "but let's have dinner here. I bought a wonderful old fish this afternoon." Through the film, Martin gave his opinion, as a captain and as a doctor, that it seemed improbable a mother should not know her daughter after an absence of 10 years. He was restless and rational, which is not a mood in which to view the cinema. When they came blinking out of that darkness, lit only from the shadowy screen, he snorted, "I'm going back to the lab. I'll put you in a taxi." "Oh, let the beastly thing go for one night." "Now that's unfair. I haven't worked late for 3 or 4 nights now." "Then take me along." "Nope. I have a hunch I may be working all night." Liberty Street, as he raced along it, was sleeping below its towers. It was McGurk's order that the elevator to the Institute should run all night, and indeed 3 or 4 of the 20 staff members did sometimes use it after respectable hours. That morning Martin had isolated a new strain of Staphylococcus bacteria from the gluteal carbuncle of a patient in the Lower Manhattan Hospital, a carbuncle which was healing with unusual rapidity. He had placed a bit of the pus in broth and incubated it. In 8 hours a good growth of bacteria had appeared. Before going wearily home he had returned the flask to the incubator. He was not particularly interested in it, and now, in his laboratory, he removed his military blouse, looked down to the lights on the blue-black river, smoked a little, thought what a dog he was not to be gentler to Leora, and damned Bert Tozer and Pickerbaugh and Tubbs and anybody else who was handy to his memory before he absent-mindedly wavered to the incubator and found that the flask, in which there should have been a perceptible cloudy growth, had no longer any signs of bacteria, of Staphylococcus. "Now what the hell?" he cried. "Why, the broth's as clear as when I seeded it. Now what the... Think of this fool accident coming up just when I was going to start something new." He hastened from the incubator, in a closet off the corridor, to his laboratory and, holding the flask under a strong light, made certain that he had seen aright. He fretfully prepared a slide from the flask contents and examined it under the microscope. He discovered nothing but shadows of what had been bacteria, thin outlines, the form still there, but the cell substance gone, minute skeletons on an infinitesimal battlefield. He raised his head from the microscope, rubbed his tired eyes, reflectively rubbed his neck. His blouse was off, his collar on the floor, his shirt open at the throat. He considered, something funny here. This culture was growing all right, and now it's committed suicide. Never heard of bugs doing that before. I've hit something. What caused it? Some chemical change? Something organic? Now in Martin Arrowsmith there were no decorative heroisms, no genius for amours, no exotic wit, no edifyingly born misfortunes. He presented neither picturesque elegance nor a moral message. He was full of hasty faults and of perverse honesty. A young man often unkindly, often impolite. But he had one gift, a curiosity whereby he saw nothing as ordinary. Had he been an acceptable hero, like Major Rippleton Hollibird, he would have chucked the contents of the flask into the sink, avowed with pretty modesty, "Silly, I've made some error," and gone his ways. But Martin, being Martin, walked prosaically up and down his laboratory, snarling, "Now there was some cause for that, and I'm going to find out what it was." He did have one romantic notion. He would telephone to Leora and tell her that splendor was happening, and she wasn't to worry about him. He fumbled down the corridor, lighting matches, trying to find electric switches. At night all halls are haunted. Even in the smirkingly new McGurk building there had been a bookkeeper who committed suicide. As Martin groped he was shakily conscious of feet padding behind him, of shapes which leered from doorways and insolently vanished, of ancient bodiless horrors, and when he found the switch, he rejoiced in the blessing and security of sudden light that recreated the world. At the Institute telephone switchboard, he plugged in wherever it seemed reasonable. Once he thought he was talking to Leora, but it proved to be a voice, sexless and intolerant, which said, "Number, please," with a taut alertness impossible to anyone so indolent as Leora. Once it was a voice which slobbered, "Is this Sera?" Then, "I don't want you. Ring off, will ya?" Once a girl pleaded, "Honestly, Billy, I did try to get there, but the boss came in at 5 and he said—" As for the rest, it was only a burring, the sound of 7 million people hungry for sleep or love or money. He observed, "Oh, rats, I guess Lee'll have gone to bed by now," and felt his way back to the laboratory. A detective, hunting the murderer of bacteria, he stood with his head back, scratching his chin, scratching his memory for like cases of microorganisms committing suicide or being slain without perceptible cause. He rushed upstairs to the library, consulted the American and English authorities, and, laboriously, the French and German. He found nothing. He worried lest there might, somehow, have been no living staphylococcus in the pus which he had used for seeding the broth, none there to die. At a hectic run, not stopping for lights, bumping corners and sliding on to the too perfect tile floor, he skidded down the stairs and galloped through the corridors to his room. He found the remains of the original pus, made a smear on a glass slide, and stained it with gentian violet, nervously dribbling out one drop of the gorgeous dye. He sprang to the microscope. As he bent over the brass tube and focused the objective into the grey lavender circular field of vision, rose to existence the grape-like clusters of staphylococcus germs, purple dots against the blank plane. "Staph in it, all right," he shouted. Then he forgot Leora, war, night, weariness, success, everything, as he charged into preparations for an experiment, his first great experiment. He paced furiously, rather dizzy. He shook himself into calmness and settled down at a table among rings and spirals of cigarette smoke to list on small sheets of paper all the possible causes of suicide in the bacteria, all the questions he had to answer and the experiments which should answer them. It might be that alkali in an improperly cleaned flask had caused the clearing of the culture. It might be some anti-staph substance existing in the pus, or something liberated by the staphylococcus themselves. It might be some peculiarity of this particular broth. Each of these had to be tested. He pried open the door of the glass storeroom, shattering the lock. He took new flasks, cleaned them, plugged them with cotton, and placed them in the hot air oven to sterilize. He found other batches of broth. As a matter of fact, he stole them from Gottlieb's private and highly sacred supply in the icebox. He filtered some of the clarified culture through a sterile porcelain filter, and added to it his regular staphylococcus strains. And perhaps most important of all, he discovered that he was out of cigarettes. Incredulously, he slapped each of his pockets, and went the round and slapped them all over again. He looked into his discarded military blouse, had a cheering idea about having seen cigarettes in a drawer, did not find them, and brazenly marched into the room where hung the aprons and jackets of the technicians. Furiously he pilfered pockets and found a dozen beautiful cigarettes in a wrinkled and flattened paper case. To test each of the 4 possible causes of the flask's clearing, he prepared and seeded with bacteria a series of flasks under varying conditions, and set them away in the incubator at body temperature. Till the last flask was put away, his hand was steady, his worn face calm. He was above all nervousness, free from all uncertainty, a professional going about his business. By this time it was 6 o'clock of a fine, wide August morning. and as he ceased his swift work, as taut nerves slackened, he looked out of his lofty window and was conscious of the world below. Bright roofs, jubilant towers, and a high-decked sound steamer swaggering up the glossy river. He was completely fagged. He was, like a surgeon after a battle, like a reporter during an earthquake, perhaps a little insane. But sleepy he was not. He cursed the delay involved in the growth of the bacteria, without which he could not discover the effect of the various sorts of broths and bacterial strains, but choked his impatience. He mounted the noisy slate stairway to the lofty world of the roof. He listened at the door of the Institute's animal house. The guinea pigs, awake and nibbling, were making a sound like that of a wet cloth rubbed on glass in window cleaning. He stamped his foot, and in fright they broke out in their strange sound of fear, like the cooing of doves. He marched violently up and down, refreshed by the soaring sky, till he was calmed to hunger. Again he went pillaging. He found chocolate belonging to an innocent technician. He even invaded the office of the director, and in the desk of the Diana-like Pearl Robbins unearthed tea and a kettle, as well as a lipstick and a love letter beginning, "My little Ickles." He made himself a profoundly bad cup of tea, then, his whole body dragging, returned to his table to set down elaborately in a shabby, nearly filled notebook every step of his experiment. After 7, he worked out the operation of the telephone switchboard and called the Lower Manhattan Hospital. Could Dr. Arrowsmith have some more pus from the same carbuncle? What? It had healed? Curse it! No more of that material. He hesitated over waiting for Gottlieb's arrival to tell him of the discovery, but determined to keep silence till he should have determined whether it was an accident. Eyes wide, too wrought up to sleep in the subway, he fled uptown to tell Leora. He had to tell someone. Waves of fear, doubt, certainty, and fear again swept over him. His ears rang and his hands trembled. He rushed up to the flat. He bawled, "Lee! Lee!" before he had unlocked the door. And she was gone. He gaped. The flat breathed emptiness. He searched it again. She had slept there. She had had a cup of coffee, but she had vanished. He was at once worried lest there had been an accident, and furious that she should not have been there at the great hour. Sullenly he made breakfast for himself. It is strange that excellent bacteriologists and chemists should scramble eggs so waterily, should make such bitter coffee, and be so casual about dirty spoons. By the time he had finished the mess, he was ready to believe that Leora had left him forever. He quavered, "I've neglected her a lot." Sluggishly, an old man now, he started for the Institute, and at the entrance to the subway he met her. She wailed, "I was so worried. I couldn't get you on the phone. I went clear down to the Institute to see what happened to you." He kissed her, very competently, and raved, "God, woman, I've got it. The real big stuff. I've found something, not a chemical you put in, I mean, that eats bugs, dissolves 'em, kills 'em. May be a big new step in therapeutics. Oh, no, rats. I don't suppose it really is. Probably just another of my bulls." She sought to reassure him, but he did not wait. He dashed down to the subway, promising to telephone to her. By 10, he was peering into his incubator. There was a cloudy appearance of bacteria in all the flasks except those in which he had used broth from the original alarming flask. In these, the mysterious murderer of germs had prevented the growth of the new bacteria which he had introduced. "Great stuff," he said. He returned the flasks to the incubator, recorded his observations, went again to the library, and searched handbooks, bound proceedings of societies, periodicals in 3 languages. He had acquired a reasonable scientific French and German. It is doubtful whether he could have brought a drink or asked the way to the Kursaal in either language, But he understood the universal Hellenistic scientific jargon, and he pawed through the heavy books, rubbing his eyes, which were filled with salty fire. He remembered that he was an army officer and had lipovaccine to make this morning. He went to work, but he was so twitchy that he ruined the batch, called his patient garçon a fool, and after this injustice sent him out for a pint of whiskey. He had to have a confidant. He telephoned to Leora, lunched with her expensively, and asserted, "It still looks as if there were something to it." He was back at the Institute every hour that afternoon, glancing at his flasks, but between he tramped to the streets, creaking with weariness, drinking too much coffee. Every 5 minutes it came to him as a quite new and ecstatic idea. Why don't I go to sleep? Then he remembered and groaned. No, I've got to keep going and watch every step. Can't leave it, or I'll have to begin all over again. But I'm so sleepy. Why don't I go to sleep? He dug down, before 6, into a new layer of strength, and at 6 his examination showed that the flasks containing the original broth still had no growth of bacteria, and the flasks which he had seeded with the original pus had, like the first eccentric flask, after beginning to display a good growth of bacteria, cleared up again under the slowly developing attack of the unknown assassin. He sat down, drooping with relief. He had it. He stated in the conclusions of his first notes, "I have observed a principle, which I shall temporarily call the X principle, in pus from a staphylococcus infection, which checks the growth of several strains of staphylococcus, and which dissolves the staphylococci from the pus in question." When he finished at 7, his head was on his notebook, and he was asleep. He awoke at 10, went home, ate like a savage, slept again, and was in the laboratory before dawn. His next rest was an hour that afternoon, sprawled on his laboratory table, with his garçon on guard. The next, a day and a half later, was 8 hours in bed, from dawn till noon. But in dreams he was constantly upsetting a rack of test tubes or breaking a flask. He discovered an X principle which dissolved chairs, tables, human beings. He went about smearing it on Bert Tozer's and Dr. Bissex's, and fiendishly watching them vanish. But accidentally he dropped it on Leora and saw her fading, and he woke screaming to find the real Leora's arms about him, while he sobbed, "Oh, I couldn't do anything without you. Don't ever leave me. I do love you so, even if this damned work does keep me tied up. Stay with me." While she sat by him on the frowsy bed, gay in her gingham, he went to sleep, to wake up 3 hours later and start off for the Institute, his eyes blood-glaring and set. She was ready for him with strong coffee, waiting on him silently, looking at him proudly, while he waved his arms, babbling, "Gottlieb better not talk any more about the importance of new observations. The X principle may not just apply to staph. Maybe you can sick it on any bug, cure any germ disease by it. Bug that lives on bugs. Or maybe it's a chemical principle, an enzyme. Oh, I don't know. But I will." As he bustled to the Institute, he swelled with the certainty that after years of stumbling he had arrived. He had visions of his name in journals and textbooks, of scientific meetings cheering him. He had been an unknown among the experts of the Institute, and now he pitied all of them. But when he was back at his bench, the grandiose aspirations faded, and he was the sniffling, snuffling beagle, the impersonal worker. Before him, supreme joy of the investigator, new mountain passes of work opened, and in him was new power. Part 2. For a week Martin's life had all the regularity of an escaped soldier in the enemy's country, with the same agitation and the same desire to prowl at night. He was always sterilizing flasks, preparing media of various hydrogen ion concentrations, copying his old notes into a new book, lovingly labeled Ex-Principal Staff, and adding to it further observations. He tried elaborately, with many flasks and many reseedings, to determine whether the ex-principle would perpetuate itself indefinitely, whether when it was transmitted from tube to new tube of bacteria, it would reappear, whether growing by cell division automatically, it was veritably a germ, a subgerm infecting germs. During the week, Gottlieb occasionally peered over his shoulder, but Martin was unwilling to report until he should have proof, and one good night's sleep, and perhaps even a shave. When he was sure that the ex-principle did reproduce itself indefinitely, so that in the 10th tube it grew to have as much effect as in the first, then he solemnly called on Gottlieb and laid before him his results, with his plans for further investigation. The old man tapped his thin fingers on the report, read it intently, looked up, and, not wasting time in congratulations, vomited questions. Have you done this? Why have you not done that? At what temperature is the activity of the principle at its maximum? Is its activity manifested on agar solid medium? This is my plan for new work. I think you'll find it includes most of your suggestions. Huh! Gottlieb ran through it and snorted. Why have you not planned to propagate it on dead staff? This is most important of all. Why? Gottlieb flew instantly to the heart of the jungle in which Martin had struggled for many days. Because that will show whether you are dealing with a living virus. Martin was humbled, but Gottlieb beamed. You have a big thing. Now do not let the director know about this and get enthusiastic too soon. I am glad, Martin. There was that in his voice which sent Martin swanking down the corridor, back to work, and to not sleeping. What the ex-principle was, chemical or germ, he could not determine, but certainly the original principle flourished. It could be transmitted indefinitely. He determined the best temperature for it, and found that it did not propagate on dead staphylococcus. When he added a drop containing the principle to a growth of staphylococcus, which was a gray film on the solid surface of agar, the drop was beautifully outlined by bare patches, as the enemy made its attack, so that the agar slant looked like moth-eaten beeswax. But within a fortnight, one of the knots of which Gottlieb warned him appeared. Wary of the hundreds of bacteriologists who would rise to slay him once his paper appeared, he sought to make sure that his results could be confirmed. At the hospital he obtained pus from many boils, of the arms, the legs, the back. He sought to reduplicate his results and failed, complete. No ex-principle appeared in any of the new boils, and sadly he went to Gottlieb. The old man meditated, asked a question or two, sat hunched in his cushioned chair, and demanded, What kind of a carbuncle was the original one? Gluteal. Ah, then the ex-principle may be present in the intestinal contents. Look for it, in people with boils and without. Martin dashed off. In a week he had obtained the principle from intestinal contents and from other gluteal boils, finding an especial amount in boils which were healing of themselves. And he transplanted his new principle in a heaven of triumph, of admiration for Gottlieb. He extended his investigation to the intestinal group of organisms and discovered an ex-principle against the colon bacillus. At the same time, he gave some of the original principle to a doctor in the Lower Manhattan Hospital for the treatment of boils, and from him had excited reports of cures, more excited inquiries as to what this mystery might be. With these new victories, he went parading into Gottlieb, and suddenly he was being trounced. Oh, so, beautiful! You let a doctor try it before you finished your research? You want fake reports of cures to get into the newspapers, To be telegraphed about places and have everybody in the world that has a pimple come tumbling in to be cured so you will never be able to work? You want to be a miracle man and not a scientist? You do not want to complete things? You wander off monkey skipping and flapdoodling with colon bacillus before you have finished with staff? Before you have really begun your work? Before you have found what is the nature of the X-principle? Get out of my office. You are a college president. Next I know, you will be dining with Tubbs and get your picture in the papers for a smart cure vendor. Martin crept out, and when he met Billy Smith in the corridor, and the little chemist twittered, "Up to something big? Haven't seen you lately," Martin answered in the tone of Doc Vickerson's assistant in Elk Mills, "Oh, no, gee, I'm just grubbing along, I guess." Part 3. As sharply and quite as impersonally as he would have watched the crawling illness of an infected guinea pig, Martin watched himself, in the madness of overwork, drift toward neurasthenia. With considerable interest, he looked up the symptoms of neurasthenia, saw one after another of them twitch at him, and casually took the risk. From an irritability which made him a thoroughly impossible person to live with, he passed into a sick nervousness in which he missed things for which he reached, dropped test tubes, gasped at sudden footsteps behind him. Dr. Yeo's croaking voice became to him a fever, an insult, and he waited with his whole body clenched, muttering, "Shut up, oh shut up," when Yeo stopped to talk to someone outside his door. Then he was obsessed by the desire to spell backward all the words which snatched at him from signs. As he stood dragging out his shoulder on a subway strap, he pored over the posters, seeking new words to spell backward. Some of them were remarkably agreeable. "No smoking" became a jaunty and agreeable "Gnickom's Own," and Broadway was tolerable as "Yodaorb," but he was displeased by his attempts on punch, health, rough, while strength turning into "nerts" was abominable. When he had to return to his laboratory 3 times before he was satisfied that he had closed the window, he sat down coldly, informed himself that he was on the edge, and took counsel as to whether he dared go on. It was not very good counsel. He was so glorified by his unfolding work that his self could not be taken seriously. At last fear closed in on him. It began with childhood's terror of the darkness. He lay awake dreading burglars. Footsteps in the hall were a creeping cutthroat. An unexplained scratching on the fire escape was a murderer with an automatic in his fist. He beheld it so clearly that he had to spring from bed and look timorously out. And when in the street below he did actually see a man standing still, he was cold with panic. Every sky glow was a fire. He was going to be trapped in his bed, be smothered, die writhing. He knew absolutely that his fears were absurd, and that knowledge did not at all keep them from dominating him. He was ashamed at first to acknowledge his seeming cowardice to Leora, admit that he was crouching like a child, but when he had lain rigid, almost screaming, feeling the cord of an assassin squeezing his throat, till the safe dawn brought back a dependable world, he muttered of insomnia, and after that, night on night, he crept into her arms and she shielded him from the horrors, protected him from garrotters, kept away the fire. He made a checklist of the favorite neurasthenic fears: agoraphobia, claustrophobia, pyrophobia, anthropophobia, and the rest, ending with what he asserted to be the most fool, pretentious, witch-doctor term of the whole bloomin' lot, namely siderodromophobia, the fear of a railway journey. The first night he was able to check against pyrophobia, for at the vaudeville with Leora, when on the stage a dancer lighted a brazier, he sat waiting for the theatre to take fire. He looked cautiously along the row of seats, raging at himself the while for doing it. He estimated his chance of reaching an exit, and became easy only when he had escaped into the street. It was when anthropophobia set in, when he was made uneasy by people who walked too close to him, that, sagely viewing his list and seeing how many phobias were now checked, he permitted himself to rest. He fled to the Vermont hills for a 4-day tramp, alone, that he might pound on the faster. He went at night, by sleeper, and was able to make the most interesting observations of siderodromophobia. He lay in a lower berth, the little pillow wadded into a lump. He was annoyed by the waving of his clothes as they trailed from the hanger beside him, at the opening of the green curtains. The window shade was up 6 inches. It left a milky blur across which streaked yellow lights, emphatic in the noisy darkness of his little cell. He was shivering with anxiety. Whenever he tried to relax, he was ironed back into apprehension. When the train stopped between stations, and from the engine came a questioning, fretful whistle, he was aghast with certainty that something had gone wrong. A bridge was out, a train was ahead of them, perhaps another was coming just behind them, about to smash into them at 60 miles an hour. He imagined being wrecked, and he suffered more than from the actual occurrence, for he pictured not one wreck, but half a dozen, with assorted miseries. The flat wheel just beneath him, surely it shouldn't pound like that. Why hadn't the confounded man with the hammer detected it at the last big station? The flat wheel cracking, the car lurching, falling, being dragged on its side. A collision, a crash, the car instantly a crumbled, horrible heap, himself pinned in the telescoped berth, caught between seat and seat. Shrieks, death groans, the creeping flames. The car turning, falling, plumping into a river on its side. Himself trying to crawl through a window as the water seeped about his body. Himself standing by the wrenched car, deciding whether to keep away and protect his sacred work or go back, rescue people, and be killed. So real were the visions that he could not endure lying here, waiting. He reached for the berth light and could not find the button. In agitation, he tore a matchbox from his coat pocket, scratched a match, snapped on the light. He saw himself, under the sheets, reflected in the polished wood ceiling of his berth, like a corpse in a coffin. Hastily he crawled out, with trousers and coat over his undergarments. He had somehow feared to show so much trust in the train as to put on pajamas, and with bare, disgusted feet he paddled up to the smoking compartment. The porter was squatting on a stool, polishing an amazing pile of shoes. Martin longed for his encouraging companionship, and ventured, "Warm night." "Uh-huh," said the porter. Martin curled on the chill leather seat of the smoking compartment, profoundly studying a brass washbowl. He was conscious that the porter was disapproving, but he had comfort in calculating that the man must make this run thrice a week, tens of thousands of miles yearly, apparently without being killed, and there might be a chance of their lasting till morning. He smoked till his tongue was raw and till, fortified by the calmness of the porter, he laughed at the imaginary catastrophes. He staggered sleepily to his berth. Instantly he was tense again, and he lay awake till dawn. For 4 days he tramped, swam in cold brooks, slept under trees or in straw stacks, and came back, but by day, with enough reserve of energy to support him till his experiment should have turned from overwhelming glory into sane and entertaining routine. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. When the work on the X principle had gone on for 6 weeks, the Institute staff suspected that something was occurring, and they hinted to Martin that he needed their several assistances. He avoided them. He did not desire to be caught in any of the log-rolling factions, though for Terry Wickett, still in France, and for Terry's rough compulsion to honesty, he was sometimes lonely. How the director first heard that Martin was finding gold is not known. Dr. Tubbs was tired of being a colonel. There were too many generals in New York, and for 2 weeks he had not had an idea which would revolutionize even a small part of the world. One morning he burst in, whiskers alive, and reproached Martin. "What is this mysterious discovery you're making, Arrowsmith? I've asked Dr. Gottlieb, but he evades me. He says you want to be sure first. I must know about it, not only because I take a very friendly interest in your work, but because I am, after all, your director." Martin felt that this one ewe lamb was being snatched from him, but he could see no way to refuse. He brought out his notebooks and the agar slants with their dissolved patches of bacilli. Tubbs gasped, assaulted his whiskers, did a moment of impressive thinking, and clamored, "Do you mean to say you think you've discovered an infectious disease of bacteria, and you haven't told me about it? My dear boy, I don't believe you quite realize that you may have hit on the supreme way to kill pathogenic bacteria. And you didn't tell me." "Well, sir, I wanted to make certain—" "I admire your caution, but you must understand, Martin, that the basic aim of this institution is the conquest of disease, not making pretty scientific notes. You may have hit on one of the discoveries of a generation, the sort of thing that Mr. McGurk and I are looking for. If your results are confirmed, I shall ask Dr. Gottlieb's opinion." He shook Martin's hand 5 or 6 times and bustled out. Next day he called Martin to his office, shook his hand some more, told Pearl Robbins that they were honored to know him, then led him to a mountain top and showed him all the kingdoms of the world. "Martin, I have some plans for you. You have been working brilliantly, but without a complete vision of broader humanity. Now the Institute is organized on the most flexible lines. There are no set departments, but only units formed about exceptional men like our good friend Gottlieb. If any new man has the real right thing, we'll provide him with every facility instead of letting him merely plug along doing individual work. I have given your results the most careful consideration, Martin. I have talked them over with Dr. Gottlieb, though I must say he does not altogether share my enthusiasm about immediate practical results. And I have decided to submit to the Board of Trustees a plan for a Department of Microbic Pathology, with you as head. You will have an assistant, a real trained Ph.D., and more room and technicians, and you will report to me directly, talk things over with me daily instead of with Gottlieb. You will be relieved of all war work, by my order, though you can retain your uniform and everything. And your salary will be, I should think, if Mr. McGurk and the other trustees confirm me, 10,000 a year instead of 5. Yes, the best room for you would be that big one on the upper floor, to the right of the elevators. That's vacant now, and your office across the hall. And all the assistance you require. Why, my boy, you won't need to sit up nights using your hands in this wasteful way, but just think things out and take up possible extensions of the work, cover all the possible fields. We'll extend this to everything. We'll have scores of physicians in hospitals helping us in confirming our results and widening our efforts. We might have a weekly council of all these doctors and assistants, with you and me jointly presiding. If men like Koch and Pasteur had only had such a system, how much more scope their work might have had. Efficient universal cooperation. That's the thing in science today. The time of this silly, jealous, fumbling individual research has gone by. My boy, we may have found the real thing, another Salvarsan. We'll publish together. We'll have the whole world talking. Why, I lay awake last night thinking of our magnificent opportunity. In a few months we may be curing not only staph infections, but typhoid, dysentery. Martin, as your colleague, I do not for a moment wish to detract from the great credit which is yours, but I must say that if you had been more closely allied with me, you would have extended your work to practical proofs and results long before this." Martin wavered back to his room, dazzled by the view of a department of his own, assistants, a cheering world, and 10,000 a year. But his work seemed to have been taken from him. His own self had been taken from him. He was no longer to be Martin and Gottlieb's disciple, but a man of measured merriment, Dr. Arrowsmith, head of the department of microbic pathology, who would wear several collars and make addresses and never curse. Doubts enfeebled him. Perhaps the ex-principal would develop only in the test tube. Perhaps it had no large value for human healing. He wanted to know, to know. Then Rippleton Hollibird burst in on him. "Martin, my dear boy, the director has just been telling me about your discovery and his splendid plans for you. I want to congratulate you with all my heart, and to welcome you as a fellow department head. And you so young, only 34, isn't it? What a magnificent future. Think, Martin." Major Hollibird discarded his dignity, sat astride a chair. "Think of all you have ahead. If this work really pans out, there's no limit to the honors that'll come to you, you lucky young dog. Acclaim by scientific societies, any professor you might happen to want, prizes, the biggest men begging to consult you, a ripping place in society. Now listen, old boy. Perhaps you know how close I am to Dr. Tubbs, and I see no reason why you shouldn't come in with us, and we three run things here to suit ourselves. Wasn't it simply too decent of the director to be so eager to recognize and help you in every way? So cordial and so helpful. Now you really understand him. And the three of us, some day we might be able to erect a superstructure of cooperative science which would control not only McGurk, but every institute and every university scientific department in the country, and so produce really efficient research. When Dr. Tubbs retires, I'm speaking with the most complete confidence, I have some reason to suppose that the Board of Trustees will consider me as his successor. Then, old boy, if this work succeeds, you and I can do things together. To be ever so frank, there are very few men in our world. Think of poor old Yeo, who combined presentable personalities with first-rate achievement. And if you'll just get over some of your abruptness and your unwillingness to appreciate big executives and charming women, because, thank God, you do wear your clothes well, when you take the trouble, why, you and I can become the dictators of science throughout the whole country." Martin did not think of an answer till Hollibird had gone. He perceived the horror of the shrieking, bawdy thing called success, with its demand that he give up quiet work and parade forth to be pawed by every blind devotee and mud-spattered by every blind enemy. He fled to Gottlieb as to the wise and tender father, and begged to be saved from success and Hollibirds and A. DeWitt Tubbses and their hordes of address-making scientists, degree-hunting authors, pulpit orators, popular surgeons, valeted journalists, sentimental merchant princes, literary politicians, titled sportsmen, statesmanlike generals, interviewed senators, sententious bishops. Gottlieb was worried. "I knew Tubbs was up to something idealistic and nasty when he came purring to me, but I did not think he would try to turn you into a megaphone, all so soon in one day. I will gird up my loins and go out to battle with the forces of publicity." He was defeated. "I have let you alone, Dr. Gottlieb," said Tubbs, "but, hang it, I am the director, and I must say that, perhaps owing to my signal stupidity, I failed to see the horrors of enabling Arrowsmith to cure thousands of suffering persons and to become a man of weight and esteem." Gottlieb took it to Ross McGurk. "Max, I love you like a brother, but Tubbs is the director, and if he feels he needs this Arrowsmith, is he the thin young fellow I see around your lab? Then I have no right to stop him. "I've got to back him up the same as I would the master of one of our ships," said McGurk. Not till the Board of Trustees, which consisted of McGurk himself, the president of the University of Wilmington, and 3 professors of science in various universities, should meet and give approval, would Martin be a department head. Meantime Tubbs demanded, "Now, Martin, you must hasten and publish your results. Get right to it. In fact, you should have done it before this. Throw your material together as rapidly as possible and send a note in to the Society for Experimental Biology and Medicine to be published in their next proceedings." "But I'm not ready to publish. I want to have every loophole plugged up before I announce anything whatever." "Nonsense. That attitude is old-fashioned. This is no longer an age of parochialism, but of competition, in art and science just as much as in commerce, cooperation with your own group, but with those outside it, competition to the death. Plug up the holes thoroughly later, but we can't have somebody else stealing a march on us. Remember, you have your name to make. The way to make it is by working with me, toward the greatest good for the greatest number." As Martin began his paper, thinking of resigning but giving it up because Tubbs seemed to him at least better than the Pickerbaws, he had a vision of a world of little scientists, each busy in a roofless cell. Perched on a cloud, watching them, was the divine Tubbs, a glory of whiskers, ready to blast any of the little men who stopped being earnest and wasted time on speculation about anything which he had not assigned to them. Back of their welter of coups, unseen by the tutelary Tubbs, the lean giant figure of Gottlieb stood sardonic on a stormy horizon. Literary expression was not easy to Martin. He delayed with his paper while Tubbs became irritable and whipped him on. The experiments had ceased. There were misery and pen-scratching and much tearing of manuscript paper in Martin's particular roofless cell. For once he had no refuge in Leora. She cried, "Why not? 10,000 a year would be awfully nice, Sandy. Gee, we've always been so poor, and you do like nice flats and things, and to boss your own department. And you could consult Dr. Gottlieb just the same. He's a department head, isn't he? And yet he keeps independent of Dr. Tubbs. Oh, I'm for it." And slowly, under the considerable increase in respect given to him at institute lunches, Martin himself was for it. "We could get one of those new apartments on Park Avenue. Don't suppose they cost more than 3,000 a year," he meditated. "Wouldn't be so bad to be able to entertain people there. Not that I'd let it interfere with my work. Kind of nice." It was still more kind of nice, however agonizing in the taking, to be recognized socially. Capitola McGurk, who hitherto had not perceived him except as an object less interesting than Gladys the centrifuge, telephoned. "Dr. Tubbs so enthusiastic, and Ross and I are so pleased. Be delighted if Mrs. Arrowsmith and you could dine with us next Thursday at 8:30. Martin accepted the royal command. It was his conviction that after glimpses of Angus Dewar and Rippleton Hollibird, he had seen luxury, and understood smart dinner parties. Leora and he went without too much agitation to the house of Ross McGurk in the East 70s, near Fifth Avenue. The house did, from the street, seem to have an unusual quantity of greystone gargoyles and carven lintels and bronze grills, but it did not seem large. Inside, the vaulted stone hallway opened up like a cathedral. They were embarrassed by the footman, awed by the automatic elevator, oppressed by a hallway full of vellum folios and Italian chests and a drawing room full of watercolors, and reduced to rusticity by Capitola's queenly white satin and pearls. There were 8 or 10 persons of importance, male and female, looking insignificant but bearing names as familiar as ivory soap. Did one give his arm to some unknown lady and "take her in"? Martin wondered. He rejoiced to find that one merely straggled into the dining room under McGurk's amiable basso herding. The dining room was gorgeous and very hideous, in stamped leather and hysterias of gold, with collections of servants watching one's use of asparagus forks. Martin was seated, it is doubtful if he ever knew that he was the guest of honor, between Capitola McGurk and a woman of whom he could learn only that she was the sister of a countess. Capitola leaned toward him in her great white splendor. "Now, Dr. Arrowsmith, just what is this thing you are discovering?" "Why, I'm trying to figure—" "Dr. Tubbs tells us that you have found such wonderful new ways of controlling disease." Her L's were a melody of summer rivers, her R's the trills of birds in the brake. Oh, what could be more beautiful than relieving this sad old world of its burden of illness? But just precisely what is it that you're doing? "Why, it's awfully early to be sure, but you see, it's like this. You take certain bugs like staph—" "Oh, how interesting science is, but how frightfully difficult for simple people like me to grasp. But we're all so humble. We're just waiting for scientists like you to make the world secure for friendship." Then Capitola gave all her attention to her other man. Martin looked straight ahead, and ate and suffered. The sister of the countess, a sallow and stringy woman, was glowing at him. He turned with unhappy meekness, noting that she had one more fork than he, and wondering where he had got lost. She blared, "You are a scientist, I am told." "Yes." "The trouble with scientists is that they do not understand beauty. They are so cold." Rippleton Hollibird would have made pretty mirth, but Martin could only quaver, "No, I don't think that's true," and consider whether he dared drink another glass of champagne. When they had been herded back to the drawing room, after masculine but achingly elaborate passings of the port, Capitola swooped on him with white devouring wings. "Dear Dr. Arrowsmith, I really didn't get a chance at dinner to ask you just exactly what you are doing. Oh, have you seen my dear little children at the Charles Street settlement? I'm sure ever so many of them will become the most fascinating scientists. You must come lecture to them." That night he fretted to Leora, "Going to be hard to keep up this twittering, but I suppose I've got to learn to enjoy it. Oh, well, think how nice it'll be to give some dinners of our own, with real people. Gottlieb and everybody, when I'm a department head." Next morning Gottlieb came slowly into Martin's room. He stood by the window. He seemed to be avoiding Martin's eyes. He sighed. "Something sort of bad, perhaps not altogether bad, has happened." "What is it, sir? Anything I can do?" "It does not apply to me. To you." Irritably, Martin thought, is he going into all this danger of rapid success stuff again? I'm getting tired of it. Gottlieb ambled toward him. "It is a pity, Martin, but you are not the discoverer of the X principle." "What?" "Someone else has done it." "They have not. I've searched all the literature, and except for Twort, not one person has even hinted at anticipating. Why, good Lord, Dr. Gottlieb, it would mean that all I've done, all these weeks, has just been waste, and I'm a fool." "Well, anyway, de Herrle of the Pasteur Institute has just now published in the Compte Rendu Académie des Sciences a report. It is your X principle absolute, only he calls it bacteriophage. So. Then I'm—" In his mind Martin finished it. "Then I'm not going to be a department head, or famous or anything else. I'm back in the gutter." All strength went out of him and all purpose, and the light of creation faded to dirty gray. "Now, of course," said Gottlieb, "you could claim to be co-discoverer and spend the rest of your life fighting to get recognized. Or you could forget it and write a nice letter congratulating de Herrle and go back to work." Martin mourned. "Oh, I'll go back to work. Nothing else to do. I guess Tubbs'll chuck the new department now. I'll have time to really finish my research. Maybe I've got some points that de Herelle hasn't hit on, and I'll publish it to corroborate him. Damn him! Where is his report? I suppose you're glad that I'm saved from being a holabird. I ought to be. It is a sin against my religion that I am not. But I am getting old, and you are my friend. I am sorry you are not to have the fun of being pretentious and successful, for a while. Martin, it is nice that you will corroborate de Herelle. That is science, to work and not to care too much if somebody else gets the credit. Shall I tell Tubbs about de Herelle's priority, or will you? Gottlieb straggled away, looking back a little sadly. Tubbs came in to wail. If you had only published earlier, as I told you, Dr. Arrowsmith. You have really put me in a most embarrassing position before the Board of Trustees. Of course there can be no question now of a new department. Yes, said Martin vacantly. He carefully filed away the beginnings of his paper and turned to his bench. He stared at a shining flask till it fascinated him like a crystal ball. He pondered. Wouldn't have been so bad if Tubbs had let me alone. Damn these old men, damn these men of measured merriment, these important men that come and offer you honors, money, decorations, titles, want to make you windy with authority. Honors. If you get 'em, you become pompous, and then when you're used to 'em, if you lose 'em, you feel foolish. So I'm not going to be rich. Leora, poor kid, she won't have her new dresses and flat and everything. We won't be so much fun in the li'l old flat now. Oh, quit whining. I wish Terry were here. I love that man Gottlieb. He might have gloated. Bacteriophage, the Frenchman calls it. Too long. Better just call it phage. Even got to take his name for it, for my own ex-principal. Well, I had a lot of fun working all those nights, working. He was coming out of his trance. He imagined the flask filled with staff-clouded broth. He plodded into Gottlieb's office to secure the journal containing de Herelle's report, and read it minutely, enthusiastically. There's a man, there's a scientist, he chuckled. On his way home, he was planning to experiment on the Shiga dysentery bacillus with phage, as henceforth he called the ex-principal, planning to volley questions and criticisms at de Herelle, hoping that Tubbs would not discharge him for a while, and expanding with relief that he would not have to do his absurd, premature paper on phage, that he could be lewd and soft-collared and easy, not judicious and spied on and weighty. He grinned. Gosh, I'll bet Tubbs was disappointed. He'd figured on signing all my papers with me and getting the credit. Now for this Shiga experiment. Poor Lee, she'll have to get used to my working nights, I guess. Leora kept to herself what she felt about it, or at least most of what she felt. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. For a year broken only by Terry Wickett's return after the armistice, and by the mockeries of that rowdy intelligence, Martin was in a grind of drudgery. Week on week he toiled at complicated phage experiments. His work, his hands, his technique became more adept, and his days more steady, less fretful. He returned to his evening study. He went from mathematics into physical chemistry, began to understand the mass action law, became as sarcastic as Terry about what he called the bedside manner of Tubbs and Holabird, read much French and German, went canoeing on the Hudson on Sunday afternoons, and had a bawdy party with Leora and Terry to celebrate the day when the Institute was purified by the sale of Holabird's pride, Gladys the centrifuge. He suspected that Dr. Tubbs, now magnificent with the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, had retained him in the Institute only because of Gottlieb's intervention, but it may be that Tubbs and Holabird hoped he would again blunder into publicity, bringing miracles, for they were both polite to him at lunch, polite and wistfully rebuking, and full of meaty remarks about publishing one's discoveries early instead of dawdling. It was more than a year after Martin's anticipation by de Herel when Tubbs appeared in the laboratory with suggestions. "I've been thinking, Arrowsmith," said Tubbs. He looked it. "De Herel's discovery hasn't aroused the popular interest I thought it would. If he'd only been here with us, I'd have seen to it that he got the proper attention. Practically no newspaper comment at all. Perhaps we can still do something. As I understand it, you've been going along with what Dr. Gottlieb would call fundamental research. I think it may now be time for you to use phage in practical healing. I want you to experiment with phage in pneumonia, plague, perhaps typhoid, and when your experiments get going, make some practical tests in collaboration with the hospitals. Enough of all this mere frittering and vanity. Let's really cure somebody." Martin was not free from a fear of dismissal if he refused to obey, and he was touched as Tubbs went on. "Arrowsmith, I suspect you sometimes feel I lack a sense of scientific precision when I insist on practical results. Somehow, I don't see the real noble and transforming results coming out of this institute that we ought to be getting, with our facilities. I'd like to do something big, my boy, something fine for pure humanity before I pass on. Can't you give it to me? Go cure the plague." For once Tubbs was a tired smile and not an earnestness of whiskers. That day, concealing from Gottlieb his abandonment of the quest for the fundamental nature of phage, Martin set about fighting pneumonia, before attacking the Black Death, and when Gottlieb learned of it, he was absorbed in certain troubles of his own. Martin cured rabbits of pleuropneumonia by injection of phage, and by feeding them with it he prevented the spread of pneumonia. He found that phage-produced immunity could be as infectious as a disease. He was pleased with himself and expected pleasure from Tubbs, but for weeks Tubbs did not heed him. He was off on a new enthusiasm, the most virulent of his whole life. He was organizing the League of Cultural Agencies. He was going to standardize and coordinate all mental activities in America by the creation of a bureau which would direct and pat and gently rebuke and generally encourage chemistry and batik making, poetry and Arctic exploration, animal husbandry and Bible study, Negro spirituals and business letter writing. He was suddenly in conference with conductors of symphony orchestras, directors of art schools, owners of itinerant chautauquas, liberal governors, ex-clergymen who wrote tasty philosophy for newspaper syndicates, in fact, all the proprietors of American intellectuality, particularly including a millionaire named Minnigan, who had recently been elevating the artistic standards of the motion pictures. Tubbs was all over the institute, inviting the researchers to join him in the League of Cultural Agencies, with its fascinating committee meetings and dinners. Most of them grunted. The old man is erupting again, and forgot him. But one ex-major went out every evening to confer with serious ladies who wore distinguished frocks, who sobbed over the loss of spiritual and intellectual horsepower through lack of coordination, and who went home in limousines. There were rumors. Dr. Billy Smith whispered that he had gone in to see Tubbs and heard McGurk shouting at him, "Your job is to run this shop and not work for that land-stealing, four-flushing, play-producing son of evil, Pete Milligan." The morning after, when Martin ambled to his laboratory, he discovered a gasping, a muttering, a shaking in the corridors, and incredulously he heard, "Tubbs has resigned." No! They say he's gone to his League of Cultural Agencies. This fellow Minnigan has given the League a scad of money, and Tubbs is to get twice the salary he had here. Part 2. Instantly, for all but the zealots like Gottlieb, Terry, Martin, and the biophysics assistant, research was halted. There was a surging of factions, a benevolent and winning buzz of scientists who desired to be the new director of the institute. Rippleton Hollibird, Yeo, the carpenter-like biologist, Gillingham, the jokey chief in biophysics, Aaron Scholthies, the neat Russian-Jewish High Church Episcopalian, all of them went about with expressions of modest willingness. They were affectionate with everybody they met in the corridors, however violent they were in private discussions. Added to them were no few outsiders, professors and researchers in other institutes, who found it necessary to come and confer about rather undefined matters with Ross McGurk. Terry remarked to Martin, "Probably Pearl Robbins and your garçon are pitching horseshoes for the directorship. My garçon ain't. The only reason, though, is because I've just murdered him. At that, I think Pearl would be the best choice. She's been Tubbs's secretary so long that she's learned all his ignorance about scientific technique." Rippleton Hollibird was the most unctuous of the office seekers and the most hungry. The war over, he missed his uniform and his authority. He urged Martin, "You know how I've always believed in your genius, Martin, and I know how dear old Gottlieb believes in you. If you would get Gottlieb to back me, to talk to McGurk, of course in taking the directorship I would be making a sacrifice, because I'd have to give up my research, but I'd be willing because I feel, really, that somebody with a tradition ought to carry on the control. Tubbs is backing me, and if Gottlieb did, I'd see that it was to Gottlieb's advantage. I'd give him a lot more floor space." Through the Institute, it was vaguely known that Capitola was advocating the election of Hollibird as the only scientist here who is also a gentleman. She was seen sailing down corridors, a frigate, with Hollibird, a sloop, in her wake. But when Hollibird beamed, Nicholas Yeo looked secret and satisfied. The whole institute fluttered on the afternoon when the Board of Trustees met in the hall for the election of a director. They were turned from investigators into boarding school girls. The board debated, or did something annoying, for draining hours. At 4, Terry Wickett hastened to Martin with, "Say, Slim, I've got a straight tip that they've elected Silva, Dean of the Winnemac Medical School. That's your shop, isn't it? What's he like?" "He's a fine old—" "No, he and Gottlieb hate each other. Lord, Gottlieb will resign, and I'll have to get out, just when my work's going nice." At 5, past doors made of attentive eyes, the Board of Trustees marched to the laboratory of Max Gottlieb. Hollibird was heard saying bravely, "Of course with me, I wouldn't give my research up for any administrative job." And Pearl Robbins informed Terry, "Yes, it's true. Mr. McGurk himself just told me. The board has elected Dr. Gottlieb, the new director." "Then they're fools," said Terry. "He'll refuse it, with violence. That they should ask me to go monkey skipping mid committee meetings? Fat chance." When the board had gone, Martin and Terry flooded into Gottlieb's laboratory and found the old man standing by his bench, more erect than they had seen him for years. "Is it true? They want you to be director?" panted Martin. "Yes, they have asked me." "But you'll refuse? You won't let 'em gum up your work?" "Well, I said my work must go on. They consent I should appoint an assistant director to do the detail. You see, of course nothing must interfere with my immunology, but this gives me the chance to do big things and make a free scientific institute for all you boys. And those fools at Winnemac that laughed at my idea of a real medical school, now maybe they will see. Do you know who was my rival for director? Do you know who it was, Martin? It was that man Silva. Ha!" In the corridor, Terry groaned, "Requiescat in pace." Part 3. To the dinner in Gottlieb's honor, the only dinner that ever was given in Gottlieb's honor, there came not only the men of impressive but easy affairs who attend all dinners of honor, but the few scientists whom Gottlieb admired. He appeared late, rather shaky, escorted by Martin. When he reached the speaker's table, the guests rose to him, shouting. He peered at them, he tried to speak. He held out his long arms as if to take them all in, and sank down sobbing. There were cables from Europe, ardent letters from Tubbs and Dean Silva bewailing their inability to be present, telegrams from college presidents, and all of these were read to admiring applause. But Capitola murmured, "Just the same, we shall miss dear Dr. Tubbs. He was so forward-looking. Don't play with your fork, Ross." So Max Gottlieb took charge of the McGurk Institute of Biology, and in a month that institute became a shambles. Part 4. Gottlieb planned to give only an hour a day to business. As assistant director, he appointed Dr. Aaron Schultheis, the epidemiologist, the Yonkers churchman and dahlia fancier. Gottlieb explained to Martin that, though of course Schultheis was a fool, yet he was the only man in sight who combined at least a little scientific ability with a willingness to endure the routine and pomposity and compromises of executive work. By continuing his ancient sneers at all bustling managers, Gottlieb obviously felt that he excused himself for having become a manager. He could not confine his official work to an hour a day. There were too many conferences, too many distinguished callers, too many papers which needed his signature. He was dragged into dinner parties, and the long, vague, palavering luncheons to which a director has to go, and the telephoning to straighten out the dates of these tortures, took nervous hours. Each day his executive duties crawled into 2 hours, or 3 or 4, and he raged. He became muddled by complications of personnel and economy. He was ever more autocratic, more testy, and the loving colleagues of the Institute, who had been soothed or bullied into surface peace by Tubbs, now jangled openly. While he was supposed to radiate benevolence from the office recently occupied by Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, Gottlieb clung to his own laboratory and to his narrow office as a cat clings to its cushion under a table. Once or twice he tried to sit and look impressive in the office of the director, but he fled from that large clean vacuity and from Miss Robbins's snapping typewriter to his own den that smelled not of forward-looking virtue, but only of cigarettes and old papers. To McGurk, as to every scientific institution, came hundreds of farmers and practical nurses and suburban butchers who had paid large fares from Oklahoma or Oregon to get recognition for the unquestionable cures which they had discovered. Oil of Mississippi catfish, which saved every case of tuberculosis, arsenic pastes, guaranteed to cure all cancers. They came with letters and photographs amid the frayed clean linen in their shabby suitcases. At any opportunity they would stoop over their bags and hopefully bring out testimonials from their pastors. They begged for a chance to heal humanity, and for themselves only enough money to send the girl to musical conservatory. So certain, so black-crapely beseeching were they that no reception clerk could be trained to keep them all out. Gottlieb found them seeping into his office. He was sorry for them. They did take his working hours, they did scratch his belief that he was hard-hearted, but they implored him with such wretched timorousness that he could not get rid of them without making promises and admitting afterward that to have been more cruel would have been less cruel. It was the important people to whom he was rude. The directorship devoured enough time and peace to prevent Gottlieb from going on with the ever more recondite problems of his inquiry into the nature of specificity, and his inquiry prevented him from giving enough attention to the Institute to keep it from falling to pieces. He depended on Schultheis, passed decisions on to him, but Schultheis, since in any case Gottlieb would get all the credit for a successful directorship, kept up his own scientific work and passed the decisions to Miss Pearl Robbins, so that the actual director was the handsome and jealous Pearl. There was no craftier or crookeder director in the habitable world. Pearl enjoyed it. She so warmly and modestly assured Ross McGurk of the merits of Gottlieb and of her timorous devotion to him, she so purred to the flattery of Rippleton Hollibird, she so blandly answered the hoarse hostility of Terry Wickett by keeping him from getting materials for his work, that the Institute reeled with intrigue. Yeo was not speaking to Schultheiss. Terry threatened Halliburtt to paste him one. Gottlieb constantly asked Martin for advice, and never took it. Joust, the vulgar but competent biophysicist, lacking the affection which kept Martin and Terry from reproaching the old man, told Gottlieb that he was a rotten director and ought to quit, and was straightway discharged and replaced by a muffin. Max Gottlieb had ever discoursed to Martin of the jests of the gods. Among these jests, Martin had never beheld one so pungent as this whereby the pretentiousness and fussy unimaginativeness which he had detested in Tubbs should have made him a good manager, while the genius of Gottlieb should have made him a feeble tyrant. The jest that the one thing worse than a too-managed and standardized institution should be one that was not managed and standardized at all. He would once have denied it with violence, but nightly now he prayed for Tubbs's return. If the business of the Institute was not more complicated thereby, certainly its placidity was the more disturbed by the appearance of Gustav Sondelæus, who had just returned from a study of sleeping sickness in Africa, and who noisily took one of the guest laboratories. Gustav Sondelæus, the soldier of preventive medicine, whose lecture had sent Martin from Wheatsylvania to Nautilus, had remained in his gallery of heroes as possessing a little of Gottlieb's perception, something of Dad Silva's steady kindliness, something of Terry's tough honesty, though none of his scorn of amenities, and with these a spicy, dripping richness altogether his own. It is true that Sondelæus did not remember Martin. Since their evening in Minneapolis, he had drunk and debated and flamboyantly ridden to obscure but vinous destinations with too many people. But he was made to remember, and in a week Sondelæus and Terry and Martin were to be seen tramping and dining, or full of topics and gin, at Martin's flat. Sondelæus's wild flaxen hair was almost grey, but he had the same bull shoulders, the same wide brow, and the same tornado of plans to make the world aseptic, without neglecting to enjoy a few of the septic things before they should pass away. His purpose was, after finishing his sleeping sickness report, to found a school of tropical medicine in New York. He besieged McGurk and the wealthy Mr. Minnigan, who was Tubbs's new patron, and in and out of season he beseeched Gottlieb. He adored Gottlieb and made noises about it. Gottlieb admired his courage and his hatred of commercialism, but his presence Gottlieb could not endure. He was flustered by Sondelæus's hilarity, his compliments, his bounding optimism, his inaccuracy, his boasting, his oppressive bigness. It may be that Gottlieb resented the fact that though Sondelæus was only 11 years younger, 58 to Gottlieb's 69, he seemed 30 years younger, half a century gayer. When Sondelæus perceived this grudgingness, he tried to overcome it by being more noisy and complimentary and enthusiastic than ever. On Gottlieb's birthday he gave him a shocking smoking jacket of cherry and mauve velvet, and when he called at Gottlieb's flat, which was often, Gottlieb had to put on the ghastly thing and sit humming, while Sondelæus assaulted him with roaring condemnations of mediocre soup and mediocre musicians. That Sondelæus gave up surprisingly decorative dinner parties for these calls, Gottlieb never knew. Martin turned to Sondelæus for courage as he turned to Terry for concentration. Courage and concentration were needed in these days of an institute gone insane, if a man was to do his work. And Martin was doing it. Part 5. After a consultation with Gottlieb and a worried conference with Leora about the danger of handling the germs, he had gone on to bubonic plague, to the possibilities of preventing it and curing it with phage. To have heard him asking Sondelæus about his experience in plague epidemics, one would have believed that Martin found the Black Death delightful. To have beheld him infecting lean, snaky rats with the horror, all the while clucking to them and calling them pet names, one would have known him mad. He found that rats fed with phage failed to come down with plague, that after phage feeding, Bacillus pestis disappeared from carrier rats which, without themselves being killed thereby, harbored and spread chronic plague, and that, finally, he could cure the disease. He was as absorbed and happy and nervous as in the first days of the X principle. He worked all night. At the microscope, under a lone light, fishing out with a glass pipette, drawn fine as a hair, one single plague bacillus. To protect himself from infection by the rat fleas, he wore, while he worked with the animals, rubber gloves, high leather boots, straps about his sleeves. These precautions thrilled him, and to the others at McGurk they had something of the esoteric magic of the alchemists. He became a bit of a hero and a good deal of a butt. No more than hardy businessmen in offices or fussy old men in villages are researchers free from the tedious vice of jovial commenting. The chemists and biologists called him the pest, refused to come to his room, and pretended to avoid him in the corridors. As he went fluently on, from experiment to experiment, as the drama of science obsessed him, he thought very well of himself and found himself taken seriously by the others. He published one cautious paper on phage and plague, which was mentioned in numerous scientific journals. Even the harassed Gottlieb was commendatory, though he could give but little attention and no help. But Terry Wickett remained altogether cool. He showed for Martin's somewhat brilliant work only enough enthusiasm to indicate that he was not jealous. He kept poking in to ask whether, with his new experimentation, Martin was continuing his quest for the fundamental nature of all phage and his study of physical chemistry. Then Martin had such an assistant as had rarely been known, and that assistant was Gustav Sandelius. Sandelius was discouraged regarding his school of tropical medicine. He was looking for new trouble. He had been through several epidemics, and he viewed plague with an affectionate hatred. When he understood Martin's work, he gloated, "Hey, Jesus, maybe you got the ting that will be better than Yersin or Hafkine or anybody. Maybe you cure all the world of plague. The poor devils in India, millions of them. Let me in." He became Martin's collaborator, unpaid, tireless, not very skillful, valuable in his buoyancy. As well as Martin, he loved irregularity. By principle, he never had his meals at the same hours, 2 days in succession, and by choice he worked all night and made poetry, rather bad poetry, at dawn. Martin had always been the lone prowler. Possibly the thing he most liked in Leora was her singular ability to be cheerfully non-existent even when she was present. At first he was annoyed by Sandelius's disturbing presence. However interesting he found his fervours about plague-bearing rats, whom Sandelius hated not at all, but whom, with loving zeal, he had slaughtered by the million, with a romantic absorption in traps and poison gas. But Sandelius, who was raucous in conversation, could be almost silent at work. He knew exactly how to hold the animals while Martin did intrapleural injections. He made cultures of Bacillus pestis. When Martin's technician had gone home at but a little after midnight, the garçon liked Martin and thought well enough of science, but he was prejudiced in favor of 6 hours daily sleep and sometimes seeing his wife and children in Harlem. Then Sandelius cheerfully sterilized glassware and needles and lumbered up to the animal house to bring down victims. The change whereby Sandelius was turned from Martin's master to his slave was so unconscious, and Sandelius, for all his Pickerboyian love of sensationalism, cared so little about mastery or credit, that neither of them considered that there had been a change. They borrowed cigarettes from each other. They went out at the most improbable hours to have flapjacks and coffee at an all-night lunch, and together they candled test tubes charged with death. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. From Yunnan in China, from the clattering bright bazaars, crept something invisible in the sun and vigilant by dark, creeping, sinister, ceaseless, creeping across the Himalayas, down through walled marketplaces, across a desert, along hot yellow rivers, into an American missionary compound, creeping, silent, sure. And here and there, on its way, a man was black and stilled with plague. In Bombay, a new dock guard, unaware of things, spoke boisterously over his family rice of a strange new custom of the rats. Those princes of the sewer, swift to dart and turn, had gone mad. They came out on the warehouse floor, ignoring the guard, springing up as though, the guard said merrily, they were trying to fly, and straightway falling dead. He had poked at them, but they did not move. 3 days later, that dock guard died of the plague. Before he died, from his dock a ship with a cargo of wheat steamed off to Marseille. There was no sickness on it all the way. There was no reason why at Marseille it should not lie next to a tramp steamer, nor why that steamer, pitching down to Montevideo, with nothing more sensational than a discussion between the supercargo and the second officer in the matter of a fifth ace, should not berth near the SS Pendown Castle, bound for the island of St. Hubert to add cocoa to its present cargo of lumber. On the way to St. Hubert, a Goanese seedy boy, and after him the messroom steward on the Pendown Castle, died of what the skipper called influenza. A greater trouble was the number of rats which, ill satisfied with lumber as diet, scampered up to the food stores, then into the forecastle, and for no reason perceptible died on the open decks. They danced comically before they died, and lay in the scuppers stark and ruffled. So the Pendown Castle came to Blackwater, the capital and port of St. Hubert. It is a little isle of the southern West Indies, but St. Hubert supports 100,000 people, English planters and clerks, Hindu road makers, Negro cane hands, Chinese merchants. There is history along its sands and peaks. Here the buccaneers careened their ships. Here the Marquess of Wimsbury, when he had gone mad, took to repairing clocks and bade his slaves burn all the sugar cane. Hither that peasant beau, Gaston Lopo, brought Madame de Merlemont, and dwelt in fashionableness till the slaves, whom he had often relished to lash, came on him shaving, and straightway the lather was fantastically smeared with blood. Today, St. Hubert is all sugar cane and Ford cars, oranges and plantains, and the red and yellow pods of cocoa, bananas and rubber trees and jungles of bamboo, Anglican churches and tin chapels, colored washerwomen busy at the hollows in the roots of silk cotton trees, steamy heat and royal palms, and the immortelle that fills the valleys with crimson. Today it is all splendor and tourist dullness, and cabled cane quotations against the unsparing sun. Blackwater, flat and breathless town of tin-roofed plaster houses and incandescent bone-white roads, of salmon-red hibiscus and balconied stores whose dark depths open without barrier from the stifling streets, has the harbour to one side and a swamp to the other. But behind it are the Penrith Hills, on whose wholesome and palm-softened heights is Government House, looking to the winking sails. Here lived in bulky torpor His Excellency, the Governor of St. Hubert, Colonel Sir Robert Fairlamb. Sir Robert Fairlamb was an excellent fellow, a teller of messroom stories, one who in a heathen day never smoked till the port had gone 7 times round. But he was an execrable governor and a worried governor. The man whose social rank was next to his own, the Honourable Cecil Eric George Twyford, a lean, active, high-nosed despot who owned and knew rod by snake-writhing rod some 10,000 acres of cane in St. Swithin's parish, Twyford said that His Excellency was a potty and snoring fool, and versions of the opinion came not too slowly to Fairlam. Then, to destroy him complete, the House of Assembly, which is the St. Hubert legislature, was riven by the feud of Kellet the Redleg and George William Vertigan. The Redlegs were a tribe of Scotch-Irish poor whites who had come to St. Hubert as indentured servants 200 years before. Most of them were still fishermen and plantation foremen, but one of them, Kellet, a man small-mouthed and angry and industrious, had risen from office boy to owner of a shipping company, and while his father still spread his nets on the beach at Point Carib, Kellet was the scourge of the House of Assembly and a hound for economy, particularly any economy which would annoy his fellow legislator, George William Vertigan. George William, who was sometimes known as Old Geo Wim, and sometimes as the King of the Ice House, that enticing and ruinous bar, had been born behind a little Bethel in Lancashire. He owned the Blue Bazaar, the hugest stores in St. Hubert. He caused tobacco to be smuggled into Venezuela. He was as full of song and incaution and rum as Kellet the Redleg was full of figures and envy and decency. Between them, Kellet and George William split the House of Assembly. There could be, to a respectable person, no question as to their merits. Kellet, the just and earnest man of domesticity, whose rise was an inspiration to youth. George William, the gambler, the lusher, the smuggler, the liar, the seller of shoddy cottons, a person whose only excellence was his cheap good nature. Kellet's first triumph in economy was to pass an ordinance removing the melancholy Cockney, a player of oboes, who was the official rat-catcher of St. Hubert. George William Vertigan insisted in debate, and afterward privily to Sir Robert Fairlam, that rats destroy food and perhaps spread disease, and His Excellency must veto the bill. Sir Robert was troubled. He called in the Surgeon General, Dr. R.E. Inchcape Jones, but he preferred to be called Mr., not Doctor. Dr. Inchcape Jones was a thin, tall, fretful, youngish man without bowels. He came out from home only 2 years before, and he wanted to go back home, to that particular part of home, represented by tennis tees in Surrey. He remarked to Sir Robert that rats and their ever-faithful fleas do carry diseases, plague and infectious jaundice and rat-bite fever, and possibly leprosy. But these diseases did not, and therefore could not, exist in St. Hubert, except for leprosy, which was a natural punishment of outlandish native races. In fact, noted Inchcape Jones, nothing did exist in St. Hubert except malaria, dengue, and a general beastly dullness, and if red legs like Kellet longed to die of plague and rat-bite fever, why should decent people object? So, by the sovereign power of the House of Assembly of St. Hubert, and of His Excellency the Governor, the Cockney rat-catcher and his jiggling young coloured assistant were commanded to cease to exist. The rat-catcher became a chauffeur. He drove Canadian and American tourists who stopped at St. Hubert for a day or two between Barbados and Trinidad along such hill trails as he considered most easy to achieve with a second-hand motor, and gave them misinformation regarding the flowers. The rat-catcher's assistant became a respectable smuggler and leader of a Wesleyan choir. And as for the rats themselves, they flourished, they were glad in the land, and each female produced from 10 to 200 offspring every year. They were not often seen by day. "The rats aren't increasing, the cats kill 'em," said Kellet, the red leg. But by darkness they gambolled in the warehouses and in and out of the schooners along the quay. They ventured countryward and lent their fleas to a species of ground squirrels which were plentiful about the village of Carib. A year and a half after the removal of the rat-catcher, when the Pendown Castle came in from Montevideo and moored by the Councilor Pier, it was observed by 10,000 glinty small eyes among the piles. As a matter of routine, certainly not as a thing connected with the deaths from what the skipper had called influenza, the crew of the Pendown Castle put rat shields on the mooring hawsers, but they did not take up the gangplank at night, and now and then a rat slithered ashore to find among its kin in Blackwater more unctuous fare than hardwood lumber. The Pendowns sailed amiably for home, and from Avonmouth came to Surgeon General Inchcape Jones a cable announcing that the ship was held, that others of the crew had died, and died of plague. In the curt cablegram the words seemed written in bone-scorching fire. 2 days before the cable came, a Blackwater lighterman had been smitten by an unknown ill, very unpleasant, with delirium and buboes. Inchcape Jones said that it could not be plague, because there never was plague in St. Hubert. His confrère, Stokes, retorted that perhaps it couldn't be plague, but it damn well was plague. Dr. Stokes was a wiry, humourless man, the parish medical officer of St. Swithin parish. He did not remain in the rustic reaches of St. Swithin, where he belonged, but snooped all over the island, annoying Inchcape Jones. He was an M.B. of Edinburgh. He had served in the African bush. He had had Blackwater fever and cholera and most other reasonable afflictions. And he had come to St. Hubert only to recover his red blood corpuscles and to disturb the unhappy Inchcape Jones. He was not a nice man. He had beaten Inchcape Jones at tennis with a nasty, unsporting serve, the sort of serve you'd expect from an American. And this Stokes, rather a bounder, a frightful bore, fancied himself as an amateur bacteriologist. It was a bit thick to have him creeping about the docks, catching rats, making cultures from the bellies of their fleas, and barging in, sandy-headed and red-faced, thin and unpleasant, to insist that they bore plague. "My dear fellow, there's always some bacillus pestis among rats," said Inchcape Jones in a kindly but airy way. When the lighterman died, Stokes irritatingly demanded that it be openly admitted that the plague had come to St. Hubert. "Even if it was plague, which is not certain," said Inchcape Jones, "there's no reason to cause a row and frighten everybody. It was a sporadic case. There won't be any more." There was more, immediately. In a week 3 other waterfront workers and a fisherman at Point Carib were down with something which, even Inchcape Jones acknowledged, was uncomfortably like the description of plague in Manson's Tropical Diseases. A prodromal stage characterized by depression, anorexia, aching of the limbs, then the fever, the vertigo, the haggard features, the bloodshot and sunken eyes, the buboes in the groin. It was not a pretty disease. Inchcape Jones ceased being chattery and ever so jolly about picnics, and became almost as grim as Stokes. But publicly he still hoped and denied, and St. Hubert did not know. Did not know. Part 2. To drinking men and wanderers, the pleasantest place in the rather dull and tin-roofed town of Blackwater is the bar and restaurant called the Ice House. It is on the floor above the Kellet shipping agency and the shop where the Chinaman, who is supposed to be a graduate of Oxford, sells carved tortoise and coconuts in the horrible likeness of a head shrunken by headhunters. Except for the balcony, where one lunches and looks down on squatting breech-clouded Hindu beggars and unearthly pearl-pale English children at games in the savannah, all of the Ice House is a large and dreaming dimness wherein you are but half conscious of Moorish grills, a touch of gilt on white-painted walls, a heavy, amazingly long mahogany bar, slot machines, and marble-topped tables beyond your own. Here at the cocktail hour are all the bloodless, sun-helmeted white rulers of St. Hubert, who haven't quite the caste to belong to the Devonshire Club. The shipping office clerks, the merchants who have no grandfathers, the secretaries to the Inchcape Joneses, the Italians and Portuguese who smuggle into Venezuela. calmed by rum swizzles, those tart and commanding aperitifs which are made in their deadly perfection only by the twirling swizzle sticks of the darkies at the ice-house bar, the exiles become peaceful, and have another swizzle, and grow certain again, as for 24 hours since the last cocktail hour they have not been certain, that next year they will go home. Yes, they will taper off, take exercise in the dawn coolness, stop drinking, become strong and successful, and go home. The lotus eaters, tears in their eyes when in the dimness of the ice house they think of Piccadilly or the heights of Quebec, of Indiana or Catalonia or the clogs of Lancashire. They never go home, but always they have new reassuring cocktail hours at the ice house until they die, and the other lost men come to their funerals and whisper one to another that they are going home. Now of the ice house, George William Vertigan, owner of the Blue Bazaar, was unchallenged monarch. He was a thick, ruddy man, the sort of Englishman one sees in the Midlands, the sort that is either very nonconformist or very alcoholic, and George William was not nonconformist. Each day from 5 to 7 he was tilted against the bar, never drunk, never altogether sober, always full of melody and kindliness, the one man who did not long for home, because outside the ice house he remembered no home. When it was whispered that a man had died of something which might be plague, George William announced to his court that if it were true, it would serve Kellett the Red Leg jolly well right. But everyone knew that the West Indian climate prevented plague. The group, quivering on the edge of being panicky, were reassured. It was 2 nights afterward that there writhed into the ice house a rumor that George William Vertigan was dead. Part 3. No one dared speak of it, whether in the Devonshire Club or the ice house or the breeze-fluttered, sea-washed park where the negroes gather after working hours, but they heard, almost without hearing, of this death, and this and another. No one liked to shake hands with his oldest friend. Everyone fled from everyone else, though the rats loyally stayed with them. And through the island galloped the panic, which is more murderous than its brother, the plague. Still there was no quarantine, no official admission. Inchcape Jones vomited feeble proclamations on the inadvisability of too large public gatherings, and wrote to London to inquire about Halfkind's prophylactic, but to Sir Robert Fairlamb he protested, "Honestly, there's only been a few deaths, and I think it's all passed over. As for these suggestions of Stokes that we burn the village of Carib, merely because they've had several cases, why, it's barbarous. And it's been conveyed to me that if we were to establish a quarantine, the merchants would take the strongest measures against the administration. It would ruin the tourist and export business." But Stokes of St. Swithin's secretly wrote to Dr. Max Gottlieb, director of the McGurk Institute, that the plague was ready to flare up and consume all the West Indies, and would Dr. Gottlieb do something about it? End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. There may have been in the shadowy heart of Max Gottlieb a diabolic insensibility to divine pity, to suffering humankind. There may have been resentment of the doctors who considered his science of value only as it was handy to advertising their business of healing. There may have been the obscure and passionate and unscrupulous demand of genius for privacy. Certainly, he who had lived to study the methods of immunizing mankind against disease had little interest in actually using those methods. He was like a fabulous painter, so contemptuous of popular taste that after a lifetime of creation he should destroy everything he had done, lest it be marred and mocked by the dull eyes of the crowd. The letter from Dr. Stokes was not his only intimation that plague was striding through St. Hubert, that tomorrow it might be leaping to Barbados, to the Virgin Islands, to New York. Ross McGurk was an emperor of the new era, better served than any cloistered satrap of old. His skippers looked in at 100 ports. His railroads penetrated jungles. His correspondents whispered to him of the next election in Colombia, of the Cuban cane crop, of what Sir Robert Fairlamb had said to Dr. R.E. Inchcape Jones on his bungalow porch. Ross McGurk, and after him Max Gottlieb, knew better than did the lotus eaters of the ice house how much plague there was in St. Hubert. Yet Gottlieb did not move, but pondered the unknown chemical structure of antibodies, interrupted by questions as to whether Pearl Robbins had enough pencils, whether it would be quite all right for Dr. Hollibird to receive the Lettish scientific mission this afternoon, so that Dr. Scholthies might attend the Anglican conference on the reservation of the host. He was assailed by inquirers, public health officials, one Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh, a congressman who was said to be popular in Washington, Gustav Sonderlaeus, and a Martin Arrowsmith who could not, whether because he was too big or too small, quite attain Gottlieb's concentrated indifference. It was rumored that Arrowsmith of McGurk had something which might eradicate plague. Letters demanded of Gottlieb, "Can you stand by with the stuff of salvation in your hands and watch thousands of these unfortunate people dying in St. Hubert, and what is more, are you going to let the dreaded plague gain a foothold in the Western Hemisphere? My dear man, this is the time to come out of your scientific reverie and act." Then Ross McGurk, over a comfortable steak, hinted not too diffidently that this was the opportunity for the Institute to acquire world fame. Whether it was the compulsion of McGurk or the demands of the public spirited, or whether Gottlieb's own imagination aroused enough to visualize the far-off misery of the blacks in the cane fields, he summoned Martin and remarked, "It comes to me that there is pneumonic plague in Manchuria and bubonic in St. Hubert, in the West Indies. If I could trust you, Martin, to use the phage with only half your patients and keep the others as controls under normal hygienic conditions but without the phage, then you could make an absolute determination of its value, as complete as what we have of mosquito transmission of yellow fever, and then I would send you down to St. Hubert. What do you think?" Martin swore by Jacques Loeb that he would observe test conditions. He would determine forever the value of phage by the contrast between patients treated and untreated, and so, perhaps, end all plague forever. He would harden his heart and keep clear his eyes. "We will get Sonderlaeus to go along," said Gottlieb. "He will do the big boom-boom, and so bring us the credit in the newspapers which, I am now told, a director must obtain." Sonderlaeus did not merely consent, he insisted. Martin had never seen a foreign country. He could not think of Canada, where he had spent a vacation as hotel waiter, as foreign to him. He could not comprehend that he was really going to a place of palm trees and brown faces and languid Christmas Eves. He was busy, while Sonderlaeus was out ordering linen suits and seeking a proper new sun helmet, making anti-plague phage on a large scale. 100 liters of it, sealed in tiny ampules. He felt like the normal Martin, but conferences and powers were considering him. There was a meeting of the Board of Trustees to advise Martin and Sonderlaeus as to their methods. For it, the president of the University of Wilmington gave up a promising interview with a millionaire alumnus. Ross McGurk gave up a game of golf, and one of the 3 university scientists arrived by aeroplane. Called in from the laboratory, a rather young man in a wrinkled soft collar, dizzy still with the details of Erlenmeyer flasks, infusorial earth, and sterile filters, Martin was confronted by the men of measured merriment, and found that he was no longer concealed in the invisibility of insignificance, but regarded as a leader who was expected not only to produce miracles, but to explain beforehand how important and mature and miraculous he was. He was shy before the spectacled gravity of the 5 trustees as they sat, like a Supreme Court, at the dais table in Bonanza Hall, Gottlieb a little removed, also trying to look grave and supreme. But Sondoleus rolled in, enthusiastic and tremendous, and suddenly Martin was not shy, nor was he respectful to his one-time master in public health. Sondoleus wanted to exterminate all the rodents in St. Hubert, to enforce a quarantine, to use Yerson's serum and Hofkind's prophylactic, and to give Martin's phage to everybody in St. Hubert all at once, all with everybody. Martin protested. For the moment it might have been Gottlieb speaking. He knew, he flung at them, that humanitarian feeling would make it impossible to use the poor devils of sufferers as mere objects of experiment, but he must have at least a few real test cases, and he was damned, even before the trustees he was damned, if he would have his experiment so mucked up by multiple treatment that they could never tell whether the cures were due to Yerson or Hafkine or phage or none of them. The trustees adopted his plan. After all, while they desired to save humanity, wasn't it better to have it saved by a McGurk representative than by a Yerson or Hafkine or the outlandish Sondoleus? It was agreed that if Martin could find in St. Hubert a district which was comparatively untouched by the plague, he should there endeavour to have test cases, 1/2 injected with phage, 1/2 untreated. In the badly afflicted districts he might give the phage to everyone, and if the disease slackened unusually, that would be a secondary proof. Whether the St. Hubert government, since they had not asked for aid, would give Martin power to experiment and Sondoleus police authority, the trustees did not know. The Surgeon General, a chap named Inchcape Jones, had replied to their cables, "No real epidemic, not need help." But McGurk promised that he would pull his numerous wires to have the McGurk Commission, Chairman Martin Arrowsmith, B.A., M.D., welcomed by the authorities. Sondoleus still insisted that in this crisis mere experimentation was heartless, yet he listened to Martin's close-reasoned fury with enthusiasm which this bull-necked eternal child had for anything which sounded new and preferably true. He did not, like Almus Pickerbaugh, regard a difference of scientific opinion as an attack on his character. He talked of going on his own, independent of Martin and McGurk, but he was won back when the trustees murmured that though they really did wish the dear man wouldn't fool with sera, they would provide him with apparatus to kill all the rats he wanted. Then Sondoleus was happy. "And you watch me. I am the Captain General of rat killers. I used to walk into a warehouse and the rats say, 'There's that damn old Uncle Gustav. What's the use?' And they turn up their toes and die. I am just as glad I have you people behind me, because I am broke. I went and bought some oil stock that don't look so good now, and I shall need a lot of hydrocyanic acid gas. Oh, those rats! You watch me. Now I go and telegraph I can't keep a lecture engagement next week. Huh! Me to lecture to a women's college. Me that can talk rat language and know 7 beautiful deadly kind of traps." Part 2. Martin had never known greater peril than swimming a flood as a hospital intern. From waking to midnight he was too busy making phage and receiving unsolicited advice from all the institute staff to think of the dangers of a plague epidemic, but when he went to bed, when his brain was still revolving with plans, he pictured rather too well the chance of dying unpleasantly. When Leora received the idea that he was going off to a death-haunted isle, to a place of strange ways and trees and faces, a place, probably, where they spoke funny languages and didn't have movies or toothpaste, she took the notion secretively away with her, to look at it and examine it, precisely as she often stole little foods from the table and hid them and meditatively ate them at odd hours of the night, with the pleased expression of a bad child. Martin was glad that she did not add to his qualms by worrying. Then, after 3 days, she spoke. "I'm going with you." "You are not." "Well, I am." "It's not safe." "Silly, of course it is. You can shoot your nice old Fage into me, and then I'll be absolutely all right. Oh, I have a husband who cures things, I have. I'm going to blow in a lot of money for thin dresses, though I bet St. Hubert isn't any hotter than Dakota can be in August. Listen, Lee, darling, listen. I do think the Fage will immunize against the plague. You bet I'll be mighty well injected with it myself. But I don't know. And even if it were practically perfect, there'd always be some people it wouldn't protect. You simply can't go, sweet. Now I'm terribly sleepy." Leora seized his lapels, as comic fierce as a boxing kitten, but her eyes were not comic, nor her wailing voice, age-old wail of the soldiers' women. "Sandy, don't you know I haven't any life outside of you? I might have had, but honestly, I'll be glad to let you absorb me. I'm a lazy, useless, ignorant scut, except as maybe I can keep you comfortable. If you were off there and I didn't know you were all right, or if you died and somebody else cared for your body that I've loved so, haven't I loved it, dear? I'd go mad. I mean it. Can't you see I mean it? I'd go mad. It's just, I'm you, and I got to be with you. And I will help you. Make your media and everything. You know how often I've helped you. Oh, I'm not much good at McGurk, with all your awful complicated jiggers, but I did help you at Nautilus. I did help you, didn't I? And maybe in St. Hubert. Her voice was the voice of women in midnight terror. Maybe you won't find anybody that can help you, even my little bit, and I'll cook and everything. Darling, don't make it harder for me. Going to be hard enough in any case. Damn you, Sandy Arrowsmith. Don't you dare use those old stuck-up expressions that husbands have been drooling out to wives forever and ever. I'm not a wife any more'n you're a husband. You're a rotten husband. You neglect me absolutely. The only time you know what I've gone on is when some doggone button slips, and how they can pull off when a person has gone over 'em and sewed 'em all on again is simply beyond me. And then you bawl me out. But I don't care. I'd rather have you than any decent husband. Besides, I'm going. Gottlieb opposed it. Sondeleius roared about it. Martin worried about it. But Leora went. And, his only act of craftiness as director of the Institute, Gottlieb made her secretary and technical assistant to the McGurk Plague and Bacteriophage Commission to the Lesser Antilles, and blandly gave her a salary. Part 3. The day before the commission sailed, Martin insisted that Sondeleius take his first injection of phage. He refused. "No, I will not touch it till you get converted to humanity, Martin, and give it to everybody in St. Hubert. And you will. Wait till you see them suffering by the thousand. You have not seen such a thing. Then you will forget science and try to save everybody. You shall not inject me till you will inject all my Negro friends down there too." That afternoon Gottlieb called Martin in. He spoke with hesitation. "You're off for Blackwater tomorrow." "Yes, sir." You may be gone some time. Martin, you are my oldest friend in New York, you and the good Miriam. Tell me, at first you and Terry thought I should not take up the directorship. Don't you now think I was wise?" Martin stared, then hastily he lied and said that which was comforting and expected. "I am glad you think so. You have known so long what I have tried to do. I have faults, but I think I begin to see a real scientific note coming into the Institute at last, after the popularity chasing of Tubbs and Hollibird. I wonder how I can discharge Hollibird, that pants presser of science. If only he did not know Capitola so well. Socially, they call it. But anyway. There are those that said Max Gottlieb could not do the child job of running an institution. Huh! Buying notebooks, hiring women that sweep floors. Oh no, the floors are swept by women hired by the superintendent of the building. Nicht wahr? But anyway. I did not make a rage when Terry and you doubted. I am a great fellow for allowing everyone his opinion. But it pleases me. I am very fond of you two boys, the only real sons I have. Gottlieb laid his withered hand on Martin's arm. It pleases me that you see now I am beginning to make a real scientific institute. Though I have enemies, Martin, you would think I was joking if I told you the plotting against me. Even Yeo. I thought he was my friend. I thought he was a real biologist. But just today he comes to me and says he cannot get enough sea urchins for his experiments. As if I could make sea urchins out of thin air. He said I keep him short of all materials. Me, that have always stood for... I do not care what they pay scientists, but always I have stood against that fool Silva and all of them, all of my enemies. You do not know how many enemies I have, Martin. They do not dare show their faces. They smile to me, but they whisper, I will show Halliburd. Always he plot against me and try to win over Pearl Robbins. But she is a good girl. She knows what I am doing, but... He looked perplexed. He peered at Martin as though he did not quite recognize him, and begged, Martin, I grow old. Not in years. It is a lie I am over 70. But I have my worries. Do you mind if I give you advice, as I have done so often, so many years? Though you are not a schoolboy now in Queen City. No, at Winnemac it was. You are a man, and you are a genuine worker, but... Be sure you do not let anything, not even your own good kind heart, spoil your experiment at St. Hubert. I do not make funniness about humanitarianism as I used to. Sometimes now I think the vulgar and contentious human race may yet have as much grace and good taste as the cats. But if this is to be, there must be knowledge. So many men, Martin, are kind and neighborly. So few have added to knowledge. You have the chance. You may be the man who ends all plague, and maybe old Max Gottlieb will have helped too. Hein, maybe? You must not be just a good doctor at St. Hubert. You must pity, oh, so much the generation after generation yet to come that you can refuse to let yourself indulge in pity for the men you will see dying. Dying. It will be peace. Let nothing, neither beautiful pity nor fear of your own death, keep you from making this plague experiment complete. And as my friend, if you do this, something will yet have come out of my directorship. But if one fine thing could come to justify me... When Martin came sorrowing into his laboratory, he found Terry Wickett waiting. Say, Slim, Terry blurted, just wanted to butt in and suggest, now for St. Gottlieb's sake, keep your Fage notes complete and up to date, and keep 'em in ink. Terry, it looks to me as if you thought I had a fine chance of not coming back with the notes myself. Aw, what's biting you? Said Terry feebly. Part 4. The epidemic in St. Hubert must have increased, for on the day before the McGurk Commission sailed, Dr. Inchcape Jones declared that the island was quarantined. People might come in, but no one could leave. He did this despite the fretting of the governor, Sir Robert Fairlamb, and the protests of the hotel keepers who fed on tourists, the ex-rat catchers who drove the same, Kellett the Redleg who sold them tickets, and all the other representatives of sound business in St. Hubert. Part 5. Besides his ampules of Fage and his Luer syringes for injection, Martin made personal preparations for the tropics. He bought, in 17 minutes, a Palm Beach suit, 2 new shirts, and, as St. Hubert was a British possession, and as he had heard that all Britishers carry canes, a stick which the shopkeeper guaranteed to be as good as genuine Malacca. Part 6. They started, Martin and Leora and Gustav Sonderlaeus, on a winter morning on the 6,000-ton steamer St. Buryan of the McGurk Line, which carried machinery and flour and codfish and motors to the Lesser Antilles and brought back molasses, cocoa, avocados, Trinidad asphalt. A score of winter tourists made the round trip, but only a score, and there was little handkerchief waving. The McGurk Line pier was in South Brooklyn, in a district of brown anonymous houses. The sky was colorless above dirty snow. Sonderlaeus seemed well content. As they drove upon a wharf littered with hides and boxes and disconsolate steerage passengers, he peered out of their crammed taxicab and announced that the bow of the St. Buryan, all they could see of it, reminded him of the Spanish steamer he had taken to the Cape Verde Isles. But to Martin and Leora, who had read of the drama of departure, of stewards darting with masses of flowers, dukes and divorcees being interviewed, and bands playing "The Star-Spangled Banner," the St. Buryan was unromantic and its ferry-like casualness was discouraging. Only Terry came to see them off, bringing a box of candy for Leora. Martin had never ridden a craft larger than a motor launch. He stared up at the black wall of the steamer's side. As they mounted the gangplank, he was conscious that he was cutting himself off from the safe, familiar land, and he was embarrassed by the indifference of more experienced-looking passengers staring down from the rail. Aboard, it seemed to him that the forward deck looked like the backyard of an old iron dealer, that the St. Buryan leaned too much to one side, and that even in the dock she swayed undesirably. The whistle snorted contemptuously. The hawsers were cast off. Terry stood on the pier till the steamer, with Martin and Leora and Sonderlaeus above him, their stomachs pressed against the rail, had slid past him. Then he abruptly clumped away. Martin realized that he was off for the perilous sea and the perilous plague, that there was no possibility of leaving the ship till they should reach some distant island. This narrow deck, with its tarry lines between planks, was his only home. Also, in the breeze across the wide harbor, he was beastly cold, and in general, God help him. As the St. Buryan was warped out into the river, as Martin was suggesting to his commission, "How about going downstairs and seeing if we can raise a drink?" there was the sound of a panicky taxicab on the pier, the sight of a lean, tall figure running, but so feebly, so shakily, and they realized that it was Max Gottlieb, peering for them, tentatively raising his thin arm in greeting, not finding them in the line at the rail, and turning sadly away. Part 7. As representatives of Ross McGurk and his various works, evil and benevolent, they had the two suites de luxe on the boat deck. Martin was cold off snow-blown Sandy Hook, sick off Cape Hatteras, and tired and relaxed between. With him Leora was cold, and in a ladylike manner she was sick, but she was not at all tired. She insisted on conveying information to him from the West Indian guidebook which she had earnestly bought. Sonderlaeus was conspicuously all over the ship. He had tea with the captain, scouse with the forecastle, and intellectual conferences with the Negro missionary in the steerage. He was to be heard, always he was to be heard, singing on the promenade deck, defending Bolshevism against the boatswain, arguing oil burning with the first officer, and explaining to the bar steward how to make a gin sling. He held a party for the children in the steerage, and he borrowed from the first officer a volume of navigation to study between parties. He gave flavor to the ordinary cautious voyage of the St. Buryan, but he made a mistake. He was courteous to Miss Gwilliam. He tried to cheer her on a seemingly lonely adventure. Miss Gwilliam came from one of the best families in her section of New Jersey. Her father was a lawyer and a churchwarden. Her grandfather had been a solid farmer. That she had not married, at 33, was due entirely to the preference of modern young men for jazz-dancing hussies. And she was not only a young lady of delicate reservations, but also a singer. In fact, she was going to the West Indies to preserve the wonders of primitive art for reverent posterity in the native ballads she would collect and sing to a delighted public, if only she learned how to sing. She studied Gustav Sonderlaeus. He was a silly person, not in the least like the gentlemanly insurance agents and office managers she was accustomed to meet at the country club, and what was worse, he did not ask her opinions on art and good form. His stories about generals and that sort of people could be discounted as lies, for did he not associate with grimy engineers? He needed some of her gentle but merry chiding. When they stood together at the rail, and he chanted in his ludicrous up-and-down Swedish sing-song that it was a fine evening, she remarked, "Well, Mr. Roughneck, have you been up to something smart again today? Or have you been giving somebody else a chance to talk for once?" She was placidly astonished when he clumped away with none of the obedient reverence which any example of cultured American womanhood has a right to expect from all males, even foreigners. Sonderlaeus came to Martin, lamenting, "Slim, if I may call you so, like Terry, I think you and your Gottlieb are right. There is no use saving fools. It's a great mistake to be natural. One should always be a stuffed shirt, like old Tubbs. Then one would have respect, even from artistic New Jersey spinsters. How strange is conceit! That I, who have been cursed and beaten by so many great ones, who was once let out to be shot in a Turkish prison, should never have been annoyed by them as by this smug wench. Ah, smugness, that is the enemy." Apparently he recovered from Miss Gwilliam. He was seen arguing with the ship's doctor about sutures in negro skulls, and he invented a game of deck cricket. But one evening, when he sat reading in the social hall, stooped over, wearing betraying spectacles and his mouth puckered, Martin walked past the window and incredulously saw that Sonderlaeus was growing old. Part 8. As he sat by Leora in a deck chair, Martin studied her, really looking at her pale profile after years when she had been a matter of course. He pondered on her as he pondered on Fage. He weightily decided that he had neglected her, and weightily he started right in to be a good husband. "Now I have a chance to be human, Lee. I realize how lonely you must have been in New York." "But I haven't." "Don't be foolish. Of course you've been lonely. Well, when we get back I'll take a little time off every day and we'll have walks and go to the movies and everything. And I'll send you flowers every morning. Isn't it a relief to just sit here? But I do begin to think and realize how I've probably neglected. Tell me, honey, has it been too terribly dull?" "Hunka, really." "No, but tell me." "There's nothing to tell." "Now hang it, Leora. Here when I do have the first chance in 11,000 years to think about you, and I come right out frankly and admit how slack I've been, and planning to send you flowers." "You look here, Sandy Arrowsmith, quit bullying me. You want the luxury of harrowing yourself by thinking what a poor, bawling, wretched storybook wife I am. You're working up to become perfectly miserable if you can't enjoy being miserable. It would be terrible, when we got back to New York, if you did get on the job and devoted yourself to showing me a good time. You'd go at it like a bull. I'd have to be so dratted grateful for the flowers every day, the days you didn't forget. And the way you'd sling me off to the movies when I wanted to stay home and snooze." "Well, by thunder, of all the—" "No, please. You're dear and good, but you're so bossy that I've always got to be whatever you want, even if it's lonely. But maybe I'm lazy. I'd rather just snoop around than have to work at being well-dressed and popular and all those jobs. I fuss over the flat, hang it. Wish I'd had the kitchen repainted while we were away. It's a nice little kitchen. And I make believe read my French books, and go out for a walk, and look in the windows, and eat an ice cream soda, and the day slides by. Sandy, I do love you awful much, If I could, I'd be as ill-treated as the dickens so you could enjoy it. But I'm no good at educated lies, only at easy little ones like the one I told you last week. I said I hadn't eaten any candy and didn't have a stomachache, and I'd eaten half a pound and I was sick as a pup. Gosh, I'm a good wife, I am." They rolled from gray seas to purple and silver. By dusk they stood at the rail, and he felt the spaciousness of the sea, of life. Always he had lived in his imagination. As he had blundered through crowds, an inconspicuous young husband trotting out to buy cold roast beef for dinner, his brain pan had been wide as the domed sky. He had not seen the streets, but microorganisms, large as jungle monsters, miles of flasks cloudy with bacteria, himself giving orders to his garçon, Max Gottlieb awesomely congratulating him. Always his dreams had clung about his work. Now, no less passionately, he awoke to the ship, the mysterious sea, the presence of Leora, and he cried to her in the warm tropic winter dusk. "Sweet, this is only the first of our big hikes. Pretty soon, if I'm successful in St. Hubert, I'll begin to count in science, and we'll go abroad, to your France and England and Italy and everywhere." "Can we, do you think? Oh, Sandy, going places." Part 9. He never knew it, but for an hour, in their cabin, half lighted from the lamps in their sitting room beyond, she watched him sleeping. He was not handsome. He was grotesque as a puppy napping on a hot afternoon. His hair was ruffled. His face was deep in the crumpled pillow he had encircled with both his arms. She looked at him, smiling, with the stretched corners of her lips like tiny flung arrows. "I do love him so when he's frowsy. Don't you see, Sandy? I was wise to come. You're so worn out. It might get you. And nobody but me could nurse you. Nobody knows all your cranky ways, about how you hate prunes and everything. Night and day I'll nurse you. The least whisper and I'll be awake. And if you need ice bags and stuff, and I'll have ice too, if I have to sneak into some millionaire's house and steal it out of his eyeballs. My dear." She lifted the electric fan so that it played more upon him, and on soft toes she crept into their stiff sitting room. It did not contain much save a round table, a few chairs, and a sybaritic glass and mahogany wall cabinet whose purpose was never discovered. "It's so sort of, pinched. I guess maybe I ought to fix it up somehow." But she had no talent for the composing of chairs and pictures which bring humanness into a dead room. Never in her life had she spent 3 minutes in arranging flowers. She looked doubtful. She smiled and turned out the light and slipped in to him. She lay on the coverlet of her berth, in the tropic languidness, a slight figure in a frivolous nightgown. She thought, "I like a small bedroom, because Sandy is nearer, and I don't get so scared by things. What a dratted bully the man is. Some day I'm going to up and say to him, 'You go to the devil, I will so. Darling, we will hike off to France together, just you and I, won't we?'" She was asleep, smiling, so thin a little figure. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Misty mountains they saw, and on their flanks the palm-crowned fortifications built of old time against the pirates. In Martinique were white-faced houses like provincial France, and a boiling market full of colored women with kerchiefs ultramarine and scarlet. They passed hot St. Lucia and Saba, that is all one lone volcano. They devoured pawpaws and breadfruit and avocados, bought from coffee-colored natives who came alongside in nervous small boats. They felt the languor of the Isles, and panted before they approached Barbados. Just beyond was St. Hubert. None of the tourists had known of the quarantine. They were raging that the company should have taken them into danger. In the tepid wind they felt the plague. The skipper reassured them in a formal address. Yes, they would stop at Blackwater, the port of St. Hubert, but they would anchor far out in the harbour. And while the passengers bound for St. Hubert would be permitted to go ashore in the port doctor's launch, no one in St. Hubert would be allowed to leave. Nothing from that pest hole would touch the steamer except the official mail, which the ship's surgeon would disinfect. The ship's surgeon was wondering the while how you disinfect mail. Let's see. Sulfur burning in the presence of moisture, wasn't it? The skipper had been trained in oratory by arguments with wharf masters, and the tourists were reassured. But Martin murmured to his commission, "I hadn't thought of that. Once we go ashore, we'll be practically prisoners till the epidemic's over, if it ever does get over, prisoners with the plague around us." "Why, of course," said Sondoleus. Part 2. They left Bridgetown, the pleasant part of Barbados, by afternoon. It was late night, with most of the passengers asleep, when they arrived at Blackwater. As Martin came out on the damp and vacant deck, it seemed unreal, harshly unfriendly, and of the coming battleground he saw nothing but a few shore lights beyond uneasy water. About their arrival there was something timorous and illicit. The ship's surgeon ran up and down, looking disturbed. The captain could be heard growling on the bridge. The first officer hastened up to confer with him and disappeared below again. And there was no one to meet them. The steamer waited, rolling in a swell, while from the shore seemed to belch a hot miasma. "And here's where we're going to land and stay," Martin grunted to Leora as they stood by their bags, their cases of fage on the heaving, black-shining deck near the top of the accommodation ladder. Passengers came out in dressing gowns, chattering, "Yes, this must be the place. Those lights there. Must be fierce. What? Somebody going ashore? Oh, sure, those two doctors. Well, they got nerve. I certainly don't envy them." Martin heard. From shore a pitching light, made toward the ship, slid round the bow and sidled to the bottom of the accommodation ladder. In the haze of a lantern, held by a steward at the foot of the steps, Martin could see a smart-covered launch, manned by darky sailors in naval uniform and glazed black straw hats with ribbons, and commanded by a Scotch-looking man with some sort of a peaked uniform cap over a civilian jacket. The captain clumped down the swinging steps beside the ship. While the launch bobbed, its wet canvas top glistening, he had a long and complaining conference with the commander of the launch, and received a pouch of mail, the only thing to come aboard. The ship's surgeon took it from the captain with aversion, grumbling, "Now where can I get a barrel to disinfect these darn letters in?" Martin and Leora and Sondoleus waited without option. They had been joined by a thin woman in black whom they had not seen all the trip, one of the mysterious passengers who are never noticed till they come on deck at landing. Apparently she was going ashore. She was pale, her hands twitching. The captain shouted at them, "All right, all right, all right! You can go now. Hustle, please. I've got to get on. Damn nuisance." The St. Buryan had not seemed large or luxurious, but it was a castle, steadfast among storms, its side a massy wall. As Martin crept down the swaying stairs, thinking all at once, "We're in for it, like going to the scaffold. They lead you along, no chance to resist." And, "You're letting your imagination run away with you. Quit it now." And, "Is it too late to make Lee stay behind on the steamer?" And an agonized, "Oh Lord, are the stewards handling that fage carefully?" Then he was on the tiny square platform at the bottom of the accommodation ladder. The ship's side was high above him, lit by the round ports of cabins, and someone was helping him into the launch. As the unknown woman in black came aboard, Martin saw in lantern light how her lips tightened once, Then her whole face went blank, like one who waited hopelessly. Leora squeezed his hand hard as he helped her in. He muttered, while the steamer whistled, "Quick! You can still go back. You must." "And leave the pretty launch? Why, Sandy, just look at the elegant engine it's got. Gosh, I'm scared blue." As the launch sputtered, swung round, and headed for the filtering of lights ashore, as it bowed its head and danced to the swell, the sandy-headed official demanded of Martin, "You're the McGurk Commission?" "Yes." "Good." He sounded pleased, yet cold, a busy voice and humorless. "Are you the port doctor?" asked Sondeleus. "No, not exactly. I'm Dr. Stokes of St. Swithin's Parish. We're all of us almost everything nowadays. The port doctor... In fact, he died a couple of days ago." Martin grunted, but his imagination had ceased to agitate him. "You're Dr. Sondeleus, I imagine. I know your work in Africa, in German East. Was out there myself. And you're Dr. Arrowsmith? I read your Plague Phage paper. Much impressed. Now I have just the chance to say, before we go ashore, you'll both be opposed. Inchcape Jones, the S.G., has lost his head, running in circles, lancing buboes, afraid to burn Carib, where most of the infection is. Arrowsmith, I have a notion of what you may want to do experimentally. If Inchcape balks, you come to me, in my parish, if I'm still alive. Stokes, my name is. Damn it, boy, what are you doing? Trying to drift clear down to Venezuela? Inchcape and H.E. are so afraid that they won't even cremate the bodies. Some religious prejudice among the blacks, O.B. or something." "I see," said Martin. "How many cases plague you got now?" said Sondeleus. "Lord knows, maybe 1,000, and 10 million rats. I'm so sleepy. Well, welcome, gentlemen." He flung out his arms in a dry hysteria. "Welcome to the island of Hesperides." Out of darkness, Blackwater swung toward them, low flimsy barracks on a low swampy plain, stinking of slimy mud. Most of the town was dark, dark and wickedly still. There was no face along the dim waterfront, warehouses, tram station, mean hotels, and they ground against a pier. They went ashore, without attention from customs officials. There were no carriages, and the hotel runners, who once had pestered tourists landing from the St. Bourian, whatever the hour, were dead now or hidden. The thin, mysterious woman passenger vanished. Staggering with her suitcase, she had said no word, and they never saw her again. The commission, with Stokes and the harbor police who manned the launch, carried the baggage, Martin weaving with a case of the phage, through the rutty balconied streets to the San Marino Hotel. Once or twice faces, disembodied things with frightened lips, stared at them from alley mouths, and when they came to the hotel, when they stood before it, a weary caravan laden with bags and boxes, the bulging-eyed manageress peered from a window before she would admit them. As they entered, Martin saw under a streetlight the first stirring of life. A crying woman and a bewildered child followed an open wagon in which were heaped a dozen stiff bodies. "And I might have saved all of them with phage," he whispered to himself. His forehead was cold, yet it was greasy with sweat as he babbled to the manageress of rooms and meals, as he prayed that Leora might not have seen the things in that slow creaking wagon. "I'd have choked her before I let her come if I'd known." He was shuddering. The woman apologized. "I must ask you gentlemen to carry your things up to your rooms. Our boys, they aren't here any more." What became of the walking stick which, in such pleased vanity, Martin had bought in New York, he never knew. He was too busy guarding the cases of phage and worrying, maybe this stuff would save everybody. Now Stokes of St. Swithin's was a reticent man and hard, but when they had the last bag upstairs, he leaned his head against a door, cried, "My God, Arrowsmith, I'm so glad you got here," and broke from them running. One of the Negro harbor police, expressionless, speaking the English of the Antilles with something of the accent of Piccadilly, said, "Sar, have you any other command for I? If you permit, we boys will now go home. Sar, on the table is the whiskey Dr. Stokes have told I to bring." Martin stared. It was Sandallius who said, "Thank you very much, boys. Here's a quid between you. Now get some sleep." They saluted. Sandallius made the novices as merry as he could for half an hour. Martin and Leora woke to a broiling, flaring, green and crimson morning, yet ghastly still. Awoke and realized that about them was a strange land, as yet unseen, and before them the work that in distant New York had seemed dramatic and joyful, and that stank now of the charnel house. Part 3. A sort of breakfast was brought to them by a negress who, before she could enter, peeped fearfully at them from the door. Sandallius rumbled in from his room, in an impassioned silk dressing-gown. If ever, spectacled and stooped, he had looked old, now he was young and boisterous. "Hey, Slim, I think we get some work here. Let me at those rats, this Inchcape, to try to master them with strychnine. A noble melon. Leora, when you divorce Martin, you marry me, eh? Give me the salt. Yeah, I sleep fine." The night before, Martin had scarce looked at their room. Now he was diverted by what he considered its foreignness. The lofty walls of wood painted a watery blue, the wide furnitureless spaces, the bougainvillea at the window, and in the courtyard the merciless heat and rattling metallic leaves of palmettos. Beyond the courtyard walls were the upper stories of a balconied Chinese shop and the violent-colored skylight of the Blue Bazaar. He felt that there should be a clamor from the exotic world, but there was only a rebuking stillness, and even Sandallius became dumb, though he had his moment. He waddled back to his room, dressed himself in sera silk, last worn on the east coast of Africa, and returned bringing a sun helmet which secretly he had bought for Martin. In the linen jacket and mushroom helmet, Martin belonged more to the tropics than to his own harsh northern meadows. But his pleasure in looking foreign was interrupted by the entrance of the Surgeon General, Dr. R.E. Inchcape Jones, lean but apple-cheeked, worried and hasty. "Of course you chaps are welcome, but really, with all we have to do, I'm afraid we can't give you the attention you doubtless expect," he said indignantly. Martin sought for adequate answer. It was Sandallius who spoke of a non-existent cousin who was a Harley Street specialist, and who explained that all they wanted was a laboratory for Martin and, for himself, a chance to slaughter rats. How many times, in how many lands, had Gustav Sandallius flattered proconsuls and persuaded the heathen to let themselves be saved? Under his hands, the Surgeon General became practically human. He looked as though he really thought Leora was pretty. He promised that he might perhaps let Sandallius tamper with his rats. He would return that afternoon and conduct them to the house prepared for them, Penrith Lodge, on the safe secluded hills behind Blackwater. And, he bowed gallantly, he thought that Mrs. Arrowsmith would find the lodge a topping bungalow, with 3 rather decent servants. The butler, though a coloured chap, was an old mess sergeant. Inchcape Jones had scarce gone when at the door there was a pounding and it opened on Martin's classmate at Winnemac, Dr. the Reverend Ira Hinckley. Martin had forgotten Ira, that bulky Christian who had tried to save him during otherwise dulcet hours of dissection. He recalled him confusedly. The man came in, vast and lumbering. His eyes were staring and altogether mad, and his voice was parched. "Hello, Mart. Yump. It's old Ira. I'm in charge of all the chapels of the Sanctification Brotherhood here. Oh, Mart, if you only knew the wickedness of the natives, and the way they lie and sing indecent songs, and commit all manner of vileness. And the Church of England lets them wallow in their sins. Only us to save them. I heard you were coming. I have been laboring, Mart. I've nursed the poor plague-stricken devils, and I've told them how hellfire is roaring about them. Oh, Mart, if you knew how my heart bleeds to see these ignorant fellows going unrepentant to eternal torture. After all these years, I know you can't still be a scoffer. I come to you with open hands, begging you not merely to comfort the sufferers, but to snatch their souls from the burning lakes of sulphur to which, in his everlasting mercy, the Lord of hosts hath condemned those that blaspheme against his gospel, freely given. Again it was Sondeleus who got Ira Hinckley out, not too discontented, while Martin could only splutter, "Now how do you suppose that maniac ever got here? This is going to be awful." Before Inchcape Jones returned, the commission ventured out for their first sight of the town. A scientific commission, yet all the while they were only boisterous Gustav and doubtful Martin and casual Leora. The citizens had been told that in bubonic plague, unlike pneumonic, there is no danger from direct contact with people developing the disease, so long as vermin were kept away, but they did not believe it. They were afraid of one another, and the more afraid of strangers. The commission found a street dying with fear. House shutters were closed, hot slatted patches in the sun, and the only traffic was an empty trolley car with a frightened motorman who peered down at them and sped up lest they come aboard. Grocery shops and drug stores were open, but from their shady depths the shopkeepers looked out timidly, and when the commission neared a fish stall, the one customer fled, edging past them. Once a woman, never explained, a woman with wild ungathered hair, ran by shrieking, "My little boy!" They came to the market, 100 stalls under a long corrugated iron roof, with stone pillars bearing the fatuous names of the commissioners who had built it, by voting bonds for the building. It should have been buzzing with jovial buyers and sellers, but in all the gaudy booths there were only one negress with a row of twig besoms, one Hindu in grey rags squatting before his wealth of a dozen vegetables. The rest was emptiness, and a litter of rotted potatoes and scudding papers. Down a grim street of coal yards they found a public square, and here was the stillness, not of sleep, but of ancient death. The square was rimmed with the gloom of mango trees, which shut out the faint-hearted breeze and cooped in the heat, stale, lifeless heat, in whose misery the leering silence was the more dismaying. Through a break in the evil mangoes they beheld a plaster house hung with black crape. "It's too hot to walk. Perhaps we'd better go back to the hotel," said Leora. Part 4. In the afternoon, Inchcape Jones appeared with a Ford, whose familiarity made it the more grotesque in this creepy world, and took them to Penrith Lodge, on the cool hills behind Blackwater. They traversed a packed native section of bamboo hovels and shops that were unpainted, black-weathered huts without doors, without windows, from whose recesses dark faces looked at them resentfully. They passed, at their coloured driver's most jerky speed, a new brick structure in front of which stately Negro policemen with white gloves, white sun helmets, and scarlet coats cut by white belts marched with rifles at the carry. Inchcape Jones sighed. "Schoolhouse. Turned it into pest house. 100 cases in there. Die every hour. Have to guard it. Patients get delirious and try to escape." After them trailed an odor of rotting. Martin did not feel superior to humanity. Part 5. With broad porches and low roof, among bright flamboyants and the cheerful sago palms, the bungalow of Penrith Lodge lay high on a crest, looking across the ugly flat of the town to the wash of sea. At its windows the reed jalousies whispered and clattered, and the high bare rooms were enlivened by figured Carib scarfs. It had belonged to the port doctor, dead these 3 days. Inchcape Jones assured the doubtful Leora that she would nowhere else be so safe. The house was rat-proofed, and the doctor had caught the plague at the pier, and died without ever coming back to this well-beloved bungalow in which he, the professional bachelor, had given the most clamorous parties in St. Hubert. Martin had with him sufficient equipment for a small laboratory, and he established it in a bedroom with gas and running water. Next to it was his and Leora's bedroom, then an apartment which Sondoleus immediately made homelike by dropping his clothes and his pipe ashes all over it. There were 2 colored maids and an ex-soldier butler, who received them and unpacked their bags as though the plague did not exist. Martin was perplexed by their first caller. He was a singularly handsome young Negro, quick-moving, intelligent of eye. Like most white Americans, Martin had talked a great deal about the inferiority of Negroes and had learned nothing whatever about them. He looked questioning as the young man observed, "My name is Oliver Marchand." "Yes?" "Dr. Marchand. I have my M.D. from Howard." "Oh." "May I venture to welcome you, doctor? And may I ask before I hurry off, I have 3 cases from official families isolated at the bottom of the hill. Oh yes, in this crisis they permit a Negro doctor to practice even among the whites. But Dr. Stokes insists that Teherel and you are right in calling bacteriophage an organism. But what about Bordette's contention that it's an enzyme?" Then for half an hour did Dr. Arrowsmith and Dr. Marchand, forgetting the plague, forgetting the more cruel plague of race fear, draw diagrams. Marchand sighed, "I must go, doctor. May I help you in any way I can? It is a great privilege to know you." He saluted quietly and was gone, a beautiful young animal. "I never thought a Negro doctor. I wish people wouldn't keep showing me how much I don't know," said Martin. Part 6. While Martin prepared his laboratory, Sondoleus was joyfully at work, finding out what was wrong with Inchcape Jones's administration, which proved to be almost anything that could be wrong. A plague epidemic today, in a civilized land, is no longer an affair of people dying in the streets and of drivers shouting, "Bring out your dead." The fight against it is conducted like modern warfare, with telephones instead of foaming chargers. The ancient horror bears a face of efficiency. There are offices, card indices, bacteriological examinations of patients and of rats. There is, or should be, a lone director with super-legal powers. There are large funds, education of the public by placard and newspaper, brigades of rat killers, a corps of disinfectors, isolation of patients, lest vermin carry the germs from them to others. In most of these particulars, Inchcape Jones had failed. To have the existence of the plague admitted in the first place, he had had to fight the merchants controlling the House of Assembly, who had howled that a quarantine would ruin them, and who now refused to give him complete power and tried to manage the epidemic with a board of health, which was somewhat worse than navigating a ship during a typhoon by means of a committee. Inchcape Jones was courageous enough, but he could not cajole people. The newspapers called him a tyrant, would not help win over the public to take precautions against rats and ground squirrels. He had tried to fumigate a few warehouses with sulfur dioxide, but the owners complained that the fumes stained fabrics and paint, and the Board of Health bade him wait a little while, wait and see. He had tried to have the rats examined, to discover what were the centers of infection, but his only bacteriologists were the overworked Stokes and Oliver Marchand, and Inchcape Jones had often explained, at nice dinner parties, that he did not trust the intelligence of Negroes. He was nearly insane. He worked 20 hours a day. He assured himself that he was not afraid. He reminded himself that he had an honestly won DSO. He longed to have someone besides a board of Red Lake merchants give him orders. And always in the blur of his sleepless brain he saw the hills of Surrey, his sisters in the rose walk, and the basket chairs and tea table beside his father's tennis lawn. Then Sondileus, that crafty and often lying lobbyist, that unmoral soldier of the Lord, burst in and became dictator. He terrified the Board of Health. He quoted his own experiences in Mongolia and India. He assured them that if they did not cease being politicians, the plague might cling in St. Hubert forever, so that they would no more have the amiable dollars of the tourists and the pleasures of smuggling. He threatened and flattered, and told a story which they had never heard, even at the ice house, and he had Inchcape Jones appointed dictator of St. Hubert. Gustav Sondileus stood extremely close behind the dictator. He immediately started rat killing. On a warrant signed by Inchcape Jones, he arrested the owner of a warehouse who had declared that he was not going to have his piles of cocoa ruined. He marched his policemen, stout black fellows trained in the Great War, to the warehouse, set them on guard, and pumped in hydrocyanic acid gas. The crowd gathered beyond the police line, wondering, doubting. They could not believe that anything was happening, for the cracks in the warehouse walls had been adequately stuffed and there was no scent of gas. But the roof was leaky. The gas crept up through it, colorless, diabolic, and suddenly a buzzard circling above the roof tilted forward, fell slantwise, and lay dead among the watchers. A man picked it up, goggling. Dead, right enough, everybody muttered. They looked at Sondileus, parading among his soldiers, with reverence. His rat crew searched each warehouse before pumping in the gas, lest someone be left in the place, but in the third one a tramp had been asleep, and when the doors were anxiously opened after the fumigation, there were not only thousands of dead rats, but also a dead and very stiff tramp. "Poor fella, bury him," said Sondileus. There was no inquest. Over a rum swizzle at the ice house, Sondileus reflected, "I wonder how many men I murder, Martin. When I was disinfecting ships at Antofagasta, always afterward we find 2 or 3 stowaways. They hide too good, poor fellas." Sondileus arbitrarily dragged bookkeepers and porters from their work, to pursue the rats with poison, traps, and gas, or to starve them by concreting and screening stables and warehouses. He made a red and green rat map of the town. He broke every law of property by raiding shops for supplies. He alternately bullied and caressed the leaders of the House of Assembly. He called on Kellett, told stories to his children, and almost wept as he explained what a good Lutheran he was, and consistently, but not at Kellett's, he drank too much. The ice house, that dimmest and most peaceful among saloons, with its cool marble tables, its gilt-touched white walls, had not been closed, though only the oldest topers and the youngest bravos, fresh out from home, and agonizingly lonely for Peckham or Walthamstow, for Peel Park or the Cirencester High Street, were desperate enough to go there, and of the attendants that remained, only one big Jamaican barman. By chance, he was among them, all the most divine mixer of the planter's punch, the New Orleans fizz, and the rum swizzle. His masterpieces, Sondileus acclaimed. He alone placid among the scary patrons who came in now not to dream, but to gulp and flee. After a day of slaughtering rats and disinfecting houses, he sat with Martin and Leora, or with whomever he could persuade to linger. To Gustav Sondileus, dukes and cobblers were alike remarkable, and Martin was sometimes jealous when he saw Sondileus turning to a cocoa broker's clerk with the same smile he gave to Martin. For hours Sondileus talked, of Shanghai and epistemology, and the painting of Nevinson. For hours he sang scurrilous lyrics of the Quarter, and boomed, "Yea, how I kill the rats at Kellett's Wharf today. I don't think one little swizzle would break down too many glomeruli in an honest man's kidneys." He was cheerful, but never with the reproving and infuriating cheerfulness of an Ira Hinckley. He mocked himself, Martin, Leora, and their work. At home dinner he never cared what he ate, though he did care what he drank, which at Penrith Lodge was desirable, in view of Leora's efforts to combine the views of Wheatsylvania with the standards of West Indian servants and the absence of daily deliveries. He shouted and sang, and took precautions for working among rats and the agile fleas. The high boots, the strapped wrists, and the rubber neckband, which he had invented and which is known in every tropical supply shop today as the Sondileus Anti-Vermin Neck Protector. It happened that he was, without Martin or Gottlieb ever understanding it, the most brilliant as well as the least pompous and therefore least appreciated warrior against epidemics that the world has known. Thus with Sondileus, though for Martin there were as yet but embarrassment and futility, and the fear of fear. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. To persuade the shopkeeping lords of St. Hubert to endure a test in which half of them might die, so that all plague might, perhaps, be ended forever, was impossible. Martin argued with Inchcape Jones, with Sondileus, but he had no favour, and he began to meditate a political campaign as he would have meditated an experiment. He had seen the suffering of the plague, and he had, though he still resisted, been tempted to forget experimentation, to give up the possible saving of millions for the immediate saving of thousands. Inchcape Jones, a little rested now under Sondileus's padded bullying, and able to slip into a sane routine, drove Martin to the village of Carib, which, because of its pest of infected ground squirrels, was proportionately worse smitten than Blackwater. They sped out of the capital by white shell roads, agonizing to the sun-poisoned eyes. They left the dusty shanties of suburban Yamtown for a land cool with bamboo groves and palmettos thick with sugar cane. From a hilltop they swung down a curving road to a beach where the high surf boomed in limestone caves. It seemed impossible that this joyous shore could be threatened by plague, the slimy creature of dark alleys. The motor cut through a singing trade wind which told of clean sails and disdainful men. They darted on where the foam feathers below Point Carib, and where, round that lone royal palm on the headland, the bright wind hums. They slipped into a hot valley, and came to the village of Carib and to creeping horror. The plague had been dismaying in Blackwater. In Carib it was the end of all things. The rat fleas had found fat homes in the ground squirrels, which burrowed in every garden about the village. In Blackwater there had from the first been isolation of the sick, but in Carib death was in every house, and the village was surrounded by soldier police with bayonets, who let no one come or go save the doctors. Martin was guided down the stinking street of cottages, palm-thatched and walled with cow-dung plaster on bamboo laths. Cottages shared by the roosters and the goats. He heard men shrieking in delirium. A dozen times he saw that face of terror, sunken bloody eyes, drawn face, open mouth, which marks the Black Death. And once he beheld an exquisite girl-child in coma on the edge of death, her tongue black and round her the scent of the tomb. They fled away to Point Carib and the trade wind, and when Inchcape Jones demanded, "After that sort of thing, can you really talk of experimenting?" Then Martin shook his head while he tried to recall the vision of Gottlieb and all their little plans. Half to get the fage, half to be sternly deprived. It came to him that Gottlieb, in his secluded innocence, had not realized what it meant to gain leave to experiment amid the hysteria of an epidemic. He went to the ice-house. He had a drink with a frightened clerk from Derbyshire. He regained the picture of Gottlieb's sunken, demanding eyes, and he swore that he would not yield to a compassion which in the end would make all compassion futile. Since Inchcape Jones could not understand the need of experimentation, He would call on the governor, Colonel Sir Robert Fairlamb. Part 2. Though Government House was officially the chief residence of St. Hubert, it was but a thatched bungalow, a little larger than Martin's own Penrith Lodge. When he saw it, Martin felt more easy, and he ambled up to the broad steps at 9 of the evening as though he were dropping in to call on a neighbor in Wheatsylvania. He was stopped by a Jamaican manservant of appalling courtesy. He snorted that he was Dr. Arrowsmith, head of the McGurk Commission, and he was sorry, but he must see Sir Robert at once. The servant was suggesting, in his blandest and most annoying manner, that really Dr. would do better to see the Surgeon General, when a broad red face and a broad red voice projected themselves over the veranda railing with a rumble of, "Send him up, Jackson, and don't be a fool." Sir Robert and Lady Fairlamb were finishing dinner on the veranda, at a small round table littered with coffee and liqueurs and starred with candles. She was a slight, nervous insignificance. He was rather puffy, very flushed, undoubtedly courageous, and altogether dismayed. And at a time when no laundress dared go anywhere, his evening shirt was luminous. Martin was in his now beloved linen suit, with a crumply soft shirt which Leora had been meanin' to wash. Martin explained what he wanted to do, what he must do, if the world was ever to get over the absurdity of having plague. Sir Robert listened so agreeably that Martin thought he understood, but at the end he bellowed, "Young man, if I were commanding a division at the front, with a dud show, an awful show, going on, and a War Office clerk asked me to risk the whole thing to try out some precious little invention of his own, can you imagine what I'd answer? There isn't much I can do now. These Dr. Johnnies have taken everything out of my hands. But as far as possible, I shall certainly prevent you Yankee vivisectionists from coming in and using us as a lot of sanguinary. Sorry, Evelyn, sanguinary corpses. Good night, sir." Part 3. Thanks to Sondolaus's crafty bullying, Martin was able to present his plan to a special board composed of the governor, the temporarily suspended Board of Health, Inchcape Jones, several hearty members of the House of Assembly, and Sondolaus himself, attending in the unofficial capacity which all over the world he had found useful for masking a cheerful tyranny. Sondolaus even brought in the Negro doctor, Oliver Marchand, not on the ground that he was the most intelligent person on the island, which happened to be Sondolaus's reason, but because he represented the plantation hands. Sondolaus himself was as much opposed to Martin's unemotional experiments as was Fairlamb. He believed that all experiments should be, by devices not entirely clear to him, carried on in the laboratory without disturbing the conduct of agreeable epidemics, but he could never resist a drama like the innocent meeting of the special board. The meeting was set for a week ahead, with scores dying every day. While he waited for it, Martin manufactured morphage and helped Sondolaus murder rats. And Leora listened to the midnight debates of the two men, and tried to make them acknowledge that it had been wise to let her come. Inchcape Jones offered to Martin the position of government bacteriologist, but he refused, lest he be sidetracked. The special board met in Parliament House, all of them trying to look, not like their simple and domestic selves, but like judges. With them appeared such doctors of the island as could find the time. While Leora listened from the back of the room, Martin addressed them, not unaware of the spectacle of little Mart Arrowsmith of Elk Mills, taken seriously by the rulers of a tropic isle headed by a Sir Somebody. Beside him stood Max Gottlieb, and in Gottlieb's power he reverently sought to explain that mankind had ever given up eventual greatness because some crisis, some war or election or loyalty to a Messiah, which at the moment seemed weighty, had choked the patient search for truth. He sought to explain that he could, perhaps, save half of a given district, but to test for all time the value of phage, the other half must be left without it, though, he craftily told them, in any case the luckless half would receive as much care as at present. Most of the board had heard that he possessed a magic cure for the plague, which, for unknown and probably discreditable reasons, he was withholding, and they were not going to have it withheld. There was a great deal of discussion rather unconnected with what he had said, and out of it came only the fact that everybody except Stokes and Oliver Marchand was against him. Kellett was angry with this American, Sir Robert Fairlamb was beefily disapproving, and Sonduleus admitted that though Martin was quite a decent young man, he was a fanatic. Into their argument plunged a fury in the person of Ira Hinckley, missionary of the Sanctification Brotherhood. Martin had not seen him since the first morning in Blackwater. He gaped as he heard Ira pleading, "Gentlemen, I know almost the whole bunch of you are Church of England, but I beg you to listen to me, not as a minister, but as a qualified doctor of medicine. Oh, the wrath of God is upon you, but I was a classmate of Arrowsmith in the States. I'm on to him. He was such a failure that he was suspended from medical school. A scientist. And his boss, this fellow Gottlieb, he was fired from the University of Winnemac for incompetence. I know 'em. Liars and fools. Scorners of righteousness. Has anybody but Arrowsmith himself told you he's a qualified scientist?" The face of Sonduleus changed from curiosity to stolid Scandinavian wrath. He arose and shouted, "Sir Robert, this man is crazy. Dr. Gottlieb is one of the 7 distinguished living scientists, and Dr. Arrowsmith is his representative. I announce my agreement with him complete. As you must have seen from my work, I'm perfectly independent of him and entirely at your service, but I know his standing and I follow him quite humbly." The special board coaxed Ira Hinckley out, for the meanest of reasons. In St. Hubert the whites do not greatly esteem the holy ecstasies of Negroes in the Sanctification Brotherhood chapels, but they voted only to "give the matter their consideration," while still men died by the score each day. And in Manchuria, as in St. Hubert, they prayed for rest from the ancient clawing pain. Outside, as the special board trudged away, Sonduleus blared at Martin and the indignant Leora. "Yea, a fine fight." Martin answered, "Gustav, you've joined me now. The first darn thing you do, you come have a shot of Fage." "No, Slim, I said I will not have your Fage till you give it to everybody. I mean it, no matter how much I make fools of your board." As they stood before Parliament House, a small motor possessing everything but comfort and power staggered up to them, and from it vaulted a man lean as Gottlieb and English as Inchcape Jones. "You Dr. Arrowsmith? My name is Twyford, Cecil Twyford of St. Swithin's Parish. Tried to get here for the special board meeting, but my beastly foreman had to take the afternoon off and die of plague. Stokes has told me your plans. Quite right. All nonsense to go on having plague. Board refused. Sorry. Perhaps we can do something in St. Swithin's. Good day." All evening, Martin and Sonduleus were full of language. Martin went to bed longing for the regularity of working all night and foraging for cigarettes at dawn. He could not sleep, because an imaginary Ira Hinckley was always bursting in on him. 4 days later, he heard that Ira was dead. Till he had sunk in coma, Ira had nursed and blessed his people, the humble colored congregation in the hot tin chapel which he had now turned into a pest house. He staggered from cot to cot under the gospel texts he had lettered on the whitewashed wall. Then he cried once, loudly, and dropped by the pine pulpit where he had joyed to preach. Part 4. One chance Martin did have. In Carib, where every third man was down with plague, and one doctor to attend them all, he now gave Fage to the entire village, a long strain of injections, not improved by the knowledge that one jaunty flea from any patient might bring him the plague. The tedium of dread was forgotten when he began to find and make precise notes of a slackening of the epidemic, which was occurring nowhere except here at Carib. He came home raving to Leora, I'll show 'em. Now they'll let me try test conditions, and then when the epidemic's over, we'll hustle home. It'll be lovely to be cold again. Wonder if Holabird and Schultes are any more friendly now. Be pretty good to see the old flat, eh? Yes, won't it? Said Leora. I wish I'd thought to have the kitchen painted while we're away. I think I'll put that blue chair in the bedroom. There was a decrease in the plague at Carib. Sondoleus was worried, because it was the worst center for infected ground squirrels on the island. He made decisions quickly. One evening he explained certain things to Inchcape Jones and Martin, wrote down their doubts, and snorted. Only way to disinfect that place is to burn it. Burn the whole thing. Have it done before morning, before anybody can stop us. With Martin as his lieutenant, he marshaled his troop of rat catchers, ruffians, all of them, with high boots, tied jacket sleeves, and ebon visages of piracy. They stole food from shops, tents and blankets and camp stoves from the government military warehouse, and jammed their booty into motor trucks. The line of trucks roared down to Carib, the rat catchers sitting atop, singing pious hymns. They charged on the village, drove out the healthy, carried the sick on litters, settled them all in tents in a pasture up the valley, and after midnight they burned the town. The troops ran among the huts, setting them alight with fantastic torches. The palm thatch sent up thick smoke, dead sluggish white, with currents of ghastly black through which broke sudden flames. Against the glare the palmettos were silhouetted. The solid-seeming huts were instantly changed into thin bamboo frameworks, thin lines of black slats, with the thatch falling in sparks. The flame lighted the whole valley, roused the terrified squawking birds, and turned the surf at Point Carib to bloody foam. With such of the natives as had strength enough and sense enough, Sondoleus's troops made a ring about the burning village, shouting insanely as they clubbed the fleeing rats and ground squirrels. In the flare of devastation, Sondoleus was a fiend, smashing the bewildered rats with a club, shooting at them as they fled, and singing to himself all the while the obscene chanty of Bill the Sailor. But at dawn he was nursing the sick in the bright new canvas village, showing mammies how to use their camp stoves, and in a benevolent way discussing methods of poisoning ground squirrels in their burrows. Sondoleus returned to Blackwater, but Martin remained in the tent village for 2 days, giving them the fage, making notes, directing the amateur nurses. He returned to Blackwater one mid-afternoon and sought the office of the Surgeon General, or what had been the office of the Surgeon General, till Sondoleus had come and taken it away from him. Sondoleus was there, at Inchcape Jones's desk, but for once he was not busy. He was sunk in his chair, his eyes bloodshot. We had a fine time with the rats at Carib, eh? How is my new tent village? He chuckled, but his voice was weak, and as he rose he staggered. What is it? What is it? I tink it's got me. Some flea got me. Yes, in a shaky but extremely interested manner. I was used thinking I will go and quarantine myself. I have fever all right, and adenitis. My strength, I am almost 60, but the way I can lift weights that no sailor can touch, and I could fight 5 rounds. Oh my God, Martin, I am so weak. Not scared, no. But for Martin's arms, he would have collapsed. He refused to return to Penrith Lodge and Leora's nursing. I who have isolated so many, it is my turn, he said. Martin and Inchcape Jones found for Sondoleus a meagre clean cottage. The family had died there, all of them, but it had been fumigated. They procured a nurse, and Martin himself attended the sick man, trying to remember that once he had been a doctor, who understood ice bags and consolation. One thing was not to be had, mosquito netting, and only of this did Sondoleus complain. Martin bent over him, agonized to see how burning was his skin, how swollen his face and his tongue, how weak his voice as he babbled. Gottlieb is right about these jests of God. Yea, his best one is the tropics. God planned them so beautiful, flowers and sea and mountains. He made the fruit to grow so well that man not need work, and then he laughed, and stuck in volcanoes and snakes, and damp heat, and early senility, and the plague and malaria. But the nastiest trick he ever played on man was inventing the flea. His bloated lips widened, from his hot throat oozed a feeble croaking, and Martin realized that he was trying to laugh. He became delirious, but between spasms he muttered, with infinite pain, tears in his eyes at his own weakness, "I want you to see how an agnostic can die. I am not afraid, but just once more I would like to see Stockholm and Fifth Avenue on the day the first snow falls, and Holy Week at Sevilla, and one good last drunk. I am very peaceful, Slim. It hurts some, but life was a good game. And I am a pious agnostic. Oh, Martin, give my people the Fage. Save all of them. God, I did not think they could hurt me so." His heart had failed. He was still on his low cot. Part 5. Martin had an unhappy pride that, with all his love for Gustav Sonderlaus, he would still keep his head, still resist Inchcape Jones's demand that he give the Fage to everyone, still do what he had been sent to do. "I'm not a sentimentalist, I'm a scientist," he boasted. They snarled at him in the streets now. Small boys called him names and threw stones. They had heard that he was willfully withholding their salvation. The citizens came in committees to beg him to heal their children, and he was so shaken that he had ever to keep before him the vision of Gottlieb. The panic was increasing. They who had at first kept cool could not endure the strain of wakening at night to see upon their windows the glow of the pile of logs on Admiral Knob, the emergency crematory where Gustav Sonderlaus and his curly grey mop had been shoveled into the fire along with a crippled Negro boy and a Hindu beggar. Sir Robert Fairlamb was a blundering hero, exasperating the sick while he tried to nurse them. Stokes remained the rock of ages. He had only 3 hours sleep a night, but he never failed to take his accustomed 15 minutes of exercise when he awoke. And Leora was easy in Penrith Lodge, helping Martin prepare Fage. It was the Surgeon General who went to pieces. Robbed of his dependence on the despised Sonderlaus, sunk again in a mad planlessness, Inchcape Jones shrieked when he thought he was speaking low, and the cigarette which was ever in his thin hand shook so that the smoke quivered up in trembling spirals. Making his tour, he came at night on a sloop by which a dozen redlegs were escaping to Barbados, and suddenly he was among them, bribing them to take him along. As the sloop stood out from Blackwater harbour, he stretched his arms toward his sisters and the peace of the Surrey hills, but as the few frightened lights of the town were lost, he realized that he was a coward and came up out of his madness, with his lean head high. He demanded that they turn the sloop and take him back. They refused, howling at him, and locked him in the cabin. They were becalmed. It was 2 days before they reached Barbados, and by then the world would know that he had deserted. Altogether expressionless, Inchcape Jones tramped from the sloop to a waterfront hotel in Barbados, and stood for a long time in a slatternly room smelling of slop pails. He would never see his sisters and the cool hills. With the revolver which he had carried to drive terrified patients back into the isolation wards, with the revolver which he had carried at Arras, he killed himself. Part 6. Thus Martin came to his experiment. Stokes was appointed Surgeon General, vice Inchcape Jones, and he made an illegal assignment of Martin to St. Swithin's parish, as medical officer with complete power. This, and the concurrence of Cecil Twyford, made his experiment possible. He was invited to stay at Twyford's. His only trouble was the guarding of Leora. He did not know what he would encounter in St. Swithin's, while Penrith Lodge was as safe as any place on the island. When Leora insisted that, during his experiment, the cold thing which had stilled the laughter of Sonderlaus might come to him, and he might need her, He tried to satisfy her by promising that if there was a place for her in St. Swithin's, he would send for her. Naturally, he was lying. Hard enough to see Gustav go. By thunder, she's not going to run risks, he vowed. He left her, protected by the maids and the soldier butler, with Dr. Oliver Marchand to look in when he could. Part 7. In St. Swithin's parish, the cocoa and bamboo groves and sharp hills of southern St. Hubert gave way to unbroken cane fields. Here Cecil Twyford, that lean, abrupt man, ruled every acre and interpreted every law. His place, Frangipani Court, was a refuge from the hot humming plain. The house was old and low, of thick stone and plaster walls. The panelled rooms were lined with the china, the portraits and the swords of Twyfords for 300 years, and between the wings was a walled garden dazzling with hibiscus. Twyford led Martin through the low, cool hall and introduced him to 5 great sons and to his mother, who, since his wife's death 10 years ago, had been mistress of the house. "Have tea?" said Twyford. "Our American guest will be down in a moment." He would not have thought of saying it, but he had sworn that since for generations Twyfords had drunk tea here at a seemly hour, no panic should prevent their going on drinking it at that hour. When Martin came into the garden, when he saw the old silver on the wicker table and heard the quiet voices, the plague seemed conquered, and he realized that 4,000 miles southwest of the Lizard he was in England. They were seated, pleasant but not too comfortable, when the American guest came down, and from the door stared at Martin as strangely as he stared in turn. He beheld a woman who must be his sister. She was perhaps 30 to his 37, but in her slenderness, her paleness, her black brows and dusky hair, she was his twin. She was his self-enchanted. He could hear his voice croaking, "But you're my sister." And she opened her lips, yet neither of them spoke as they bowed at introduction. When she sat down, Martin had never been so conscious of a woman's presence. He learned before evening that she was Joyce Lanyon, widow of Roger Lanyon of New York. She had come to St. Hubert to see her plantations and had been trapped by the quarantine. He had tentatively heard of her dead husband as a young man of wealth and family. He seemed to remember having seen in Vanity Fair a picture of the Lanyons at Palm Beach. She talked only of the weather, the flowers, but there was a rising gaiety in her which stirred even the dour Cecil Twyford. In the midst of her debonair insults to the hugest of the huge sons, Martin turned on her. "You are my sister." "Obviously. Well, since you're a scientist, are you a good scientist?" "Pretty good." "I've met your Mrs. McGurk, and Dr. Rippleton Holabird. Met him in Hessian Hook. You know it, don't you?" "No, I've heard of it." "You know, that renovated old part of Brooklyn where writers and economists and all those people, some of them almost as good as the very best, consort with people who are almost as smart as the very smartest. You know, where they dress for dinner, but all of them have heard about James Joyce. Dr. Holabird is frightfully charming, don't you think?" "Why—" "Tell me. I really mean it. Cecil has been explaining what you plan to do experimentally. Could I help you, nursing or cooking or something, or would I merely be in the way?" "I don't know yet. If I can use you, I'll be unscrupulous enough." "Oh, don't be earnest like Cecil here, and Dr. Stokes. They have no sense of play. Do you like that man Stokes? Cecil adores him, and I suppose he's simply infested with virtues. But I find him so dry and thin and unappetizing. Don't you think he might be a little gayer?" Martin gave up all chance of knowing her as he hurled. "Look here, you said you found Holabird charming. It makes me tired to have you fall for his scientific tripe and not appreciate Stokes. Stokes is hard, thank God, and probably he's rude. Why not? He's fighting a world that bellows for fake charm. No scientist can go through his grind and not come out more or less rude. And I tell you, Stokes was born a researcher. I wish we had him at McGurk. Rude. Wish you could hear him being rude to me." Twyford looked doubtful, his mother looked delicately shocked, and the 5 sons beefily looked nothing at all, while Martin raged on, trying to convey his vision of the barbarian, the ascetic, the contemptuous acolyte of science. But Joyce Lanyon's lovely eyes were kind, and when she spoke she had lost something of her too cosmopolitan manner of a diner out. "Yes, I suppose it's the difference between me, playing at being a planter, and Cecil." After dinner he walked with her in the garden and sought to defend himself against he was not quite sure what, till she hinted, "My dear man, you're so apologetic about never being apologetic. If you really must be my twin brother, do me the honor of telling me to go to the devil whenever you want to. I don't mind. Now about your Gottlieb, who seems to be so much of an obsession with you." "Obsession? Rats. They parted an hour after. Least of all things, Martin desired such another peeping, puerile, irritable restlessness as he had shared with Orchid Pickerbaugh. But as he went to bed in a room with old prints and a 4-poster, it was disturbing to know that somewhere near him was Joyce Lanyon. He sat up, aghast with truth. Was he going to fall in love with this desirable and quite useless young woman? How lovely her shoulders above black satin at dinner. She had a genius of radiant flesh. It made that of most women, even the fragile Leora, seem coarse and thick. There was a rosy glow behind it, as from an inner light. Did he really want Leora here, with Joyce Lanyon in the house? Dear Leora, who was the source of life. Was she now off there in Penrith Lodge, missing him, lying awake for him? How could he, even in the crisis of an epidemic, invite the formal Twyfords to invite Leora? How honest was he? That afternoon he had recognized the rigid though kindly code of the Twyfords, but could he not set it aside by being frankly an outlander? Suddenly he was out of bed, kneeling, praying to Leora. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The plague had only begun to invade St. Swithin's, but it was unquestionably coming, and Martin, with his power as official medical officer of the parish, was able to make plans. He divided the population into 2 equal parts. One of them, driven in by Twyford, was injected with plague phage, and the other half was left without. He began to succeed. He saw far-off India, with its annual 400,000 deaths from plague, saved by his efforts. He heard Max Gottlieb saying, "Martin, you have done your experiment. I am very glad." The pest attacked the unphaged half of the parish much more heavily than those who had been treated. There did appear a case or 2 among those who had the phage, but among the others there were 10, then 20, then 30 daily victims. These unfortunate cases he treated, giving the phage to alternate patients, in the somewhat barren almshouse of the parish, a whitewashed cabin the meaner against its vaulting background of banyans and breadfruit trees. He could never understand Cecil Twyford. Though Twyford had considered his hands as slaves, though he had, in his great barony, given them only this barren almshouse, yet he risked his life now in nursing them, and the lives of all his sons. Despite Martin's discouragement, Mrs. Lanyon came down to cook, and a remarkably good cook she was. She also made beds. She showed more intelligence than the Twyford men about disinfecting herself. And as she bustled about the rusty kitchen, in a gingham gown she had borrowed from a maid, she so disturbed Martin that he forgot to be gruff. Part 2. In the evening, while they returned by Twyford's rattling little motor to Frangipani Court, Mrs. Lanyon talked to Martin as one who had shared his work, but when she had bathed and powdered and dressed, He talked to her as one who was afraid of her. Their bond was their resemblance as brother and sister. They decided, almost irritably, that they looked utterly alike, except that her hair was more patent leather than his, and she lacked his impertinent, cocking eyebrow. Often Martin returned to his patients at night, but once or twice Mrs. Lanyon and he fled, as much from the family stolidity of the Twyfords as from the thought of fevered, scorched patients, to the shore of a rocky lagoon which cut far in from the sea. They sat on a cliff, full of the sound of the healing tide. His brain was hectic with the memory of charts on the whitewashed, broad planks of the almshouse, the sun cracks in the wall, the puffy, terrified faces of black patients, how one of the Twyford sons had knocked over an ampule of fage, and how itchingly hot it had been in the ward. But to his intensity, the lagoon breeze was cooling, and cooling the rustling tide. He perceived that Mrs. Lanyon's white frock was fluttering about her knees. He realized that she too was strained and still. He turned somberly toward her, and she cried, "I'm so frightened and so lonely. The Twyfords are heroic, but they're stone. I'm so marooned." He kissed her, and she rested against his shoulder. The softness of her sleeve was agitating to his hand, but she broke away with, "No, you don't really care a hang about me. Just curious. Perhaps that's a good thing for me tonight." He tried to assure her, to assure himself, that he did care with peculiar violence, but languor was over him. Between him and her fragrance were the hospital cots, a great weariness, and the still face of Leora. They were silent together, and when his hand crept to hers, they sat unimpassioned, comprehending, free to talk of what they would. He stood outside her door, when they had returned to the house, and imagined her soft moving within. "No," he raged, "can't do it. Joyce, women like her, one of the million things I've given up for work and for Lee. Well, that's all there is to it then. But if I were here 2 weeks, fool, she'd be furious if you knocked, but—" He was aware of the dagger of light under her door, the more aware of it as he turned his back and tramped to his room. Part 3. The telephone service in St. Hubert was the clumsiest feature of the island. There was no telephone at Penrith Lodge. The port doctor had cheerfully been wont to get his calls through a neighbour. The central was now demoralized by the plague, and when for 2 hours Martin had tried to have Leora summoned, he gave up. But he had triumphed. In 3 or 4 days he would drive to Penrith Lodge. Twyford had blankly assented to his suggestion that Leora be invited hither, and if she and Joyce Lanyon should become such friends that Joyce would never again turn to him in loneliness, he was willing, he was eager, he was almost eager. Part 4. When Martin left her at the lodge, in the leafy gloom high on the Penrith hills, Leora felt his absence. They had been so little apart since he had first come on her, scrubbing a hospital room in Zenith. The afternoon was unending. Each time she heard a creaking, she roused with the hope that it was his step, and realized that he would not be coming all the blank evening, the terrifying night. Would not be here anywhere, not his voice nor the touch of his hand. Dinner was mournful. Often enough she had dined alone when Martin was at the Institute. But then he had been returning to her some time before dawn, probably, and she had reflectively munched a snack on the corner of the kitchen table, looking at the funnies in the evening paper. Tonight she had to live up to the butler, who served her as though she were a dinner party of 20. She sat on the porch, staring at the shadowy roofs of Blackwater below, sure that she felt a miasm writhing up through the hot darkness. She knew the direction of St. Swithin's parish, beyond that delicate glimmer of lights from palm huts coiling up the hills. She concentrated on it, wondering if by some magic she might not have a signal from him, but she could get no feeling of his looking toward her. She sat long and quiet. She had nothing to do. Her night was sleepless. She tried to read in bed by an electric globe inside the misty little tent of the mosquito netting, but there was a tear in the netting and the mosquitoes crept through. As she turned out the light and lay tense, unable to give herself over to sleep, unable to sink into security, while to her blurred eyes the half-seen folds of the mosquito netting seemed to slide about her, she tried to remember whether these mosquitoes might be carrying plague germs. She realized how much she had depended on Martin for such bits of knowledge, as for all philosophy. She recalled how annoyed he had been because she could not remember whether the yellow fever mosquito was Anopheles or Stegomyia, or was it Aedes? And suddenly she laughed in the night. She was reminded that he had told her to give herself another injection of phage. Hang it, I forgot. Well, I must be sure to do that tomorrow. Do that tomorrow, buzzed in her brain, an irritating, inescapable refrain, while she was suspended over sleep, conscious of how much she wanted to creep into his arms. Next morning, and she did not remember to give herself another injection, the servants seemed twitchy, and her efforts to comfort them brought out the news that Oliver Marchand, the doctor on whom they depended, was dead. In the afternoon, the butler heard that his sister had been taken off to the isolation ward, and he went down to Blackwater to make arrangements for his nieces. He did not return. No one ever learned what had become of him. Toward dusk, when Leora felt as though a skirmish line were closing in on her, she fled into Martin's laboratory. It seemed filled with his jerky, brimming presence. She kept away from the flasks of plague germs, but she picked up, because it was his, a half-smoked cigarette and lighted it. There was a slight crack in her lips, and that morning, fumbling at dusting, here in the laboratory meant as a fortress against disease, a maid had knocked over a test tube, which had trickled. The cigarette seemed dry enough, but in it there were enough plague germs to kill a regiment. 2 nights after, when she was so desperately lonely that she thought of walking to Blackwater, finding a motor, and fleeing to Martin, she woke with a fever, a headache, her limbs chilly. When the maids discovered her in the morning, they fled from the house. While lassitude flowed round her, she was left alone in the isolated house, with no telephone. All day, all night, as her throat crackled with thirst, she lay longing for someone to help her. Once she crawled to the kitchen for water. The floor of the bedroom was an endless heaving sea, the hall a writhing dimness, and by the kitchen door she dropped and lay for an hour whimpering. Got to, can't remember what it was. Her voice kept appealing to her cloudy brain. Aching, fighting the ache, she struggled up, wrapped about her a shabby cloak which one of the maids had abandoned in flight, and in the darkness staggered out to find help. As she came to the highway she stumbled, and lay under the hedge, unmoving like a hurt animal. On hands and knees she crawled back into the lodge, and between times, as her brain went dark, she nearly forgot the pain in her longing for Martin. She was bewildered. She was lonely. She dared not start on her long journey without his hand to comfort her. She listened for him, listened, tense with listening. You will come. I know you'll come and help me. I know you'll come. Martin, Sandy, she sobbed. Then she slipped down into the kindly coma. There was no more pain, and all the shadowy house was quiet but for her hoarse and struggling breath. Part 5. Like Sondeleus, Joyce Lanyon tried to persuade Martin to give the phage to everybody. I'm getting to be good and stern, with all you people after me. Regular Gottlieb. Nothing can make me do it, not if they try to lynch me, he boasted. He had explained Leora to Joyce. I don't know whether you two will like each other. You're so darn different. You're awfully articulate and you like these pretty people that you're always talking about. But she doesn't care a hang for 'em. She sits back. Oh, she never misses anything. But she never says much. Still, she's got the best instinct for honesty that I've ever known. I hope you two'll get each other. I was afraid to let her come here. Didn't know what I'd find. But now I'm going to hustle to Penrith and bring her here today." He borrowed Twyford's car and drove to Blackwater, up to Penrith, in excellent spirits. For all the plague, they could have a lively time in the evenings. One of the Twyford sons was not so solemn. He and Joyce, with Martin and Leora, could slip down to the lagoon for picnic suppers. They would sing. He came up to Penrith Lodge bawling, Leora, come on, here we are." The veranda, as he ran up on it, was leaf-scattered and dusty, and the front door was banging. His voice echoed in a desperate silence. He was uneasy. He darted in, found no one in the living room, the kitchen, then hastened into their bedroom. On the bed, across the folds of the torn mosquito netting, was Leora's body, very frail, quite still. He cried to her. He shook her. He stood weeping. He talked to her, his voice a little insane, trying to make her understand that he had loved her and had left her here only for her safety. There was rum in the kitchen, and he went out to gulp down raw, full glasses. They did not affect him. By evening he strode to the garden, the high and windy garden looking toward the sea, and dug a deep pit. He lifted her light, stiff body, kissed it, and laid it in the pit. All night he wandered. When he came back to the house and saw the row of her little dresses with the lines of her soft body in them, he was terrified. Then he went to pieces. He gave up Penrith Lodge, left Twyford's, and moved into a room behind the Surgeon General's office. Beside his cot there was always a bottle. Because death had for the first time been brought to him, he raged, "Oh, damn experimentation!" And despite Stokes's dismay, he gave the fage to everyone who asked. Only in St. Swithin's, since there his experiment was so excellently begun, did some remnant of honor keep him from distributing the fage universally. But the conduct of this experiment he turned over to Stokes. Stokes saw that he was a little mad, but only once, when Martin snarled, "What do I care for your science?" did he try to hold Martin to his test. Stokes himself with Twyford carried on the experiment and kept the notes Martin should have kept. By evening, after working 14 or 15 hours since dawn, Stokes would hasten to St. Swithin's by motorcycle. He hated the joggling and the lack of dignity, and he found it somewhat dangerous to take curving hill roads at 60 miles an hour. But this was the quickest way, and till midnight he conferred with Twyford, gave him orders for the next day, arranged his clumsy annotations, and marveled at his grim meekness. Meantime, all day, Martin injected a line of frightened citizens in the Surgeon General's office in Blackwater. Stokes begged him at least to turn the work over to another doctor and take what interest he could in St. Swithin's, but Martin had a bitter satisfaction in throwing away all his significance in helping to wreck his own purposes. With the nurse for assistant, he stood in the bare office. File on file of people, black, white, Hindu, stood in an agitated queue a block long, 10 deep, waiting dumbly as for death. They crept up to the nurse beside Martin and in embarrassment exposed their arms, which she scrubbed with soap and water and dabbled with alcohol before passing them on to him. He brusquely pinched up the skin of the upper arm and jabbed it with the needle of the syringe, cursing at them for jerking, never seeing their individual faces. As they left him, they fluttered with gratitude. "Oh, may God bless you, doctor!" But he did not hear. Sometimes Stokes was there, looking anxious, particularly when in the queue he saw plantation hands from St. Swithin's who were supposed to remain in their parish under strict control, to test the value of the fage. Sometimes Sir Robert Fairlamb came down to beam and gurgle and offer his aid. Lady Fairlamb had been injected first of all, and next to her a tattered kitchen wench, profuse with hallelujahs. After a fortnight when he was tired of the drama, he had 4 doctors making the injections while he manufactured fage. But by night Martin sat alone, tousled, drinking steadily, living on whiskey and hate, freeing his soul and dissolving his body by hatred as once hermits dissolved theirs by ecstasy. His life was as unreal as the nights of an old drunkard. He had an advantage over normal cautious humanity in not caring whether he lived or died, he who sat with the dead, talking to Leora and Sondeleus, to Ira Hinckley and Oliver Marchand, to Inchcape Jones and a shadowy horde of black men with lifted, appealing hands. After Leora's death, he had returned to Twyford's but once, to fetch his baggage, and he had not seen Joyce Lanyon. He hated her. He swore that it was not her presence which had kept him from returning earlier to Leora, but he was aware that while he had been chattering with Joyce, Leora had been dying. Damn glib society climber, thank God I'll never see her again. He sat on the edge of his cot, in the constricted and airless room, his hair ruffled, his eyes blotched with red, a stray alley kitten, which he esteemed his only friend, asleep on his pillow. At a knock he muttered, "I can't talk to Stokes now. Let him do his own experiments. Sick of experiments." Sulkily, "Oh, come in." The door opened on Joyce Lanyon, cool, trim, sure. "What do you want?" he grunted. She stared at him. She shut the door. Silently she straightened the litter of food, papers, and instruments on his table. She coaxed the indignant kitten to a mat, patted the pillow, and sat by him on the frowsy cot. Then, "Please, I know what happened. Cecil is in town for an hour, and I wanted to bring... Won't it comfort you a little if you know how fond we are of you? Won't you let me offer you friendship?" "I don't want anybody's friendship. I haven't any friends." He sat dumb, her hand on his, but when she was gone he felt a shiver of new courage. He could not get himself to give up his reliance on whiskey, and he could see no way of discontinuing the phage injection of all who came begging for it, but he turned both injection and manufacture over to others, and went back to the most rigid observation of his experiment in St. Swithin's, blotted as it now was by the unphaged portion of the parish going into Blackwater to receive the phage. He did not see Joyce. He lived at the almshouse, but most evenings now he was sober. Part 6. The gospel of rat extermination had spread through the island. Everybody from 5-year-old to hobbling grandam was out shooting rats and ground squirrels. Whether from phage or rat killing or providence, the epidemic paused, and 6 months after Martin's coming, when the West Indian May was broiling and the season of hurricanes was threatened, the plague had almost vanished and the quarantine was lifted. St. Hubert felt safe in its kitchens and shops, and amid the roaring spring, the island rejoiced as a sick man first delivered from pain rejoices at merely living and being at peace. That chaffering should be abusive and loud in the public market, that lovers should stroll unconscious of all save themselves, that loafers should tell stories and drink long drinks at the ice house, that old men should squat cackling in the shade of the mangoes, that congregations should sing together to the Lord, this was no longer ordinary to them nor stupid, but the bliss of paradise. They made a festival of the first steamers leaving. White and black, Hindu and Chink and Caribbee, they crowded the wharf, shouting, waving scarfs, trying not to weep at the feeble piping of what was left of the Blackwater Gold Medal Band. And as the steamer, the St. Aya of the McGurk line, was warped out, with her captain at the rail of the bridge, very straight, saluting them with a flourish, but his eyes so wet that he could not see the harbor, they felt that they were no longer jailed lepers, but a part of the free world. On that steamer, Joyce Lanyon sailed. Martin said goodbye to her at the wharf. Strong of hand, almost as tall as he, she looked at him without flutter and rejoiced. "You've come through. So have I. Both of us have been mad, trapped here the way we've been. I don't suppose I helped you, but I did try. You see, I'd never been trained in reality. You trained me. Goodbye." "Mayn't I come to see you in New York?" "If you'd really like to." She was gone, yet she had never been so much with him as through that tedious hour when the steamer was lost beyond the horizon, a line edged with silver wire. But that night, in panic, he fled up to Penrith Lodge and buried his cheek in the damp soil above the Leora with whom he had never had to fence and explain, to whom he had never needed to say, "Mayn't I come to see you?" But Leora, cold in her last bed, unsmiling, did not answer him nor comfort him. Part 7. Before Martin took leave, he had to assemble the notes of his Fodge experiment, add the observation of Stokes and Twyford to his own first precise figures. As the giver of Fodge to some thousands of frightened islanders, he had become a dignitary. He was called, in the first issue of the Blackwater Guardian, after the quarantine was raised, the saviour of all our lives. He was the universal hero. If Sondoleus had helped to cleanse them, had Sondoleus not been his lieutenant? If it was the intervention of the Lord, as the earnest old Negro, who succeeded Ira Hinckley in the chapels of the Sanctification Brotherhood, insisted, had not the Lord surely sent him? No one heeded a wry Scotch doctor, diligent but undramatic through the epidemic, who hinted that plagues have been known to slacken and cease without Fodge. When Martin was completing his notes, he had a letter from the McGurk Institute, signed by Rippleton Holabird. Holabird wrote that Gottlieb was feeling seedy, that he had resigned the directorship, suspended his own experimentation, and was now at home resting. Holabird himself had been appointed acting director of the Institute, and as such he chanted, "The reports of your work in the letters from Mr. McGurk's agents, which the quarantine authorities have permitted to get through to us, apprise us far more than does your own modest report what a really sensational success you have had. You have done what few other men living could do, both established the value of bacteriophage in plague by tests on a large scale, and saved most of the unfortunate population. The Board of Trustees and I are properly appreciative of the glory which you have added, and still more will add when your report is published, to the name of McGurk Institute. And we are thinking, now that we may for some months be unable to have your titular chief, Dr. Gottlieb, working with us, of establishing a separate department with you as its head." "Establish the value, rats. I about half made the tests," sighed Martin, and "department. I've given too many orders here. Sick of authority. I want to get back to my lab and start all over again." It came to him that now he would probably have 10,000 a year. Leora would have enjoyed small extravagant dinners. Though he had watched Gottlieb declining, it was a shock that he could be so unwell as to drop his work even for a few months. He forgot himself as it came to him that in giving up his experiment, playing the savior, he had been a traitor to Gottlieb and all that Gottlieb represented. When he returned to New York, he would have to call on the old man and admit to him, to those sunken, relentless eyes, that he did not have complete proof of the value of the Fodge. If he could have run to Leora with his 10,000 a year. Part 8. He left St. Hubert 3 weeks after Joyce Lanyon. The evening before his sailing, a great dinner with Sir Robert Fairlamb in the chair was given to him and to Stokes. While Sir Robert ruddily blurted compliments and Kellett tried to explain things, and all of them drank to him, standing, after the toast to the king, Martin sat lonely, considering that tomorrow he would leave these trusting eyes and face the harsh demands of Gottlieb, of Terry Wickett. The more they shouted his glory, the more he thought about what unknown, tight-minded scientists in distant laboratories would say of a man who had had his chance and cast it away. The more they called him the giver of life, the more he felt himself disgraced and a traitor. And as he looked at Stokes, he saw in his regard a pity worse than condemnation. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. It happened that Martin returned to New York as he had come, on the St. Bouryan. The ship was haunted with the phantoms of Leora dreaming, of Sondeleus shouting on the bridge. And on the St. Bouryan was the country club Miss Gilliam who had offended Sondeleus. She had spent the winter, importantly making notes on native music in Trinidad and Caracas, at least in planning to make notes. She saw Martin come aboard at Blackwater, and pertly noted the friends who saw him off, 2 Englishmen, 1 puffy, 1 rangy, and a dry-looking Scotsman. "Your friends all seem to be British," she enlightened him, when she had claimed him as an old friend. "Yes." "You've spent the winter here?" "Yes." "Hard luck to be caught by the quarantine, but I told you you were silly to go ashore. You must have managed to pick up quite a little money practicing, but it must have been unpleasant, really." "Yes, I suppose it was." "I told you it would be. You ought to have come on to Trinidad. Such a fascinating island. And tell me, how is the roughneck?" "Who?" "Oh, you know, that funny Swede that used to dance and everything." "He is dead." "Oh, I am sorry. You know, no matter what the others said, I never thought he was so bad. I'm sure he had quite a nice cultured mind when he wasn't carousing around. Your wife isn't with you, is she?" "No, she isn't with me. I must go down and unpack now." Miss Gwilliam looked after him with an expression which said that the least people could do was to learn some manners. Part 2. With the heat and the threat of hurricanes, there were few first-class passengers on the St. Bouryan, and most of these did not count because they were not jolly, decent Yankee tourists, but merely South Americans. As tourists do when their minds have been broadened and enriched by travel, when they return to New Jersey or Wisconsin with the credit of having spent a whole 6 months in the West Indies and South America, the respectable remnant studied one another fastidiously, and noted the slim pale man who seemed so restless, who all day trudged round the deck, who after midnight was seen standing by himself at the rail. "That guy looks awful restless to me," said Mr. S. Sanborn Hibble of Detroit to the charming Mrs. Dawson of Memphis, and she answered, with the wit which made her so popular wherever she went, "Yes, don't he? I reckon he must be in love." "Oh, I know him," said Miss Gwilliam. "He and his wife were on the St. Bouryan when I came down. She's in New York now. He's some kind of a doctor, not awful successful I don't believe. Just between ourselves, I don't think much of him or of her either. They sat and looked stupid all the way down." Part 3. Martin was itching to get his fingers on his test tubes. He knew, as once he had guessed, that he hated administration and large affairs. As he tramped the deck, his head cleared and he was himself. Angrily he pictured the critics who would soon be pecking at whatever final report he might make. For a time he hated the criticism of his fellow laboratory grinds as he had hated their competition. He hated the need of forever looking over his shoulder at pursuers. But on a night when he stood at the rail for hours, he admitted that he was afraid of their criticism, and afraid because his experiment had so many loopholes. He hurled overboard all the polemics with which he had protected himself. Men who never have had the experience of trying, in the midst of an epidemic, to remain calm and keep experimental conditions, do not realize in the security of their laboratories what one has to contend with. Constant criticism was good, if only it was not spiteful, jealous, petty. No, even then it might be good. Some men had to be what easy-going workers called spiteful. To them, the joyous spite of crushing the almost good was more natural than creation. Why should a great house-wrecker, who could clear the cumbered ground, be set at trying to lay brick? All right, he rejoiced, let 'em come. Maybe I'll anticipate 'em and publish a roast of my own work. I have got something from the St. Swithin test, even if I did let things slide for a while. I'll take my tables to a biometrician. He may rip 'em up. Good. What's left I'll publish. He went to bed, feeling that he could face the eyes of Gottlieb and Terry, and for the first time in weeks, he slept without terror. Part 4. At the pier in Brooklyn, to the astonishment and slight indignation of Miss Gwilliam, Mr. S. Sanborn Hibble, and Mrs. Dawson, Martin was greeted by reporters who, agreeably though vaguely, desired to know what were these remarkable things he had been doing to some disease or other, in some island or place. He was rescued from them by Rippleton Hollibird, who burst through them with his hands out, crying, "Oh, my dear fellow, we know all that's happened. We grieve for you so, and we're so glad you were spared to come back to us." Whatever Martin might, under the shadow of Max Gottlieb, have said about Hollibird, now he wrung his hands and muttered, "It's good to be home." Hollibird, he was wearing a blue shirt with a starched blue collar, like an actor, could not wait till Martin's baggage had gone through the customs. He had to return to his duties as acting director of the Institute. He delayed only to hint that the Board of Trustees were going to make him full director, and that certainly, my dear fellow, he would see that Martin had the credit and the reward he deserved. When Hollibird was gone, driving away in his neat coupe, he often explained that his wife and he could afford a chauffeur, but they preferred to spend the money on other things. Martin was conscious of Terry Wickett, leaning against a gnawed wooden pillar of the wharf house, as though he had been there for hours. Terry strolled up and snorted, "Hello, Slim. All okay? Let's shoot the stuff through the customs. Great pleasure to see the director and you kissing." As they drove through the summer-walled streets of Brooklyn, Martin inquired, "How's Hollibird working out as director? And how is Gottlieb?" "Oh, the Holy Wren is no worse than Tubbs. He's even politer and more ignorant. Me? You watch me. One of these days I'm going off to the woods. Got a shack in Vermont. Going to work there without having to produce results for the director. They've stuck me in the Department of Biochemistry. And Gottlieb—" Terry's voice became anxious. "I guess he's pretty shaky. They've pensioned him off. Now look, Slim. I hear you're going to be a gilded department head, and I'll never be anything but an associate member. Are you going on with me, or are you going to be one of the Holy Wren's pets, hero scientist?" "I'm with you, Terry, you old grouch." Martin dropped the cynicism which had always seemed proper between him and Terry. "I haven't got anybody else. Leora and Gustav are gone, and now maybe Gottlieb. You and I have got to stick together." "It's a go." They shook hands, they coughed gruffly, and talked of straw hats. Part 5. When Martin entered the Institute, his colleagues galloped up to shake hands and to exclaim, and if their praise was flustering, there is no time at which one can stomach so much of it as at homecoming. Sir Robert Fairlamb had written to the Institute a letter glorifying him. The letter arrived on the same boat with Martin, and next day Hollibird gave it out to the press. The reporters, who had been only a little interested at his landing, came around for interviews, and while Martin was sulky and jerky, Holabird took them in hand, so that the papers were able to announce that America, which was always rescuing the world from something or other, had gone and done it again. It was spread in the prints that Dr. Martin Arrowsmith was not only a powerful witch doctor, and possibly something of a laboratory hand, but also a ferocious rat killer, village burner, special board addresser, and snatcher from death. There was at the time, in certain places, a doubt as to how benevolent the United States had been to its little brothers, Mexico, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and the editors and politicians were grateful to Martin for this proof of their sacrifice and tender watchfulness. He had letters from the Public Health Service, from an enterprising Midwestern college which desired to make him a doctor of civil law, from medical schools and societies which begged him to address them. Editorials on his work appeared in the medical journals and the newspapers, and Congressman Almus Pickerbaugh telegraphed him from Washington, in what the congressman may conceivably have regarded as verse, "They not to go some to get ahead of fellows that come from old Nautilus." And he was again invited to dinner at the McGurk's, not by Capitola, but by Ross McGurk, whose name had never had such a whitewashing. He refused all invitations to speak, and the urgent organizations which had invited him responded with meekness that they understood how intimidatingly busy Dr. Arrowsmith was, and if he ever could find the time they would be most highly honored. Rippleton Holabird was elected full director now, in succession to Gottlieb, and he sought to use Martin as the prize exhibit of the Institute. He brought all the visiting dignitaries, all the foreign men of measured merriment, in to see him, and they looked pleased and tried to think up questions. Then Martin was made head of the new department of microbiology at twice his old salary. He never did learn what was the difference between microbiology and bacteriology, but none of his glorification could he resist. He was still too dazed. He was the more dazed when he had seen Max Gottlieb. Part 6. The morning after his return, he had telephoned to Gottlieb's flat, had spoken to Miriam, and received permission to call in the late afternoon. All the way uptown, he could hear Gottlieb saying, "You were my son. I gave you everything I knew of truth and honor, and you have betrayed me. Get out of my sight." Miriam met him in the hall, fretting, "I don't know if I should have let you come at all, doctor." "Why? Isn't he well enough to see people?" "It isn't that. He doesn't really seem ill, except that he's feeble, but he doesn't know anyone. The doctors say it's senile dementia. His memory is gone, and he's just suddenly forgotten all his English. He can only speak German, and I can't speak it hardly at all. If I'd only studied it instead of music. But perhaps it may do him good to have you here. He was always so fond of you. You don't know how he talked of you and the splendid experiment you've been doing in St. Hubert." "Well, He could find nothing to say. Miriam led him into a room whose walls were dark with books. Gottlieb was sunk in a worn chair, his thin hand lax on the arm. "Doctor, it's Arrowsmith. Just got back," Martin mumbled. The old man looked as though he half understood. He peered at him, then shook his head and whimpered, "Versteh nicht." His arrogant eyes were clouded with ungovernable slow tears. Martin understood that never could he be punished now and cleansed. Gottlieb had sunk into his darkness, still trusting him. Part 7. Martin closed his flat, their flat, with a cold swift fury, lest he yield to his misery in finding among Leora's possessions 1,000 fragments which brought her back, the frock she had bought for Capitola McGurk's dinner, a petrified chocolate she had hidden away to munch illegally by night, a memorandum, "Get almonds for Sandy." He took a grimly impersonal room in a hotel, and sunk himself in work. There was nothing for him but work and the harsh friendship of Terry Wickett. His first task was to check the statistics of his St. Swithin treatments and the new figures still coming in from Stokes. Some of them were shaky. Some suggested that the value of phage certainly had been confirmed, but there was nothing final. He took his figures to Raymond Pearl, the biometrician, who thought less of them than did Martin himself. He had already made a report of his work to the director and the trustees of the Institute, with no conclusion except, "The results await statistical analysis and should have this before they are published." But Holabird had run wild, the newspapers had reported wonders, and in on Martin poured demands that he send out phage, inquiries as to whether he did not have a phage for tuberculosis, for syphilis, offers that he take charge of this epidemic and that. Pearl had pointed out that his agreeable results in first phaging the whole of Carib village must be questioned, because it was possible that when he began, the curve of the disease had already passed its peak. With this and the other complications, viewing his hot work in St. Hubert as coldly as though it were the pretense of a man whom he had never seen, Martin decided that he had no adequate proof, and strode in to see the director. Holabird was gentle and pretty, but he sighed that if this conclusion were published, he would have to take back all the things he had said about the magnificence which, presumably, he had inspired his subordinate to accomplish. He was gentle and pretty, but firm. Martin was to suppress. Holabird did not say suppress. He said, "Leave to me for further consideration the real statistical results, and issue the report with an ambiguous summary." Martin was furious. Holabird delicately relentless. Martin hastened to Terry, declaring that he would resign, would denounce, would expose. Yes, he would. He no longer had to support Leora. He'd work as a drug clerk. He'd go back right now and tell the Holy Wren. "Hey, Slim, wait a minute. Hold your horses," observed Terry. "Just get along with Holly for a while, and we'll work out something we can do together and be independent. Meanwhile, you've got your lab here, and you still have some physical chemistry to learn. And, Slim, I haven't said anything about your St. Hubert stuff, but you know and I know you bunged it up badly. Can you come into court with clean hands if you're going to indict the Holy One? Though I do agree that aside from being a dirty, lying, social climbing, sneaking, power-grabbing hypocrite, he's all right. Hold on. We'll fix up something. Why, son, we've just been learning our science. We're just beginning to work." Then Holabird published officially, under the Institute's seal, Martin's original report to the trustees, with such quaint revisions as a change of "the results should have analysis" to "while statistical analysis would seem desirable, it is evident that this new treatment has accomplished all that had been hoped." Again Martin went mad. Again Terry calmed him. And with a hard fury, unlike his eagerness of the days when he had known that Leora was waiting for him, he resumed his physical chemistry. He learned the involved mysteries of freezing point determinations, osmotic pressure determinations, and tried to apply Northrup's generalizations on enzymes to the study of phage. He became absorbed in mathematical laws which strangely predicted natural phenomena. His world was cold, exact, austerely materialistic, bitter to those who founded their logic on impressions. He was daily more scornful toward the counters of paving stones, the renamers of species, the compilers of irrelevant data. In his absorption, the pleasant seasons passed unseen. Once he raised his head in astonishment to perceive that it was spring. Once Terry and he tramped 200 miles through the Pennsylvania hills by summer roads. But it seemed only a day later, when it was Christmas, and Holabird was being ever so jolly and Yule about the Institute. The absence of Gottlieb may have been good for Martin, since he no longer turned to the master for solutions in tough queries. When he took up diffusion problems, he began to develop his own apparatus, and whether it was from inborn ingenuity or merely from a fury of labor, He was so competent that he won from Terry the almost overwhelming praise, "Why, that's not so darn bad, Slim." The sureness, to which Max Gottlieb seems to have been born, came to Martin slowly, after many stumblings, but it came. He desired a perfection of technique in the quest for absolute and provable fact. He desired as greatly as any pater to "burn with a hard gem-like flame," and he desired not to have ease and repute in the marketplace, but rather to keep free of those follies, lest they confuse him and make him soft. Holabird was as much bewildered as Tubbs would have been by the ramifications of Martin's work. What did he think he was, anyway, a bacteriologist or a biophysicist? But Holabird was won by the scientific world's reception of Martin's first important paper on the effect of X-rays, gamma rays, and beta rays on the anti-Shiga phage. It was praised in Paris and Brussels and Cambridge as much as in New York, for its insight and for the clarity and, to perhaps be unscientifically enthusiastic, the sheer delight and style of its presentation, as Professor Berkeley Wirtz put it, which may be indicated by quoting the first paragraph of the paper. "In a preliminary publication, I have reported a marked qualitative destructive effect of the radiations from radium emanations on bacteriophage anti-Shiga. In the present paper, it is shown that X-rays, gamma rays, and beta rays produce identical inactivating effects on this bacteriophage. Furthermore, a quantitative relation is demonstrated to exist between this inactivation and the radiations that produce it. The results obtained from this quantitative study permit the statement that the percentage of inactivation, as measured by determining the units of bacteriophage remaining after irradiation by gamma and beta rays of a suspension of fixed virulence, is a function of the two variables, millicuries and hours. The following equation accounts quantitatively for the experimental results obtained. K equals lambda log E times U naught over U divided by E naught times epsilon minus lambda T1. When Director Holabird saw the paper, Yeo was vicious enough to take it in and ask his opinion. He said, "Splendid! Oh, I say, simply splendid! I've just had the chance to skim through it, old boy, but I shall certainly read it carefully the first free moment I have." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Martin did not see Joyce Lanyon for weeks after his return to New York. Once she invited him to dinner, but he could not come, and he did not hear from her again. His absorption in osmotic pressure determinations did not content him when he sat in his prim hotel room and was reduced from Dr. Arrowsmith to a man who had no one to talk to. He remembered how they had sat by the lagoon in the tepid twilight. He telephoned asking whether he might come in for tea. He knew in an unformulated way that Joyce was rich, but after seeing her in Gingham cooking in the kitchen of St. Swithin's almshouse, he did not grasp her position. He was uncomfortable when, feeling dusty from the laboratory, he came to her great house and found her the soft-voiced mistress of many servants. Hers was a palace, and palaces, whether they are such very little ones as Joyce's, with its 18 rooms, or Buckingham or vast Fontainebleau, are all alike. They are choked with the superfluities of pride. They are so complete that one does not remember small endearing charms. They are indistinguishable in their common feeling of polite and uneasy grandeur. They are therefore altogether tedious. But amid the pretentious splendor which Roger Lanyon had accumulated, Joyce was not tedious. It is to be suspected that she enjoyed showing Martin what she really was, by producing footmen and too many kinds of sandwiches, and by boasting, "Oh, I never do know what they are going to give me for tea." but she had welcomed him, crying, "You look so much better. I'm frightfully glad. Are you still my brother? I was a good cook at the almshouse, wasn't I?" Had he been suave then and witty, she would not have been greatly interested. She knew too many men who were witty and well-bred, ivory smooth and competent, to help her spend the $4 or $5 million with which she was burdened. But Martin was at once a scholar who made osmotic pressure determinations almost interesting, a taut, swift man whom she could fancy running or making love, and a lonely youngster who naively believed that here in her soft security she was still the girl who had sat with him by the lagoon, still the courageous woman who had come to him in a drunken room at Blackwater. Joyce Lanyon knew how to make men talk. Thanks more to her than to his own articulateness, he made living the Institute, the members their feuds, and the drama of coursing on the trail of a discovery. Her easy life here had seemed tasteless after the risks of St. Hubert, and in his contempt for ease and rewards she found exhilaration. He came now and then to tea, to dinner. He learned the ways of her house, her servants, the more nearly intelligent of her friends. He liked, and possibly he was liked by, some of them. With one friend of hers, Martin had a state of undeclared war. This was Latham Ireland, an achingly well-dressed man of 50, a competent lawyer who was fond of standing in front of fireplaces and being quietly clever. He fascinated Joyce by telling her that she was subtle, then telling her what she was being subtle about. Martin hated him. In midsummer, Martin was invited for a weekend at Joyce's vast blossom-hid country house at Greenwich. She was half apologetic for its luxury. He was altogether unhappy. The strain of considering clothes, of galloping out to buy white trousers when he wanted to watch the test tubes in the constant temperature bath, of trying to look easy in the limousine which met him at the station, and of deciding which servants to tip and how much and when, was dismaying to a simple man. He felt rustic when, after he had blurted, "Just a minute till I go up and unpack my suitcase," she said gently, "Oh, that will have been done for you." He discovered that a valet had laid out for him to put on, that first evening, all the small store of underclothes he had bought, and had squeezed out on his brush a ribbon of toothpaste. He sat on the edge of his bed, groaning, "This is too rich for my blood." He hated and feared that valet who kept stealing his clothes, putting them in places where they could not be found, then popping in menacingly when Martin was sneaking about the enormous room looking for them. But his chief unhappiness was that there was nothing to do. He had no sport but tennis, at which he was too rusty to play with these chattering unidentified people who filled the house, and, apparently with perfect willingness, worked at golf and bridge. He had met but few of the friends of whom they talked. They said, "You know dear old R.G.?" And he said, "Oh, yes." But he never did know dear old R.G. Joyce was as busily amiable as when they were alone at tea, and she found for him a weedy flapper whose tennis was worse than his own, but she had 20 guests, 40 at Sunday lunch, and he gave up certain agreeable notions of walking with her in fresh lanes and, after excitedly saying this and that, perhaps kissing her. He had one moment with her. As he was going, she ordered, "Come here, Martin," and led him apart. "You haven't really enjoyed it." "Why, sure, of course "Of course you haven't, and you despise us rather, and perhaps you're partly right. I do like pretty people and gracious manners and good games, but I suppose they seem piffling after nights in a laboratory." "No, I like 'em too, in a way. I like to look at beautiful women, at you. But, oh darn it, Joyce, I'm not up to it. I've always been poor and horribly busy. I haven't learned your games." "But Martin, you could, with the intensity you put into everything." "Even getting drunk in Blackwater." "And I hope in New York too. Dear Roger, He did have such an innocent, satisfying time getting drunk at class dinners. But I mean, if you went at it, you could play bridge and golf and talking better than any of them. If you only knew how frightfully recent most of the ducal class in America are. And Martin, wouldn't it be good for you? Wouldn't you work all the better if you got away from your logarithmic tables now and then? And are you going to admit there's anything you can't conquer? No, Will you come to dinner on Tuesday week? Just us two, and we'll fight it out? Be glad to. For a number of hours, on the train to Terry Wickett's vacation place in the Vermont hills, Martin was convinced that he loved Joyce Lanyon, and that he was going to attack the art of being amusing as he had attacked physical chemistry. Ardently and quite humorlessly, as he sat stiffly in a stale Pullman chair car with his feet up on his suitcase, he pictured himself wearing a club tie, presumably first acquiring the tie and the club, playing golf in +4s, and being entertaining about dear old R.G., and incredibly witty about dear old Latham Ireland's aged Rolls-Royce. But these ambitions he forgot as he came to Terry's proud proprietary shanty, by a lake among oaks and maples, and heard Terry's real theories of the decomposition of quinine derivatives. Being perhaps the least sentimental of human beings, Terry had named his place Birdie's Rest. He owned 5 acres of woodland, 2 miles from a railroad station. His shanty was a 2-room affair of logs, with bunks for beds and oilcloth for table linen. "Here's the layout, Slim," said Terry. "Some day I'm going to figure out a way of making a lab here pay, by manufacturing sera or something, and I'll put up a couple more buildings on the flat by the lake, and have one absolutely independent place for science. 2 hours a day on the commercial end, and say about 6 for sleeping, and a couple for feeding and telling dirty stories. That leaves 2 and 6 and 2 make 10, if I'm any authority on higher math. That leaves 14 hours a day for research, except when you got something special on. With no director and no society patrons and no trustees that you've got to satisfy by making full reports. Of course there won't be any scientific dinners with ladies in candy box dresses, but I figure we'll be able to afford plenty of salt pork and corncob pipes. And your bed will be made perfectly, if you make it yourself. Huh? Let's go and have a swim." Martin returned to New York with the not very compatible plans of being the best-dressed golfer in Greenwich and of cooking beef stew with Terry at Birdie's Rest. But the first of these was the more novel to him. Part 2. Joyce Lanyon was enjoying a conversion. Her St. Hubert experiences and her natural variability had caused her to be dissatisfied with Roger's fast motoring set. She let the Lady Maecenases of her acquaintance beguile her into several of their causes, and she enjoyed them as she had enjoyed her active and entirely purposeless war work in 1917, for Joyce Lanyon was to some degree an arranger, which was an epithet invented by Terry Wickett for Capitola McGurk. An arranger, and even an improver, was Joyce, but she was not a Capitola. She neither waved a feathered fan and spoke spaciously, nor did she take out her sex passion in talking. She was fine and occasionally gorgeous, with tiger in her, though she was as far from perfumed boudoir and black lingerie passion as she was from Capitola's cooing staleness. Hers was sheer straight white silk and cherished skin. Behind all her reasons for valuing Martin was the fact that the only time in her life when she had felt useful and independent was when she had been an almshouse cook. She might have drifted on, in her world of drifters, but for the interposition of Latham Ireland, the lawyer dilettante lover. "Joy," he observed, "there seems to be an astounding quantity of that Dr. Arrowsmith person about the place. As your benign uncle—" "Latham, my sweet, I quite agree that Martin is too aggressive, thoroughly unlicked, very selfish, Rather a prig, absolutely a pedant, and his shirts are atrocious. And I rather think that I shall marry him. I almost think I love him." "Wouldn't cyanide be a neater way of doing suicide?" said Latham Ireland. Part 3. What Martin felt for Joyce was what any widowed man of 38 would feel for a young and pretty and well-spoken woman who was attentive to his wisdom. As to her wealth, there was no problem at all. He was no poor man marrying money. Why, he was making $10,000 a year, which was $8,000 more than he needed to live on. Occasionally, he was suspicious of her dependence on luxury. With tremendous craft, he demanded that instead of their dining in her Jacobean hall of state, she come with him on his own sort of party. She came with enthusiasm. They went to abysmal Greenwich Village restaurants with candles, artistic waiters, and no food, or to Chinatown dives with food and nothing else. He even insisted on their taking the subway, though after dinner he usually forgot that he was being Spartan, and ordered a taxicab. She accepted it all without either wincing or too much gurgling. She played tennis with him in the court on her roof. She taught him bridge, which, with his concentration and his memory, he soon played better than she and enjoyed astonishingly. She persuaded him that he had a leg and would look well in golf clothes. He came to take her to dinner on a serene autumn evening. He had a taxi waiting. "Why don't we stick to the subway?" she said. They were standing on her doorstep, in a blankly expensive and quite unromantic street off Fifth Avenue. "Oh, I hate the rotten subway as much as you do. Elbows in my stomach never did help me much to plan experiments. I expect when we're married I'll enjoy your limousine." "Is this a proposal? I'm not at all sure I'm going to marry you. Really, I'm not. You have no sense of ease." They were married the following January in St. George's Church, and Martin suffered almost as much over the flowers, the bishop, the relatives with high-pitched voices, and the top hat which Joyce had commanded, as he had over having Rippleton Holabird wring his hand with a look of, "At last, dear boy, you have come out of barbarism and become one of us." Martin had asked Terry to be his best man. Terry had refused, and asserted that only with pain would he come to the wedding at all. The best man was Dr. William Smith, with his beard trimmed for the occasion, and distressing mourning clothes, and a topper which he had bought in London 11 years before, but both of them were safe in charge of a cousin of Joyce who was guaranteed to have extra handkerchiefs and to recognize the wedding march. He had understood that Martin was Groton and Harvard, and when he discovered that he was Winnemac and nothing at all, he became suspicious. In their stateroom on the steamer, Joyce murmured, "Dear, you were brave. I didn't know what a damn fool that cousin of mine was. Kiss me." Thenceforth, except for a dreadful second, when Leora floated between them, eyes closed and hands crossed on her pale cold breast, they were happy, and in each other found adventurous new ways. Part 4. For 3 months they wandered in Europe. On the first day Joyce had said, "Let's have this beastly money thing over. I should think you are the least mercenary of men. I've put $10,000 to your credit in London. Oh yes, and 50,000 in New York. And if you'd like, when you have to do things for me, I'd be glad if you'd draw on it. No, wait. Can't you see how easy and decent I want to make it all? You won't hurt me to save your own self-respect?" Part 5. They really had, it seemed, to stay with the Principessa del Oltraggio, formerly Miss Lucy Deemy Bessie of Dayton, Madame des Bosses Loges, Miss Brown of San Francisco, and the Countess of Marazione, who had been Mrs. Arthur Snape of Albany, and several things before that. But Joyce did go with him to see the great laboratories in London, Paris, Copenhagen. She swelled to perceive how Nobel Prize winners received her husband, knew of him, desired to be violent with him about Fage, and showed him their work of years. Some of them were hasty and graceless, she thought. Her man was prettier than any of them, and if she would be but patient with him, she could make him master polo and clothes and conversation. But of course go on with his science. A pity he could not have a knighthood, like one or two of the British scientists they met. But even in America there were honorary degrees. While she discovered and digested science, Martin discovered women. Part 6. Aware only of Madeline Fox and Orchid Pickerbaugh, who were nice American girls, of soon forgotten ladies of the night, and of Leora, who, in her indolence, her indifference to decoration and good fame, was neither woman nor wife, but only her own self, Martin knew nothing whatever about women. He had expected Leora to wait for him, to obey his wishes, to understand without his saying them all the flattering things he had planned to say. He was spoiled, and Joyce was not timorous about telling him so. It was not for her to sit beaming and wordless while he and his fellow researchers arranged the world. With many jolts, he perceived that even outside the bedroom he had to consider the fluctuations and variables of his wife as a woman, and sometimes as a rich woman. It was confusing to find that where Leora had acidly claimed sex loyalty, but had hummingly not cared in what manner he might say good morning, Joyce was indifferent as to how many women he might have fondled, as long as he did not insult her by making love to them in her presence, but did require him to say good morning as though he meant it. It was confusing to find how starkly she discriminated between his caresses when he was absorbed in her and his hasty interest when he wanted to go to sleep. She could, she said, kill a man who considered her merely convenient furniture, and she uncomfortably emphasized the kill. She expected him to remember her birthday, her taste in wine, her liking for flowers, and her objection to viewing the process of shaving. She wanted a room to herself. She insisted that he knock before entering, and she demanded that he admire her hats. When he was so interested in the work at Pasteur Institute that he had a clerk telephone that he would not be able to meet her for dinner, she was tight-lipped with rage. "Oh, you got to expect that," he reflected, feeling that he was being tactful and patient and penetrating. It annoyed him sometimes that she would never impulsively start off on a walk with him. No matter how brief the jaunt, she must first go to her room for white gloves, placidly stand there drawing them on. And in London she made him buy spats, and even wear them. Joyce was not only an arranger, she was a loyalist. Like most American cosmopolites, she revered the English peerage, adopted all their standards and beliefs, or what she considered their standards and beliefs, and treasured her encounters with them. 3½ years after the War of 1914-18, she still said that she loathed all Germans, and the one complete quarrel between her and Martin occurred when he desired to see the laboratories in Berlin and Vienna. But for all their differences, it was a romantic pilgrimage. They loved fearlessly. They tramped through the mountains and came back to revel in vast bathrooms and ingenious dinners. They idled before cafes, and save when he fell silent, as he remembered how much Leora had wanted to sit before cafes in France, they showed each other all the eagernesses of their minds. Europe, her Europe, which she had always known and loved, Joyce offered to him on generous hands, and he, who had ever been sensitive to warm colors and fine gestures, when he was not frenzied with work, was grateful to her and boyish with wonder. He believed that he was learning to take life easily and beautifully. He criticized Terry Wickett, but only to himself, for provincialism, and so in a golden leisure they came back to America and prohibition and politicians charging to protect the Steel Trust from the communists, to conversation about bridge and motors, and to osmotic pressure determinations. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Director Rippleton Hollibird had also married money, and whenever his colleagues hinted that since his first ardent work in physiology, he had done nothing but arrange a few nicely selected flowers on the tables hewn out by other men, it was a satisfaction to him to observe that these rotters came down to the Institute by subway, while he drove elegantly in his coupe. But now Arrowsmith, once the poorest of them all, came by limousine with a chauffeur who touched his hat, and Hollibird's coffee was salted. There was a simplicity in Martin, but it cannot be said that he did not lick his lips when Hollibird mooned at the chauffeur. His triumph over Hollibird was less than being able to entertain Angus Dewar and his wife on from Chicago, to introduce them to Director Hollibird, to Salomon, the king of surgeons, and to a medical baronet, and to have Angus gush, "Mart, do you mind my saying we're all awfully proud of you? Ransfield was speaking to me about it the other day. It may be presumptuous," he said, "but I really feel that perhaps the training we tried to give Dr. Arrowsmith here in the clinic did in some way contribute to his magnificent work in the West Indies and at McGurk. What a lovely woman your wife is, old man. Do you suppose she'd mind telling Mrs. Dewar where she got that frock?" Martin had heard about the superiority of poverty to luxury, but after the lunch wagons of Mohalis, after 12 years of helping Leora check the laundry and worry about the price of steak, after a life of waiting in the slush for trolleys, it was not at all dismaying to have a valet who produced shirts automatically, not at all degrading to come to meals which were always interesting, and, in the discretion of his car, to lean an aching head against softness and think how clever he was. "You see, by having other people do the vulgar things for you, it saves your own energy for the things that only you can do," said Joyce. Martin agreed, then drove to Westchester for a lesson in golf. A week after their return from Europe, Joyce went with him to see Gottlieb. He fancied that Gottlieb came out of his brooding to smile on them. After all, Martin considered, the old man did like beautiful things. If he'd had the chance, he might have liked a big establishment too, maybe. Terry was surprisingly complacent. "I'll tell you, Slim, if you want to know. Personally, I'd hate to live up to servants. But I'm getting old and wise. I figure that different folks like different things, and awful few of 'em have the sense to come and ask me what they ought to like. But honest, Slim, I don't think I'll come to dinner. I've gone and bought a dress suit. Bought it! Got it in my room. Damn landlady keeps filling it with mothballs, but I don't think I could stand listening to Latham Ireland being clever." It was, however, Rippleton Hollibird's attitude which most concerned Martin, for Hollibird did not let him forget that unless he desired to drift off and be merely a ghostly, rich woman's husband, he would do well to remember who was director. Along with the endearing manners which he preserved for Ross McGurk, Hollibird had developed the remoteness, the inhuman quiet courtesy of the man of affairs, and people who presumed on his old glad days he courteously put in their places. He saw the need of repressing insubordination when Arrowsmith appeared in a limousine. He gave him 1 week after his return to enjoy the limousine, then blandly called on him in his laboratory. "Martin," he sighed, "I find that our friend Ross McGurk is just a bit dissatisfied with the practical results that are coming out of the Institute, and, to convince him, I'm afraid I really must ask you to put less emphasis on bacteriophage for the moment and take up influenza. The Rockefeller Institute has the right idea. They've utilized their best minds, and spent money magnificently, on such problems as pneumonia, meningitis, cancer. They've already lessened the terrors of meningitis and pneumonia, and yellow fever is on the verge of complete abolition through Noguchi's work, and I have no doubt that their hospital, with its enormous resources and splendidly cooperating minds, will be the first to find something to alleviate diabetes. Now, I understand, they're hot after the cause of influenza. They're not going to permit another great epidemic of it. Well, dear chap, it's up to us to beat them on the flu, and I've chosen you to represent us in the race." Martin was at the moment hovering over a method of reproducing phage on dead bacteria, but he could not refuse. He could not risk being discharged. He was too rich. Martin, the renegade medical student, could flounder off and be a soda clerk, but if the husband of Joyce Lanyon should indulge in such insanity, he would be followed by reporters and photographed at the soda handles. Still less could he chance becoming merely her supported husband, a butler of the boudoir. He assented, but not very pleasantly. He began to work on the cause of influenza with a half-heartedness almost magnificent. In the hospitals he secured cultures from cases which might be influenza and might be bad colds. No one was certain just what the influenza symptoms were. Nothing was clean-cut. He left most of the work to his assistants, occasionally giving them sardonic directions to "put on another 100 tubes of the A medium. Hell, make it another 1,000." And when he found that they were doing as they pleased, he was not righteous nor rebuking. If he did not guiltily turn his hand from the plough, it was only because he never touched the plough. Once his own small laboratory had been as fussily neat as a New Hampshire kitchen. Now the several rooms under his charge were a disgrace, with long racks of abandoned test tubes, many half filled with mold, none of them properly labeled. Then he had his idea. He began firmly to believe that the Rockefeller investigators had found the cause of flu. He gushed into Halliburtt and told him so. As for himself, he was going back to his search for the real nature of phage. Halliburtt argued that Martin must be wrong. If Halliburtt wanted the McGurk Institute, and the director of McGurk Institute, to have the credit for capturing influenza, then it simply could not be possible that Rockefeller was ahead of them. He also said weighty things about phage. Its essential nature, he pointed out, was an academic question. But Martin was by now too much of a scientific dialectician for Halliburtt, who gave up and retired to his den, or so Martin gloomily believed, to devise new ways of plaguing him. For a time Martin was again left free to wallow in his work. He found a means of reproducing phage on dead bacteria by a very complicated, very delicate use of partial oxygen carbon dioxide tension, as exquisite as cameo carving, as improbable as weighing the stars. His report stirred the laboratory world, and here and there, in Tokyo, in Amsterdam, in Winnemac, enthusiasts believed he had proven that phage was a living organism, and other enthusiasts said, in esoteric language with mathematical formulae, that he was a liar and 6 kinds of a fool. It was at this time, when he might have been a great man, that he pitched over most of his own work and some of the duties of being Joyce's husband to follow Terry Wickett, which showed that he lacked common sense, because Terry was still an assistant, while he himself was head of a department. Terry had discovered that certain quinine derivatives, when introduced into the animal body, slowly decompose into products which are highly toxic to bacteria, but only mildly toxic to the body. There was hinted here a whole new world of therapy. Terry explained it to Martin and invited him to collaborate. Buoyant with great things, they got leave from Halliburtt and from Joyce, and though it was winter, they went off to Birdie's Rest, in the Vermont hills. While they snowshoed and shot rabbits, and all the long dark evenings, while they lay on their bellies before the fire, they ranted and planned. Martin had not been so long silk-wrapped that he could not enjoy gobbling salt pork after the northwest wind and the snow. It was not unpleasant to be free of thinking up new compliments for Joyce. They saw, to answer an interesting question. Do the quinine derivatives act by attaching themselves to the bacteria, or by changing the body fluids? It was a simple, clear, definite question which required for answer only the inmost knowledge of chemistry and biology, a few hundred animals on which to experiment, and perhaps 10 or 20 or 1,000,000 years of trying and failing. They decided to work with the pneumococcus, and with the animal which should most nearly reproduce human pneumonia. This meant the monkey, and to murder monkeys is expensive and rather grim. Halliburtt, as director, could supply them, but if they took him into confidence, he would demand immediate results. Terry meditated. "'Member there was one of these Nobel Prize winners, Slim, one of these plum fanatics that instead of blowing in the prize, spent the whole thing on chimps and other apes, and got together with another of those whiskery old birds, and they ducked up alleys and kept the anti-viv folks from prosecuting them, and settled the problem of the transfer of syphilis to lower animals? But we haven't got any Nobel Prize, I grieve to tell you, and it doesn't look to me—" "Terry, I'll do it if necessary. I've never sponged on Joyce yet, but I will now if the Holy Wren holds out on us." Part 2. They faced Halliburtt in his office, sulkily, rather childishly, and they demanded the expenditure of at least $10,000 for monkeys. They wished to start a research which might take 2 years without apparent results, possibly without any results. Terry was to be transferred to Martin's department as co-head, their combined salaries shared equally. Then they prepared to fight. Halliburtt stared, assembled his mustache, departed from his diligent director manner, and spoke. "Wait a minute, if you don't mind. As I gather it, you are explaining to me that occasionally it's necessary to take some time to elaborate an experiment. I really must tell you that I was formerly a researcher in an institute called McGurk, and learned several of these things all by myself. Hell, Terry, and you, Mart, don't be so egotistic. You're not the only scientists who like to work undisturbed. If you poor fish only knew how I long to get away from signing letters and get my fingers on a kymograph drum again. Those beautiful long hours of search for truth. And if you knew how I've fought the trustees for the chance to keep you fellows free. All right, you shall have your monkeys. Fix up the joint department to suit yourselves. And work ahead as seems best. I doubt if in the whole scientific world there's 2 people that can be trusted as much as you 2 surly birds." Halliburtt rose, straight and handsome and cordial, his hand out. They sheepishly shook it, and sneaked away, Terry grumbling, "He's spoiled my whole day. I haven't got a single thing to kick about. Slim, where's the catch? You can bet there is one. There always is." In a year of divine work, the catch did not appear. They had their monkeys, their laboratories and garçons, and their unbroken leisure. They began the most exciting work they had ever known, and decidedly the most nerve-jabbing. Monkeys are unreasonable animals. They delight in developing tuberculosis on no provocation whatever. In captivity they have a liking for epidemics, and they make scenes by cursing at their masters in 7 dialects. "They're so up and coming," sighed Terry. "I feel like letting 'em go and retiring to Birdie's Rest to grow potatoes. Why should we murder live wires like them to save pasty-faced, big-bellied humans from pneumonia?" Their first task was to determine with accuracy the tolerated dose of the quinine derivative, and to study its effects on the hearing and vision, and on the kidneys, as shown by endless determinations of blood sugar and blood urea. While Martin did the injections, and observed the effect on the monkeys, and lost himself in chemistry, Terry toiled, all night, all next day, then a drink, and a frowsy nap and all night again, on new methods of synthesizing the quinine derivative. This was the most difficult period of Martin's life. To work, staggering sleepy, all night, to drowse on a bare table at dawn, and to breakfast at a greasy lunch counter, these were natural and amusing. But to explain to Joyce why he had missed her dinner to a lady sculptor and a lawyer whose grandfather had been a Confederate general, this was impossible. He won a brief tolerance by explaining that he really had longed to kiss her good night, that he did appreciate the basket of sandwiches which she had sent, and that he was about to remove pneumonia from the human race, a statement which he healthfully doubted. But when he had missed 4 dinners in succession, when she had raged, "Can you imagine how awful it was for Mrs. Thorne to be short a man at the last moment?" When she had wailed, "I didn't so much mind your rudeness on the other nights, but this evening, when I had nothing to do and sat home alone and waited for you," then he writhed. Martin and Terry began to produce pneumonia in their monkeys and to treat them, and they had success which caused them to waltz solemnly down the corridor. They could save the monkeys from pneumonia invariably, when the infection had gone but 1 day, and most of them on the 2nd day and the 3rd. Their results were complicated by the fact that a certain number of the monkeys recovered by themselves, and this they allowed for by simple-looking figures which took days of stiff, shoulder-aching sitting over papers, one wild-haired collarless man at a table, while the other walked among stinking cages of monkeys, clucking to them, calling them Bess and Rover, and grunting placidly, "Oh, you would bite me, would you, sweetheart?" And all the while, kindly but merciless as the gods, injecting them with the deadly pneumonia. They came into a high upland where the air was thin with failures. They studied in the test tube the breakdown products of pneumococci and failed. They constructed artificial body fluids, carefully, painfully, inadequately. They tried the effect of the derivative on germs in this artificial blood and failed. Then Halliburtt heard of their previous success and came down on them with laurels and fury. He understood, he said, that they had a cure for pneumonia. Very well. The Institute could do with the credit for curing that undesirable disease, and Terry and Martin would kindly publish their findings, mentioning McGurk, at once. "We will not. Look here, Halliburtt," snarled Terry. "I thought you were going to let us alone." "I have. Nearly a year. Till you should complete your research. And now you've completed it. It's time to let the world know what you're doing." "If I did, the world would know a doggone sight more'n I do. Nothing doing, Chief. Maybe we can publish in a year from now." "You'll publish now or—" "All right, Holly. The blessed moment has arrived. I quit. And I'm so gentlemanly that I do it without telling you what I think of you." Thus was Terry Wickett discharged from McGurk. He patented the process of synthesizing his quinine derivative and retired to Bertie's Rest to build a laboratory out of his small savings and spend a life of independent research supported by a restricted sale of sera and of his drug. For Terry, wifeless and valet-less, this was easy enough, but for Martin it was not simple. Part 3. Martin assumed that he would resign. He explained it to Joyce. How he was to combine a townhouse and a Greenwich castle with flannel shirt collaboration at Bertie's Rest he had not quite planned, but he was not going to be disloyal. "Can you beat it? The Holy Wren fires Terry, but doesn't dare touch me. I waited simply because I wanted to watch Halliburtt figure out what I'd do. And now—" He was elucidating it to her in her car. On the way home from a dinner at which he had been so gaily charming to an important dowager that Joyce had crooned, "What a fool Latham Ireland was to say he couldn't be polite." "I'm free. By thunder, at last I'm free, because I've worked up to something that's worth being free for," he exulted. She laid her fine hand on his and begged, "Wait, I want to think. Please, do be quiet a moment." Then, "Mart, if you went on working with Mr. Wickett, you'd have to be leaving me constantly." "Well—" "I really don't think that would be quite nice. I mean especially now, because I fancy I'm going to have a baby." He made a sound of surprise. "Oh, I'm not going to do the weeping mother. And I don't know whether I'm glad or furious, though I do believe I'd like to have one baby. But it does complicate things, you know. And personally, I should be sorry if you left the Institute, which gives you a solid position for a hole-and-corner existence. Dear, I've been fairly nice, haven't I? I really do like you, you know. I don't want you to desert me, and you would if you went off to this horrid Vermont place." "Couldn't we get a little house there and spend part of the year?" "Possibly, but we ought to wait till this beastly job of bearing a dear little one is over, then think about it." Martin did not resign from the Institute, and Joyce did not think about taking a house near Bertie's Rest to the extent of doing it. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. With Terry Wickett gone, Martin returned to Fage. He made a false start and did the worst work of his life. He had lost his fierce serenity. He was too conscious of the ordeal of a professional social life, and he could never understand that esoteric phenomenon, the dinner party, the painful entertainment of people whom he neither likes nor finds interesting. So long as he had had a refuge in talking to Terry, he had not been too irritated by well-dressed nonentities, and for a time he had enjoyed the dramatic game of making nice people accept him. Now he was disturbed by reason. Cliff Clawson showed him how tangled his life had grown. When he had first come to New York, Martin had looked for Cliff, whose boisterousness had been his comfort among Angus Dewars and Irving Waterses in medical school. Cliff was not to be found, neither at the motor agency for which he had once worked, nor elsewhere on Automobile Row. For 14 years Martin had not seen him. Then to his laboratory at McGurk was brought a black and red card. Clifford L. Clawson, Cliff. Top-notch guaranteed oil investments. Higham Block, Butte. Cliff, good old Cliff. The best friend a man ever had. That time he lent me the money to get to Leora. Old Cliff. By golly, I need somebody like him, with Terry out of it and all these tea-hounds around me, exulted Martin. He dashed out and stopped abruptly, staring at a man who was, not softly, remarking to the girl reception clerk. "Well, sister, you scientific birds certainly do lay on the agony. Never struck a sweller layout than you got here, except in crook investment offices, and I've never seen a nicer cutie than you anywhere. How about li'l dinner one of these beauteous evenings? I expect I'll parley-vous with thou full often now. I'm a great friend of Doc Arrowsmith. Fact, I'm a doc myself. Honest, real sawbones. Went to medic school and everything. Ah, here's the boy." Martin had not allowed for the change of 14 years. He was dismayed. Cliff Clawson, at 40, was gross. His face was sweaty, and puffy with pale flesh. His voice was raw. He fancied checked Norfolk jackets, tight across his swollen shoulders and his beefy hips. He bellowed while he belabored Martin's back. "Well, well, 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 old Mart. Why, you old son of a gun. Why, you old son of a gun. Why, you damn old chicken thief. Say, you skinny little runt, I'm a son of a gun if you look one day older'n when I saw you last in Zenith." Martin was aware of the bright leering of the once humble reception clerk. He said, "Well, gosh, it certainly is good to see you," and hastened to get Cliff into the privacy of his office. "You look fine," he lied when they were safe. "What you been doing with yourself? Leora and I did our best to look you up when we first came to New York. Do you know about her?" "Yeah, I read about her passing away. Fierce luck. And about your swell work in the West Indies. Where was it? I guess you're a great man now. Famous plague chaser and all that stuff. And world-renowned skientist. I don't suppose you remember your old friends now." "Oh, don't be a chump. It's fine to see you. Well, I'm glad to observe you haven't got the capitis enlargitus, Mart. Golly, I says to meself, says I, If I blew in and old Mart high-hatted me, I'd just about come nigh unto letting him hear the straight truth, after all the compliments he's been getting from society dames. I'm glad you've kept your head. I thought about writing you from Butte. Been selling some bum oil stock there and kind of got out quick to save the inspectors the trouble of looking over my books. Well, I thought, I'll just sit down and write the whey-faced runt a letter and make him feel good by telling him how tickled I am over his nice work. But you know how it is. Time kind of slips by. Well, this is excellentus. We'll have a chance to see a whole lot of each other now. I'm going in with a fellow on an investment stunt here in New York. Great pickings, old kid. I'll take you out and show you how to order a real feed one of these days. Well, tell me what you've been doing since you got back from the West Indies. I suppose you're laying your plans to try to get in as the boss or president or whatever they call it of this celebrated institute. No, I shouldn't much care to be director. I prefer sticking to my lab. Perhaps you'd like to hear about my work on phage. Rejoicing to discover something of which he could talk, Martin sketched his experiments. Cliff spanked his forehead with a spongy hand and shouted, "Wait! Say, I've got an idea. You can come right in on it. As I apperceive it, the dear old gen public is just beginning to hear about this what is it? Bacteriophage junk? Look here. Remember that old scoundrel Benoni Carr that I introduced as a great pharmacologist at the medical banquet? Had din-din with him last eventide. He's running a sanitarium out on Long Island. Slick idea, too. Practically he's a bootlegger. Gets a lot of high rollers out there and lets 'em have all the hooch they want on prescriptions absolutely legal and watertight. The parties they throw at that joint, dames and everything. Believe me, Uncle Cliff is sore-stricken with toothless bootyless and is going to the Carr Sanitarium for what ails him. But now look, suppose we got him or somebody to rig up a new kind of cure, call it phagiotherapy. Oh, it takes Uncle Cliff to invent the names that claw in the bounteous dollars. Patients sit in a steam cabinet and eat tablets made of phage, with just a little strychnine to jazz up their hearts. Brand new. $1 million in it. Whatcha think? Martin was almost feeble. No, I'm afraid I'm against it. Why? Well, honestly, Cliff, if you don't understand it, I don't know how I can explain the scientific attitude to you. You know, that's what Gottlieb used to call it, scientific attitude. And as I'm a scientist, least I hope I am, I couldn't, be associated with a thing like that. But you poor louse, don't you suppose I understand the scientific attitude? Gosh, I've seen a dissecting room myself. Why, you poor crab, of course I wouldn't expect you to have your name associated with it. You'd keep in the background and slip us all the dope and get a lot of publicity for phage in general, so the dear people would fall easier and we'd pull all the strong-arm work. But I hope you're joking, Cliff. If you weren't joking, I'd tell you that if anybody tried to pull a thing like that, I'd expose 'em and get 'em sent to jail, no matter who they were. Well, gosh, if you feel that way about it. Cliff was peering over the fatty pads beneath his eyes. He sounded doubtful. I suppose you have the right to keep other guys from grabbing your own stuff. Well, all right, Mart. Got to be teetotaling. Tell you what you might do, though, if that don't hurt your tender conscience, too. You might invite old Cliff up to the house for dinner to meet the new lil wifey that I read about in the society journals. You might happen to remember, old bean, that there have been times when you were glad enough to let poor fat old Cliff slip you a feed and a place to sleep. Oh, I know. You bet there have. Nobody was ever decenter to me. Nobody. Look, where are you staying? I'll find out from my wife what dates we have ahead and to telephone you tomorrow morning. So you let the old woman keep the worksheet for you, huh? Well, I never butt into anybody's business. I'm staying at the Barrington Hotel, room 617. 'Member that, 617. That you might try and phone me before 10 tomorrow. Say, that's one grand sweet song of a cutie you got on the door here. Whatcha think? How's chances on dragging her out to feed and shake a hoof with Uncle Cliff?" As primly as the oldest, most staid scientist in the Institute, Martin protested, "Oh, she belongs to very nice family. I don't think I should try it. Really, I'd rather you didn't." Cliff's gaze was sharp, for all its fattiness. With excessive cordiality, with excessive applause, when Cliff remarked, "You better go back to work and put some salt on a couple of bacteria's tails," Martin guided him to the reception room, safely past the girl clerk, and to the elevator. For a long time he sat in his office and was thoroughly wretched. He had for years pictured Cliff Clawson as another Terry Wickett. He saw that Cliff was as different from Terry as from Rippleton Hollibird. Terry was rough, he was surly, he was colloquial, he despised many fine and gracious things, he offended many fine and gracious people, but these acerbities made up the haircloth robe wherewith he defended a devotion to such holy work as no cowled monk ever knew. But Cliff— "I'll do the world a service by killing that man," Martin fretted. "Phagiotherapy at a Yegg sanitarium. I stand him only because I'm too much of a coward to risk his going around saying that in the days of my success I've gone back on my old friends. Success! Puddling at work, dinners, talking to idiotic women, being furious because you weren't invited to the dinner to the Portuguese minister. No, I'll phone Cliff. We can't have him at the house." Over him came remembrance of Cliff's loyalty in the old barren days, and Cliff's joy to share with him every pathetic gain. Why should he understand my feeling about Fage? Was his scheme any worse than plenty of reputable drug firms? How much was I righteously offended, and how much was I sore because he didn't recognize the high social position of the rich Dr. Arrowsmith? He gave up the question, went home, explained almost frankly to Joyce what her probable opinion of Cliff would be, and contrived that Cliff should be invited to dinner with only the two of them. "My dear Mart," said Joyce, "why do you insult me by hinting that I'm such a snob that I'll be offended by racy slang and by business ethics very much like those of dear Roger's grandpapa? Do you think I've never ventured out of the drawing room? I thought you'd see me outside it. I shall probably like your Clawson person very much indeed." The day after Martin had invited him to dinner, Cliff telephoned to Joyce. "This Mrs. Arrowsmith? Well, say, this is old Cliff." "I'm afraid I didn't quite catch it." "Cliff, old Cliff." "I'm frightfully sorry, but perhaps there's a bad connection." "Why, it's Mr. Clawson. That's going to feed with you on—" "Oh, of course. I am so sorry." "Well, look, what I wanted to know is this going to be just a homey grub-grabbing or a real soiree? In other words, honey, shall I dress natural or do I put on the soup and fish? Oh, I got 'em, swallowtail and the whole darn outfit." Do you mean— Oh, shall you dress for dinner? I think perhaps I would." "Attaboy, I'll be there, dolled up like a new saloon. I'll show you folks the cutest little line of jeweled studs you ever laid eyes on. Well, it's been a great pleasure to meet Mart's missus, and we will now close with singing 'Till We Meet Again' or 'Au Reservoir.'" When Martin came home, Joyce faced him with, "Sweet, I can't do it. The man must be mad. Really, dear, you just take care of him and let me go to bed. Besides, you two won't want me. You'll want to talk over old times, and I'd only interfere. And with baby coming in 2 months now, I ought to go to bed early." "Oh, Joy, Cliff'll be awfully offended, and he's always been so decent to me, and you've often asked me about my cub days. Don't you want," plaintively, "to hear about 'em?" Very well, dear. I'll try to be a little sunbeam to him. But I warn you, I shan't be a success." They worked themselves up to a belief that Cliff would be raucous, would drink too much, and slap Joyce on the back. But when he appeared for dinner, he was agonizingly polite and flowery till he became slightly drunk. When Martin said, "Damn," Cliff reproved him with, "Of course I'm only a hick, but I don't think a lady like the princess here would like you to cuss." And, "Well, I never expected a rube like young Mart to marry the real Bon Ton article." And, "Oh, maybe it didn't cost something to furnish this dining room. Oh, not at all." And, "Champagne, eh? Well, you're certainly doing poor old Cliff proud. Your Majesty, just tell your high dingbat to tell his valet to tell my secretary the address of your bootlegger, will you?" In his cups, though he severely retained his moral and elegant vocabulary, Cliff chronicled the jest of selling oil wells unprovided with oil, and of escaping before the law closed in; the cleverness of joining churches for the purpose of selling stock to the members, and the edifying experience of assisting Dr. Benoni Carr to capture a rich and senile widow for his sanitarium by promising to provide medical consultation from the spirit world. Joyce was silent through it all, and so superbly polite that everyone was wretched. Martin struggled to make a liaison between them, and he had no elevating remarks about the strangeness of a man's boasting of his own crookedness, but he was coldly furious when Cliff blundered, "You said old Gottlieb was sort of down on his luck now." "Yes, he's not very well." "Poor old coot, but I guess you've realized by now how foolish you were when you used to fall for him like 7½ brick. Honestly, Lady Arrowsmith, this kid used to think Pa Gottlieb was the cat's pajamas, begging your pardon for the slanguageness." "What do you mean?" said Martin. "Oh, I'm on to Gottlieb. Of course you know as well as I do that he always was a self-advertiser, getting himself talked about by confidin' to the whole ops terrara what a strict scientist he was, and putting on a lot of dog and emitting these wisecracks about philosophy and what fierce guys the regular docs were. But what's worse than... Out in San Diego I ran onto a fellow that used to be an instructor in botany in Winnemac, and he told me that with all this antibody stuff of his, Gottlieb never gave any credit to... Well, he was some Russian that did most of it before, and Pa Gottlieb stole all his stuff." That in this charge against Gottlieb there was a hint of truth, that he knew the great god to have been at times ungenerous, merely increased the rage which was clenching Martin's fist in his lap. 3 years before, he would have thrown something, but he was an adaptable person. He had yielded to Joyce's training in being quietly, instead of noisily, disagreeable, and his only comment was, "No, I think you're wrong, Cliff. Gottlieb has carried the antibody work way beyond all the others." Before the coffee and liqueurs had come into the drawing room, Joyce begged, at her prettiest, "Mr. Clausen, do you mind awfully if I slip up to bed? I'm so frightfully glad to have had the opportunity of meeting one of my husband's oldest friends, but I'm not feeling very well, and I do think I'd be wise to have some rest." "Madam the Princess, I noticed you were looking peaked. Oh, well, good night." Martin and Cliff settled in large chairs in the drawing room, and tried to play at being old friends happy in meeting. They did not look at each other. After Cliff had cursed a little, and told 3 sound smutty stories to show that he had not been spoiled, and that he had been elegant only to delight Joyce, he flung, "Huh, so that is that, as the Englishers remark. Well, I could see your old lady didn't cotton to me. She was just as chummy as an iceberg. But gosh, I don't mind. She's going to have a kid, and of course women, all of 'em, get cranky when they're that way. But..." He hiccuped, looked sage, and bolted his 5th cognac. "But what I never could figure out, Mind you, I'm not criticizing the old lady. She's as swell as they make 'em. But what I can't understand is how after living with Leora, who was the real thing, you can stand a hoity-toity skirt like Joycey. Then Martin broke. The misery of not being able to work, these months since Terry had gone, had gnawed at him. Look here, Cliff. I won't have you discuss my wife. I'm sorry she doesn't please you, but I'm afraid that in this particular matter... Cliff had risen, not too steadily, though his voice and his eyes were resolute. All right, I figured out you were going to hi-hat me. Of course I haven't got a rich wife to slip me money. I'm just a plain old hobo. I don't belong in a place like this. Not smooth enough to be a butler. You are. All right, I wish you luck. And meanwhile, you can go plumb to hell, my young friend. Martin did not pursue him into the hall. As he sat alone, he groaned. Thank heaven that operation's over. He told himself that Cliff was a crook, a fool, and a fat waster. He told himself that Cliff was a cynic without wisdom, a drunkard without charm, and a philanthropist who was generous only because it larded his vanity. But these admirable truths did not keep the operation from hurting any more than it would have eased the removal of an appendix to be told that it was a bad appendix, an appendix without delicacy or value. He had loved Cliff, did love him and always would, but he would never see him again. Never. The impertinence of that flabby blackguard to sneer at Gottlieb, his boorishness. Life was too short for... But hang it, yes, Cliff is a tough, but so am I. He's a crook, but wasn't I a crook to fake my plage figures in St. Hubert, and the worst crook because I got praise for it? He bobbed up to Joyce's room. She was lying in her immense four-poster, reading Peter Whiffle. Darling, it was all rather dreadful, wasn't it? She said. He's gone? Yes, he's gone. I've driven out the best friend I ever had, practically. I let him go off feeling that he was a rotter and a failure. It would have been decenter to have killed him. Oh, why couldn't you have been simple and jolly with him? You were so confoundedly polite. He was uneasy and unnatural, and showed up worse than he really is. He's no tougher than, he's a lot better than, the financiers who cover up their stuff by being suave. Poor devil. I'll bet right now Cliff's tramping in the rain, saying, the one man I ever loved and tried to do things for has turned against me. Now he has a lovely wife. What's the use of ever being decent? He's saying, why couldn't you be simple and chuck your highfalutin manners for once? See here, you disliked him quite as much as I did, and I will not have you blame it on me. You've grown beyond him. You, that are always blaring about facts, can't you face the fact? For once at least, it's not my fault. You may perhaps remember, my king of men, that I had the good sense to suggest that I shouldn't appear tonight, not meet him at all. Oh, well, yes, gosh, but... Oh, I suppose so. Well, anyway, it's over, and that's all there is to it. Darling, I do understand how you feel, but isn't it good it is over? Kiss me good night. But, Martin said to himself, as he sat feeling naked and lost and homeless, in the dressing gown of gold dragonflies on black silk which she had bought for him in Paris, but if it had been Leora instead of Joyce, Leora would have known Cliff was a crook, and she'd have accepted it as a fact. Talk about your facing facts. She wouldn't have insisted on sitting as a judge. She wouldn't have said, this is different from me, so it's wrong. She'd have said, this is different from me, so it's interesting. Leora... He had a sharp, terrifying vision of her, lying there coffinless, below the mould, in a garden on the Penrith Hills. He came out of it to growl, what was it Cliff said? You're not her husband, you're her butler, you're too smooth. He was right. The whole point is, I'm not allowed to see who I want to. I've been so clever that I've made myself the slave of Joyce and Holy Holabird. He was always going to, but he never did, see Cliff Clawson again. Part 2. It happened that both Joyce's and Martin's paternal grandfathers had been named John, and John Arrowsmith they called their son. They did not know it, but a certain John Arrowsmith, mariner of Biddeford, had died in the matter of the Spanish Armada, taking with him 5 valorous dons. Joyce suffered horribly, and renewed all of Martin's love for her. He did love pitifully this slim, brilliant girl. "Death's a better game than bridge. You have no partner to help you," she said, when she was grotesquely stretched on a chair of torture and indignity. When, before they would give her the anesthetic, her face was green with agony. John Arrowsmith was straight of back and straight of limb. 10 good pounds he weighed at birth, and he was gay of eye when he had ceased to be a raw wrinkled grub and become a man-child. Joyce worshipped him, and Martin was afraid of him, because he saw that this minuscule aristocrat, this child born to the self-approval of riches, would some day condescend to him. 3 months after childbearing, Joyce was more brisk than ever about putting and backhand service and hats and Russian émigrés. Part 3. For science, Joyce had great respect and no understanding. Often she asked Martin to explain his work, but when he was glowing, making diagrams with his thumbnail on the tablecloth, she would interrupt him with a gracious, "Darling, do you mind? Just a second. Plinder, isn't there any more of the sherry?" When she turned back to him, though her eyes were kind, his enthusiasm was gone. She came to his laboratory, asked to see his flasks and tubes, and begged him to bully her into understanding, but she never sat back, watching for silent hours. Suddenly, in his bogged floundering in the laboratory, he touched solid earth. He blundered into the effect of Fage on the mutation of bacterial species, very beautiful, very delicate, and after plodding months when he had been a sane citizen, an almost good husband, an excellent bridge player, and a rotten workman, he knew again the happiness of high, taut insanity. He wanted to work nights, every night. During his uninspired fumbling, there had been nothing to hold him at the Institute after 5, and Joyce had become used to having him flee to her. Now he showed an inconvenient ability to ignore engagements, to snap at delightful guests who asked him to explain all about science, to forget even her and the baby. "I've got to work evenings," he said. "I can't be regular and easy about it when I'm caught by a big experiment, any more than you could be regular and easy and polite when you were gestating the baby." "I know, but, darling, you get so nervous when you're working like this. Heavens, I don't care how much you offend people by missing engagements. Well, after all, I wish you wouldn't, but I do know it may be unavoidable. But when you make yourself so drawn and trembly, are you gaining time in the long run? It's just for your own sake. Oh, I have it. Wait, you'll see what a scientist I am. No, I won't explain. Not yet." Joyce had wealth and energy. A week later, flushed, slim, gallant, joyous, she said to him after dinner, "I've got a surprise for you." She led him to the unoccupied rooms over the garage, behind their house. In that week, using a score of workmen from the most immaculate and elaborate scientific supply house in the country, she had created for him the best bacteriological laboratory he had ever seen. White tile floor and enameled brick walls, icebox and incubator, glassware and stains and microscope, a perfect constant temperature bath, and a technician, trained in Lister and Rockefeller, who had his bedroom behind the laboratory, and who announced his readiness to serve Dr. Arrowsmith day or night. "There," sang Joyce. "Now when you simply must work evenings, you won't have to go clear down to Liberty Street. You can duplicate your cultures, or whatever you call 'em. If you're bored at dinner, all right. You can slip out here afterward and work as late as ever you want. Sweet, is it all right? Have I done it right? I tried so hard. I got the best men I could." While his lips were against hers, he brooded. To have done this for me, and to be so humble. And now, curse it, I'll never be able to get away by myself. She so joyfully demanded his finding some fault that, to give her the novel pleasure of being meek, he suggested that the centrifuge was inadequate. "You wait, my man," she crowed. 2 evenings later, when they had returned from the opera, she led him to the cement-floored garage beneath his new laboratory, and in a corner, ready to be set up, was a second-hand but adequate centrifuge, a most adequate centrifuge, the masterpiece of the great firm of Berkeley Saunders, in fact, none other than Gladys, whose dismissal from McGurk for her sluttish ways had stirred Martin and Terry to go out and get bountifully drunk. It was less easy for him, this time, to be grateful, but he worked at it. Part 4. Through both the economico-literary and the Rolls-Royce sections of Joyce's set, the rumor panted that there was a new diversion in an exhausted world, going out to Martin's laboratory and watching him work, and being ever so silent and reverent, except perhaps when Joyce murmured, "Isn't he adorable the way he teaches his darling bacteria to say, 'Pretty Polly'?" Or when Latham Ireland convulsed them by arguing that scientists had no sense of humor, or Sammy de Lembre burst out in his marvelous burlesque of jazz, "Oh, Mr. Baxillillus, don't you grin at me, you microbiologic cuss, I'm on to thee. When Mr. Dr. Arrowsmith's done lookin' at de clues, you'll sit in jail a-singin' dem bacteria blues." Joyce's cousin from Georgia sparkled, "Mart is so cute with all those lil vases of his, but I can't always get him so mad by telling him the trouble with him is he don't go to church often enough," while Martin sought to concentrate. They flocked from the house to his laboratory only once a week, which was certainly not enough to disturb a resolute man, merely enough to keep him constantly waiting for them. When he sedately tried to explain this and that to Joyce, she said, "Did we bother you this evening? But they do admire you so." He remarked, "Well," and went to bed. R.A. Hopburn, the eminent patent lawyer, as he drove away from the Arrowsmith Lanyon mansion, grunted to his wife, "I don't mind a host throwing the port at you if he thinks you're a chump, but I do mind his being bored at your daring to express any opinion whatever. Didn't he look silly out in his idiotic laboratory? How the deuce do you suppose Joyce ever came to marry him?" "I can't imagine." "I can only think of one reason. Of course she may—" "Now please don't be filthy." "Well, anyway, she who might have picked any number of well-bred, agreeable, intelligent chaps, and I mean intelligent, because this Arrowsmith person may know all about germs, but he doesn't know a symphony from a savory. I don't think I'm too fussy, but I don't quite see why we should go to a house where the host apparently enjoys flatly contradicting you. Poor devil, I'm really sorry for him. Probably he doesn't even know when he's being rude." "No, perhaps. What hurts is to think of old Roger, so gay, so strong, real skull and bones, to have this abrupt outsider from the tall grass sitting in his chair, failing to appreciate his Paul Roger. What Joyce ever saw in him, though he does have nice eyes and such funny strong hands." Part 6. Joyce's busyness was on his nerves. Why she was so busy it was hard to ascertain. She had an excellent housekeeper, a noble butler, and 2 nurses for the baby. But she often said that she was never allowed to attain her one ambition, to sit and read. Terry had once called her the arranger, and though Martin resented it, when he heard the telephone bell he groaned, "Oh Lord, there's the arranger. Wants me to come to tea with some high-minded hen." When he sought to explain that he must be free from entanglements, she suggested, "Are you such a weak, irresolute, little man that the only way you can keep concentrated is by running away? Are you afraid of the big men who can do big work and still stop and play?" He was likely to turn abusive, particularly as to her definition of big men, and when he became hot and vulgar, she turned grande dame, so that he felt like an impertinent servant and was the more vulgar. He was afraid of her then. He imagined fleeing to Leora, and the two of them, frightened little people, comforting each other and hiding from her in snug corners. But often enough Joyce was his companion, seeking new amusements as surprises for him, and in their son they had a binding pride. He sat watching little John, rejoicing in his strength. It was in early winter, after she had royally taken the baby south for a fortnight, that Martin escaped for a week with Terry at Birdie's Rest. He found Terry tired and a little surly after months of working absolutely alone. He had constructed beside the home cabin a shanty for laboratory and a rough stable for the horses which he used in the preparation of the sera. Terry did not, as he once would have, flare into the details of his research, but not till evening, when they smoked before the rough fireplace of the cabin, loafing in chairs made of barrels cushioned with elk skin, could Martin coax him into confidences. He had been compelled to give up much of his time to mere housework and the production of the sera which paid his expenses. "If you'd only been with me, I could have accomplished something." But his quinine derivative research had gone on solidly, and he did not regret leaving McGurk. He had found it impossible to work with monkeys. They were too expensive and too fragile to stand the Vermont winter. But he had contrived a method of using mice infected with pneumococcus and— "Oh, what's the use of my telling you this, Slim? You're not interested, or you'd have been up here at work with me months ago. You've chosen between Joyce and me. All right, but you can't have both." Martin snarled, "I'm very sorry I intruded on you, Wicket," and slammed out of the cabin. Stumbling through the snow, blundering in darkness against stumps, he knew the agony of his last hour, the hour of failure. "I've lost Terry now, though I won't stand his impertinence. I've lost everybody, and I've never really had Joyce. I'm completely alone, and I can only half work. I'm through. They'll never let me get to work again." Suddenly, without arguing it out, he knew that he was not going to give up. He floundered back to the cabin and burst in crying, "You old grouch, we got to stick together." Terry was as much moved as he. Neither of them was far from tears, and as they roughly patted each other's shoulders, they growled, "Fine pair of fools, scrapping just because we're tired." "I will come and work with you somehow," Martin swore. "I'll get a 6 months' leave from the Institute and have Joyce stay at some hotel near here, or do something. Gee, back to real work. Work! Now tell me, when I come up here, what do you say we—" They talked till dawn. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Dr. and Mrs. Rippleton Hollibird had invited only Joyce and Martin to dinner. Hollibird was his most charming self. He admired Joyce's pearls, and when the squabs had been served, he turned on Martin with friendly intensity. "Now will Joyce and you listen to me most particularly? Things are happening, Martin, and I want you, no, science wants you, to take your proper part in them. I needn't, by the way, hint that this is absolutely confidential. Dr. Tubbs and his League of Cultural Agencies are beginning to accomplish marvels, and Colonel Minigan has been extraordinarily liberal. They've gone at the League with exactly the sort of thoroughness and taking it slow that you and dear old Gottlieb have always insisted on. For 4 years now, they've stuck to making plans. I happen to know that Dr. Tubbs and the Council of the League have had the most wonderful conferences with college presidents and editors and clubwomen and labor leaders, the sound, sensible ones of course, and efficiency experts and the more advanced advertising men and ministers, and all the other leaders of public thought. They've worked out elaborate charts classifying all intellectual occupations and interests, with the methods and materials and tools, and especially the goals, the aims, the ideals, the moral purposes that are suited to each of them. Really tremendous. Why, a musician or an engineer, for example, could look at his chart and tell accurately whether he was progressing fast enough at his age, and if not, just what his trouble was, and the remedy. With this basis, the League is ready to go to work and encourage all brain workers to affiliate. McGurk Institute simply must get in on this coordination, which I regard as one of the greatest advances in thinking that has ever been made. We are at last going to make all the erstwhile chaotic spiritual activities of America really conform to the American ideal. We're going to make them as practical and supreme as the manufacture of cash registers. I have certain reasons for supposing I can bring Ross McGurk and Minigan together, now that the McGurk and Minigan lumber interests have stopped warring. And if so, I shall probably quit the Institute and help Tubbs guide the League of Cultural Agencies. Then we'll need a new director of McGurk who will work with us and help us bring science out of the monastery to serve mankind. By this time, Martin understood everything about the League except what the League was trying to do. Halliburtt went on, "Now I know, Martin, that you've always rather sneered at practicalness, but I have faith in you. I believe you've been too much under the influence of Wicket, and now that he's gone, and you've seen more of life and of Joyce's set and mine, I believe I can coax you to take, without in any way neglecting the severities of your lab work, a broader view. I am authorized to appoint an assistant director, and I think I'm safe in saying he would succeed me as full director. Schultheiss wants the place, and Dr. Smith and Yeo would leap at it, but I haven't yet found any of them that are quite our own sort, and I offer it to you. I dare say in a year or two you will be director of McGurk Institute." Halliburtt was uplifted as one giving royal favor. Mrs. Halliburtt was intense, as one present on an historical occasion, and Joyce was ecstatic over the honor to her man. Martin stammered, "Why, I'll have to think it over. Sort of unexpected." The rest of the evening Halliburtt so brimmingly enjoyed himself, picturing an era in which Tubbs and Martin and he would rule, coordinate, standardize, and make useful the whole world of intelligence, from trousers designing to poetry, that he did not resent Martin's silence. At parting he chanted, "Talk it over with Joyce, and let me have your decision tomorrow. By the way, I think we'll get rid of Pearl Robbins. She's been useful, but now she considers herself indispensable. But that's a detail. I do have faith in you, Martin, dear old boy. You've grown and calmed down, and you've widened your interest so much this past year." In their car, in that moving curtained room under the crystal dome light, Joyce beamed at him. "Isn't it too wonderful, Mart? And I do feel Rippleton can bring it off. Think of your being director, head of that whole great institute, when just a few years ago you were only a cub there. But haven't I perhaps helped, just a little?" Suddenly Martin hated the blue and gold velvet of the car, the cunningly hid gold box of cigarettes, all this soft and smothering prison. He wanted to be out beside the unseen chauffeur, his own sort, facing the winter. He tried to look as though he were meditating, in an odd, appreciative manner, but he was merely being cowardly, reluctant to begin the slaughter. Slowly, "Would you really like to see me, Director?" "Of course. All that? Oh, you know, I don't just mean the prominence and respect, but the power to accomplish good." "Would you like to see me dictating letters, giving out interviews, buying linoleum, having lunch with distinguished fools, advising men about whose work I don't know a blame thing?" "Oh, don't be so superior. Someone has to do these things, and that'd be only a small part of it. Think of the opportunity of encouraging some youngster who wanted a chance to do splendid science." "And give up my own chance?" "Why need you? You'd be head of your own department just the same. And even if you did give up, you are so stubborn. It's lack of imagination. You think that because you've started in on one tiny branch of mental activity, there's nothing else in the world. It's just as when I persuaded you that if you got out of your stinking laboratory once a week or so, and actually bent your powerful intellect to a game of golf, the world of science wouldn't immediately stop. No imagination. You're precisely like these businessmen you're always cursing, because they can't see anything in life beyond their soap factories or their banks." "And you really would have me give up my work?" He saw that with all her eager complacencies, she had never understood what he was up to, had not comprehended one word about the murderous effect of the directorship on Gottlieb. He was silent again, and before they reached home, she said only, "You know I'm the last person to speak of money, but really, it's you who have so often brought up the matter of hating to be dependent on me, and you know as director you would make so much more that... Forgive me." She fled before him, into her palace, into the automatic elevator. He plodded up the stairs, grumbling, "Yes, it is the first chance I've had to really contribute to the expenses here. Sure, willing to take her money, but not do anything in return, and then call it devotion to science. Well, I've got to decide right now." He did not go through the turmoil of deciding. He leaped to decision without it. He marched into Joyce's room, irritated by its snobbishness of discreet color. He was checked by the miserable way in which she sat brooding on the edge of her day couch, but he flung, "I'm not going to do it, even if I have to leave the Institute, and Halliburd will just about make me quit. I will not get buried in this pompous fakery of giving orders and—" "Mart, listen, don't you want your son to be proud of you?" Well, no, not if he's to be proud of me for being a stuffed shirt, a sideshow barker." "Please, don't be vulgar." "Why not? Matter of fact, I haven't been vulgar enough lately. What I ought to do is to go to Bertie's Rest right now and work with Terry." "I wish I had some way of showing you, oh, for a scientist, you do have the most incredible blind spots. I wish I could make you see just how weak and futile that is. The wilds, the simple life, the old argument, it's just the absurd, cowardly sort of thing these tired highbrows do that sneak off to some esoteric colony and think they're getting strength to conquer life, when they're merely running away from it." "No, Terry has his place in the country, only because he can live cheaper there. If he could afford it, he'd probably be right here in town, with garçons and everything, like McGurk, but with no Director Halliburd, by God, and no Director Arrowsmith." "Merely a cursing, ill-bred, intensely selfish Director Terry Wickett." "Now, by God, let me tell you—" "Martin, do you need to emphasize your arguments by a by God in every sentence, or have you a few other expressions in your highly scientific vocabulary?" "Well, I have enough vocabulary to express the idea that I'm thinking of joining Terry." "Look here, Mart, You feel so virtuous about wanting to go off and wear a flannel shirt and be peculiar and very, very pure. Suppose everybody argued that way. Suppose every father deserted his children whenever his nice little soul ached. Just what would become of the world? Suppose I were poor, and you left me, and I had to support John by taking in washing. It'd probably be fine for you, but fierce on the washing. No, I beg your pardon, that was an obvious answer. But I imagine it's just that argument that's kept almost everybody, all these centuries, from being anything but a machine for digestion and propagation and obedience. The answer is that very few ever do, under any condition, willingly leave a soft bed for a shanty bunk in order to be pure, as you very properly call it, and those of us that are pioneers— Oh, this debate could go on forever. We could prove that I'm a hero or a fool or a deserter or anything you like, but the fact is, I've suddenly seen I must go. I want my freedom to work, and I herewith quit whining about it and grab it. You've been generous to me. I'm grateful, but you've never been mine. Goodbye. Darling, darling, we'll talk it over again in the morning, when you aren't so excited. And an hour ago I was so proud of you. All right, good night. But before morning, taking 2 suitcases and a bag of his roughest clothes, leaving for her a tender note which was the hardest thing he had ever written, kissing his son and muttering, "Come to me when you grow up, old man," he went to a cheap side street hotel. As he stretched on the rickety iron bed, he grieved for their love. Before noon he had gone to the institute, resigned, taken certain of his own apparatus and notes and books and materials, refused to answer a telephone call from Joyce, and caught a train for Vermont. Cramped on the red plush seat of the day coach, he who of late had ridden in silken private cars, he grinned with the joy of no longer having to toil at dinner parties. He drove up to Bertie's Rest in a bobsled. Terry was chopping wood in a mess of chip-littered snow. "Hello, Terry. Come for keeps." "Fine, Slim. Say, there's a lot of dishes in the shack need washing." Part 2. He had become soft. To dress in the cold shanty and to wash in icy water was agony. To tramp for 3 hours through fluffy snow exhausted him. But the rapture of being allowed to work 24 hours a day without leaving an experiment at its juiciest moment to creep home for dinner, of plunging with Terry into arguments as cryptic as theology and furious as the indignation of a drunken man, carried him along, and he felt himself growing sinewy. Often he meditated on yielding to Joyce so far as to allow her to build a better laboratory for them and more civilized quarters. With only 1 servant though, or 2 at the very most, and just a simple decent bathroom, she had written, "You have been thoroughly beastly, and any attempt at reconciliation, if that is possible now, which I rather doubt, must come from you." He answered, describing the ringing winter woods and not mentioning the platform word reconciliation. Part 3. They wanted to study further the exact mechanism of the action of their quinine derivatives. This was difficult with the mice, which Terry had contrived to use instead of monkeys because of their size. Martin had brought with him strains of Bacillus lepisepticus, which causes a pleuropneumonia in rabbits, and their first labor was to discover whether their original compound was effective against this bacillus as well as against pneumococcus. Profanely they found that it was not. Profanely and patiently they trudged into an infinitely complicated search for a compound that should be. They earned their living by preparing sera which rather grudgingly they sold to physicians, of whose honesty they were certain, abruptly refusing the popular drug vendors. They thus received surprisingly large sums, and among all clever people it was believed that they were too coyly shrewd to be sincere. Martin worried as much over what he considered his treachery to Cliff Clawson as over his desertion of Joyce and John. But this worrying he did only when he could not sleep. Regularly, at 3 in the morning, he brought both Joyce and honest Cliff to Bertie's Rest. And regularly at 6, when he was frying bacon, he forgot them. Terry the Barbarian, once he was free of the tittering and success-pawing of Hollibird, was an easy campmate. Upper berth or lower was the same to him, and till Martin was hardened to cold and fatigue, Terry did more than his share of wood-cutting and supply-toting, and with great melody and skill he washed their clothes. He had the genius to see that they two alone, shut up together, season on season, would quarrel. He planned with Martin that the laboratory scheme should be extended to include 8, but never more, maverick and undomesticated researchers like themselves, who should contribute to the expenses of the camp by manufacturing sera, but otherwise do their own independent work, whether it should be the structure of the atom or a disproof of the results of Doctors Wickett and Arrowsmith. 2 rebels, a chemist now caught in a drug firm, and a university professor, were coming next autumn. "It's kind of a miserable return to monasteries," grumbled Terry, "except that we're not trying to solve anything for anybody but our own fool selves. Mind you, when this place becomes a shrine and a lot of cranks begin to creep in here, then you and I got to beat it, Slim. We'll move farther back in the woods, or if we feel too old for that, we'll take another shot at professorships, or Dawson Hunziker, or even the Reverend Dr. Hollibird." For the first time, Martin's work began definitely to draw ahead of Terry's. His mathematics and physical chemistry were now as sound as Terry's, his indifference to publicity and to flowery hangings as great, his industry as fanatical, his ingenuity in devising new apparatus at least comparable, and his imagination far more swift. He had less ease but more passion. He hurled out hypotheses like sparks. He began, incredulously, to comprehend his freedom. He would yet determine the essential nature of phage, and as he became stronger and surer, and no doubt less human, he saw ahead of him innumerous inquiries into chemotherapy and immunity, enough adventures to keep him busy for decades. It seemed to him that this was the first spring he had ever seen and tasted. He learned to dive into the lake, though the first plunge was an agony of fiery cold. They fished before breakfast. They supped at a table under the oaks. They tramped 20 miles on end. They had blue jays and squirrels for interested neighbors. And when they had worked all night, they came out to find serene dawn lifting across the sleeping lake. Martin felt sun-soaked and deep of chest, and always he hummed. And one day he peeped out, beneath his new horn-rimmed, almost middle-aged glasses, to see a gigantic motor crawling up their woods road. From the car, jolly and competent in tweeds, stepped Joyce. He wanted to flee through the back door of the laboratory shanty. Reluctantly, he edged out to meet her. "It's a sweet place, really," she said, and amiably kissed him. "Let's walk down by the lake." In a still place of ripples and birch boughs, he was moved to grip her shoulders. She cried, "Darling, I have missed you. You're wrong about lots of things, but you're right about this. You must work and not be disturbed by a lot of silly people. Do you like my tweeds? Don't they look wildernessy? You see, I've come to stay. I'll build a house near here, perhaps right across the lake. Yes, that will make a sweet place, over there on that sort of little plateau, if I can get the land. Probably some horrid, tight-fisted old farmer owns it. Can't you just see it? A wide, low house with enormous verandas and red awnings." "And visitors coming?" "I suppose so. Sometimes. Why?" Desperately. "Joyce, I do love you. I want awfully, just now, to kiss you properly. But I will not have you bringing a lot of people. and there'd probably be a rotten noisy motor launch. Make our lab a joke. Roadhouse. New sensation. Why, Terry would go crazy. You are lovely, but you want a playmate, and I want to work. I'm afraid you can't stay. No. And our son is to be left without your care? Would he have my care if I died? He is a nice kid, too. I hope he won't be a rich man. Perhaps 10 years from now he'll come to me here. And live like this? Sure, unless I'm broke. Then he won't live so well. We have meat practically every day now. I see. And suppose your Terry Wickett should marry some waitress or some incredibly stupid rustic. From what you've told me, he rather fancies that sort of girl. Well, either he and I would beat her together, or it would be the one thing that could break me. Martin, aren't you perhaps a little insane? Oh, absolutely. And how I enjoy it. Though you look here now, Joy. We're insane, but we're not cranks. Yesterday an esoteric healer came here because he thought this was a free colony, and Terry walked him 20 miles, and then I think he threw him in the lake. No, gosh, let me think. He scratched his chin. I don't believe we're insane. We're farmers. Martin, it's too infinitely diverting to find you becoming a fanatic, and all the while trying to wriggle out of being a fanatic. You've left common sense. I am common sense. I believe in bathing. Goodbye. Now you look here. By golly. She was gone, reasonable and triumphant. As the chauffeur maneuvered among the stumps of the clearing, for a moment Joyce looked out from her car, and they stared at each other through tears. They had never been so frank, so pitiful, as in this one unarmored look, which recalled every jest, every tenderness, every twilight they had known together. But the car rolled on unhalted, and he remembered that he had been doing an experiment. Part 4. On a certain evening of May, Congressman Almus Pickerbaugh was dining with the President of the United States. When the campaign is over, Doctor, said the President, I hope we shall see you a cabinet member, the first Secretary of Health and Eugenics in the country. That evening, Dr. Rippleton Hollibird was addressing a meeting of celebrated thinkers assembled by the League of Cultural Agencies. Among the men of measured merriment on the platform were Dr. Aaron Schultes, the new director of McGurk Institute, and Dr. Angus Dewar, head of the Dewar Clinic and professor of surgery in Fort Dearborn Medical College. Dr. Hollibird's epical address was being broadcast by radio to 1 million ardently listening lovers of science. That evening, Bert Tozer of Wheatsylvania, North Dakota, was attending a midweek prayer meeting. His new Buick sedan awaited him outside, and with modest satisfaction he heard the minister gloat. The righteous, even the children of light, they shall be rewarded with a great reward, and their feet shall walk in gladness, saith the Lord of hosts. But the mockers, the sons of Belial, they shall be slain betimes and cast down into darkness and failure, and in the busy marts they shall be forgot. That evening Max Gottlieb sat unmoving and alone, in a dark small room above the banging city street. Only his eyes were alive. That evening the hot breeze languished along the palm-waving ridge where the ashes of Gustav Sondelæus were lost among cinders, and a depression in a garden marked the grave of Leora. That evening, after an unusually gay dinner with Latham Ireland, Joyce admitted, Yes, if I do divorce him, I may marry you. I know. He's never going to see how egotistical it is to think he's the only man living who's always right. That evening, Martin Arrowsmith and Terry Wickett lolled in a clumsy boat, an extraordinarily uncomfortable boat, far out on the water. I feel as if I were really beginning to work now, said Martin. This new quinine stuff may prove pretty good. We'll plug along on it for 2 or 3 years. And maybe we'll get something permanent. And probably we'll fail. End of chapter 40. End of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. Recording by Lee Smalley.